it's about the truth of the events that go on in modern times, about which we're told a whole bunch of lies, basically.
I think the next few years particularly, it's very, very important that we try and regain our power of our reality and what's happening in this world. But it's no good sitting back and saying, well, I didn't know and I wasn't informed. In my opinion, that's just not enough.
Thank you. I remember when I was speaking in little halls, putting the chairs out, no bugger sat in them, and then I put the chairs back. And I left poorer than when I arrived, and someone said in one question and answer, where's all the money going? I said, down the sodding drain, mate, that's where it's going. Because in those days no one wanted to know, now look at it. And this is not about me, this is about the information. This is about people waking up from the hypnotic trance that we'll get into in the latter part of the talk, which is holding us in servitude. And now, and someone said an hour or so ago, there's a fantastic number of young people coming in. And that's amazing, because this is their world that we are going to pass on, not the big brother state, but a world in which the people have awakened and the few no longer go on dictating to the many in their various ways of manipulation. So today is about talking about how it's done, where it's come from, which is an important part of knowing where we are. And then in the last part, the most important part, looking at the nature of reality itself. Because without that coordinate, who are we? What is this reality? How are we creating it? Without that coordinate, we can't possibly be free, because we're completely bewildered of the world we actually live in. And that's why that information has been suppressed throughout thousands of years. And it's amazing if you push on with what you feel is right, even though you might feel you're in a minority of one when you start. He's bloody mad, he wears them shell suits. Gone bloody crackers he has. Much better on the snooker. But if you keep going, it's kind of an interesting thing. If you keep putting one foot in front of the other and in front of the other, you actually get somewhere. It's not always where you'd really like to go, but you get somewhere. Instead of standing there, well, I mustn't do anything. Well, oh, no, don't call me mad. I don't give a shit if you call me mad. This is me, and this is all I can be. And you actually get somewhere, and you start to see that you don't have to follow the sheep in front. You can express your own uniqueness. Even if you are in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. Wonderful saying. And it's when people say, but everyone knows that, mate. Like this, well, everyone knows the Earth's flat, mate. Well, here's one less than everyone. I don't know that. And again, we follow the herd instead of standing up for what we believe is right. We're not always right, but it's what we believe is right. And when you start to do that, and you start to lift your head and look beyond the norm, you find that so many things in the world that appear on first hearing to be, oh, that's a bit bizarre and extreme, isn't it? Turn out to be elephants in the living room, staring us in the face. It's obvious. But as we'll get to in the last part of the talk, it's only obvious if we can break out the programming that tells us it's not obvious, that tells us black is white and white is black. The key thing, and this is what I'm going to be doing today, is connecting dots. When I started researching this from the early 90s, I was staggered at how many different areas of subject I was being pulled into to understand what was happening in the world. And on the news, you get the dots. You don't even get what's really happening in the bloody dots, to be honest. But they cover the dots. When you start connecting them, different people and organizations and events that appear on the surface to be completely unconnected, whoa, there's suddenly a picture that makes perfect sense of the world, whereas it didn't before. This is a famous quote. All truth passes through three stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as self-evident. Oh, I always thought that Ike bloke was talking sense. I did, honest. What, when you're saying he was mad? Yeah, I wouldn't mean it. And the thing is, all truth is an exaggeration, but a lot of truth goes through this sequence. And the point is, unless you accept the ridicule when you first talk about it, and therefore keep talking about it, unless you accept the condemnation and other opposition and keep talking about it, you never get to stage 3 where it's accepted as self-evident. And this is the challenge when we're talking about things that are not accepted by the mainstream. Keep talking, keep giving it out, no matter what the reaction, and then eventually the reaction changes because it becomes self-evident. Now, here's an elephant in the living room. I love this one. Anyone can become president of the United States. Okay, let me give you that. Let me just rephrase that. Anyone who hasn't got two brain cells to rub together, anyone who's a pedophile abuser of children, all these people, yeah, they can become president of the United States, but people who don't get into that stuff, where are they? You know, there's people, how many people are there in America now? Best part of 300 million. And there's some wonderful people in America. There's some intelligent people in America who would be here today if this was in America, who can see it. They don't become president of the United States. A handful of bloodline families become president, and my goodness, interbreeding, not necessarily a good thing. Uncle Ron. This guy was having problems in terms of bewilderment while he was president of the United States. It didn't bloody matter because he wasn't president. George Bush was. I think that we can find more intelligent people to be president of the United States. Then he was followed by this guy. It's like when you get too close to it. Ooh, what do you think is going to be president? What do you think? What do you think? Who's going to be president? Do you think about that Kerry? Do you think about that Bush? Take a deep breath. Take a step back, look at it again. Ah, it's a piece of shit. Yes, that's all it is. Walk away. There we go. Child abuser, mass killer. Oh my goodness, he's got a CV, this guy. President of the United States. And he's got his Dumbo son there as well now. Then, we had Slick Will. Yes, a man you can trust, it says here. This was Clinton, the early years. You know, he's getting well groomed for it. I love Bill. I love you. There you go. He loves it, Monty. Bill. President of the United States, great man. And then there's the Clinton Memorial in the Mall, that's that one. That's the new one, just being put up, look. So, yeah, anyone can become President of the United States. Absolutely bloody anyone. If anyone wants confirmation that the whole system of electing presidents, prime ministers come to that, is rigged, well, I give you my case, lock, stock and barrel. Spot the brain cell? No. This is prophecy. H.L. Mencken, 1880 to 1956. As democracy is perfected, the office of president represents more and more closely the inner soul of the people. On some great and glorious day, the plain folks of the land will reach their heart's desire at last, and the White House will be adorned by a downright moron. Now that is prophecy. Whoa. How can it happen? Because it's rigged. This man is President of the United States. They tell me it's the most powerful office in the world. I laugh when they tell me, but they tell me that's what it is. There we go. Why help never arrived? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Line's gone dead. Love it. I've read, and I understand the world. Laugh. I thought I'd never start when he got elected. Didn't. Oh, I love this one. Notice that, look. Oh, you're taking a foreign language, little girl. Honestly. That's a great one. I know how hard it is to put food on your family. This guy's taking us to war. Families is where our nation finds hope, where wings take dream. Redefining the role of the United States from enable us to keep the peace to enable us to keep the peace from peacekeepers is going to be an assignment. It's your money, you paid for it. The war on terror involves Saddam Hussein because of the nature of Saddam Hussein, the history of Saddam Hussein, and his willingness to terrorize himself. Sorry, I got Twitch going. Is our children learning? I love this one. My favorite. President of the United States who has led the world so far into 2 wars with more on the agenda. And it doesn't matter who follows him, it's the same story, answerable to the same force, advancing the same agenda. We live in one-party states masquerading as freedom and democracy. I give you my case for that in this country. Yeah, I heard from a very, very good source, as they say in all the best places this week, very, very good, that he is definitely the chosen one, David Cameron, and that the health of Tony Blair is seriously worse than we're being told publicly. And he's being groomed to take over. And when he takes over, there will be no decipherable difference. The agenda goes on because these are puppets of the same force, whatever color their rosette may say. And all the time, we are being fed the movie version of reality so that we buy what they want us to believe, or we buy what they want us to believe, so that we will see the world in the desired fashion. This is the latest clone Newman, apparently. They've been advancing it for some time. And while we stay in this state, he voted for Bush. I voted for Bush. I think he's a great man. Only 2 things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity, and I'm not sure about the former, Albert Einstein. But why is that? As we go through the day, particularly in the last section, which is the most important, as I say, because it deals with the real foundation from which all of this comes, we'll see that people can give a wonderful, wonderful impression of being stupid because they are programmed to see the world in that way. And when they deprogram, bingo, the stupidity goes with it. The prison with the barbars, this is the whole basis of how the few control the many, is to keep the many, A, in ignorance of what is going on, and in ignorance of who they are and the nature of life itself, so that they operate throughout their lives in a fraction of possibility in terms of their potential to perceive and potential to create. As Oscar Wilde said, most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their lives a mimicry, their passions a quotation. And that is summed up by a friend of mine who calls people repeaters. And this is the foundation of how the few control the many. They get them to repeat and parrot the official version of life. Doctors, they are repeaters. They are repeating what they were told to believe at medical school. Teachers, there are some very honorable exceptions, but a lot of them, not least because of the pressure from the system, are repeaters. They go through school, they're very good at exams, so they qualify for teacher training college. There they get told how to teach children and all the curriculum and stuff, and then they come into the classroom and they repeat it to the children who, if they accept it, become repeaters of the same information. Journalists. Well, I met one of them for a while, maybe one or two, but not too many. What I meet is reporters. And reporters is very close to repeaters, which is what they are. They are repeating the official version of events to the people to get them to believe it and then repeat it on so it becomes the accepted version of history. And when you don't repeat, when you refuse to repeat, when you want to speak your truth and see it your way, that's when you stand out. He's mad, he's dangerous. No, I'm not a repeater. And it's that mentality that creates the norms and the hive mind that allows the few to control the many. Putting in potentially infinite beings and turning out sausage machine people, programmed through repetition of a version of life that suits those in control. And it's kind of interesting, if you were sitting around a table and you said, right, now this is what we got to do, right? Somehow we got to take these children and we got to turn them out as adults so that they see the world the way we want them to see it. Now, how do we do that? Well, the best way, I don't think they'd have it like, but the best way is to take the children from their parents, about 4, 5, something like that, put them in school, bring them through, so we've got control of what they're being told kind of 5 days a week, right the way through their childhood, right into their teens, and then they'll turn out as adults in the way that we want them to be. That is what ideally they would want, and that is what they have achieved. We call it the education system. It is the indoctrination system. It doesn't have to be, it's the way it is. And that's what's brilliant about so many young people here today, because you've come through this system, you've gone through this indoctrination, and you're still bloody here, and that's fantastic. And more people... And more people are waking up, because this is far more powerful than any indoctrination once we access it and stop allowing it to be suppressed. Then you've got the media. The media. God. All they are is repeaters, repeating the same thing all the time. And the greatest form of mind control is repetition. Repetition. Keep telling them the same thing, and it becomes their perceived reality. Here we go. You write what you're told. Thanks, nation builders. We couldn't control the people without you. If only we had journalists in the world on any kind of scale, the official stories would be demolished time and time again. Instead, they're repeated to the mass of the people who have no access to other information in the same way. What they want to stop through the education system, through the suppression of alternative views of reality, and through the way they control the mainstream media to report the official version of events virtually unquestioned, is they want to stop the process of connecting the dots, because once they're connected, the whole shebang is in big trouble, because what's actually happening becomes an elephant in the living room. And then there's these people. I like this line at the bottom. Been bent over so long they think it's standing up. These are the politicians all over the world who go through as lobby foddy and voting foddy, or fodder, I don't know what the bloody word is, I don't know, fodder, that'll do. Foddy, I've invented a word. Go through the lobby foddy. and what they're doing, because they're looking at their career, oh, well, I better not vote against the government because, oh my God, I might not be a minister. Well, actually, looking at you, mate, that would be a very good thing. Go and vote against the government, please. And the few, and how many people have come out of the Blair cabinet and said, we don't even have cabinet government now. Never mind, parliamentary government. It's diktat from a tiny clique, and that's it. And the lobby foddy, my thing's gone. The lobby fodder goes through and votes these things into law, when if they stood up and opened their minds, these things wouldn't get through. So we have this great amalgamation of different people within what we call society and the authorities, who are pressuring people to keep their mouths shut, keep their head down, and just make sure that they just go with what's the norm, and they don't get involved in challenging what they're being told. And this keep quiet, keep your head down, and everything will be all right, goes right the way through society. It goes through journalism, it goes through the teaching profession, it goes through politicians. And they're all looking at their interest rather than the interest of society as a whole. And the reason they want this is summed up by Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister. The lie can be maintained only for such time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, and/or military consequences of the lie. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth becomes the greatest enemy of the state. And the reason we have, since 9/11 and since the London bombings, we have had this explosion of the Orwellian state, is because of this. The truth is the enemy of the state, therefore we must suppress the truth in every way we can. And that's what it's all about in terms of the changes in society that we've been facing. They want to hold us symbolically in this tiny little eggshell, where we only see the world the way that they want us to see it, so we'll stay in the box and be a piece of cake to manipulate. And so we are being attacked on endless different levels, which I'll come to keep us in that box and to keep the mind shut. You know, the worst thing you want if you want to run a dictatorship is an informed, sharp-thinking, open-minded population. So everything that is done is to suppress that situation so the people become the opposite. As Mencken said again, the most dangerous man to any government is the man who is able to think things out for himself. Almost inevitably, he comes to the conclusion that the government he lives under is dishonest, insane, and intolerable. And that's the truth that the suppression is designed to keep from us, but not from the people here today. We live in a world where there's two stories running side by side. One, his job is to hide the other. There's the movie, as I call it. This is the version of events that we get through the mainstream media and the official authorities in general. This tells us that some guy in a cave in Afghanistan with a carrier pigeon or something orchestrated 9/11, and that 19 hijackers that couldn't fly a paper plane hijacked 4 jumbo jets. Yeah, makes sense to me. This is the movie. Oh, it's them London bombers. Oh, yeah, well, they did it. Oh, we got to stop this now. Oh, we got to have this now. Oh, we've got to protect the people. The secret agenda is hiding behind that. The secret agenda, which is to create a global version of Nazi Germany and then some. This is the... This is the official version. He's a man of God. He wants to protect the people because he's from America and we protect the world and all that stuff. That's what they want you to believe, that they're doing it on our behalf because they're good and they want to help us. The secret agenda that nonsense is hiding is the rapid emergence of the global Nazi state, of imposition, of constant surveillance, of microchipped people, and of centralization of power on a scale the world in known history has never seen. Have you noticed, I've noticed this, was walking around London yesterday. The world is controlled, at least on one level, by men in dark suits overwhelmingly, and in this country anyway, their will is imposed by people in luminous jackets. Are these luminous jackets, can they breathe? Can they breathe, these jackets? I'm seeing them everywhere, you know, they're like rabbits, these jackets. Everyone wants one. Authority, I'm from security. And, yeah, and? What? Does that mean something? I know in America, excuse me, sir, that's the opening one. Excuse me, sir, I'm from security. Pleased for you, darling. But of course, even the dark suits, as we'll get to, are merely pawns in a game, and pawns of a force that the public never see. And we are being pressured to go down the channel like laboratory mice and laboratory rats, go down the channel that's desired. So what they do, just as they do with these rats and mice in laboratory mazes, they'll shock them if they go down a certain road, they'll shock them if they go down this road, and they want them to go down this road. And eventually, when they've been shocked enough times, symbolic of society, you can't do this, these are the consequences of doing that, in the end, what the rats and mice do, without being shocked, turn the electricity off now, it's happened enough times, they'll go down the channel required without any pressure whatsoever, because they've reached that point of acquiescence to the system. And that's what they want to turn us into. That's why there's cameras everywhere, not just to see where everyone is, although that's one level of it, but to constantly say, you can't go here, we're watching you, we're watching you, we're watching you. And in the end, you become like the mouse, doesn't want to be shocked anymore, and they acquiesce. Well, some people acquiesce. I'll go to my next dimension, not acquiescing, I'll tell you that. Now, Albert Pike, very, very major member of the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, illuminated into knowledge they keep from the rest of us, but not today. He said this in a book called Morals and Dogma is its short title. Fictions are necessary to the people, and the truth becomes deadly to those who are not strong enough to contemplate it in all its brilliance. In fact, what can there be in common between the vile multitude, that's how we're seen, and sublime wisdom? The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason. Now, If there's anyone here today, I doubt if there is, but if there's anyone here today, and certainly there are millions and millions out there who say, well, if all this was true, mate, we'd know about it. Well, when you see the way the system works, like hell we would. That's not the idea. The idea is to get us to see in these myopic, tunnel vision ways that war is peace. Look at that, I love that one. Get a brain, morons. It's got to be one of the better lines, isn't it? Go USA, and I love that. Go USA. We have got to go into Iraq. We have got to go into Afghanistan. These buggers ain't going anywhere. It's like Bush. We will prevail. We will not concede. We are watching the friggin' sport, darling, on the White House telly. We send other buggers to do that. If Bush had been on the front line in Iraq when the first bullet was fired, he'd have been under a bed in Houston when the second bugger went off. And he's talking about we. No, we'll send other people to do that. Voltaire, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. And we have. Shock and frickin' awe. We've got to go in and bomb everyone because there's weapons of mass destruction. Make you believe absurdities. They can make you believe atrocities. We've got to go into Afghanistan. We've got to do this. We've got to do that because Bin Laden and Al-Qaeda were responsible for 9/11. Believe absurdities, commit atrocities. Away it goes. And that's why I wrote in my website on the day that Bush was inaugurated for the first time. Don't be surprised if the United States finds itself in another manipulated war during this administration. You will see monsters created in the public mind to justify such action. It took months. And all justified by this day, which after the first break I'm going to get into in some detail among many other things what's happening today. And in The Biggest Secret in 1998, I wrote, the plan is to engineer events, real and staged, that will create enormous fear in the countdown to 2012. Very important year to the Illuminati to get this whole Orwellian state in place. This includes a plan to start a third world war, either by stimulating the Muslim world into a holy war against the West or by using China to cause global conflict. Maybe both. Well, it is maybe both. It is maybe both because the China card is being prepared all the time. As Orwell said in 1984, that so prophetic book, which was not written from imagination. This man was heavily involved in politics, deeply involved in politics in this country. There's no way he was that accurate by accident. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. That is the perception they want of the world they want to create for everyone. That is the world that we are in the process of ensuring does not happen. So, I saw this lovely picture, this little monkey. So what's it all about, Mum? I mean, what's it all about? What is it all about? We're born, we're in this world we don't really understand, we don't know where we've come from, we don't know where we're going, we don't know where we are, therefore, because all the coordinates to give us that understanding are denied us. So what's it all about? In this first section, I'm going to go through some of the history of this up to the present day, because by knowing where it's come from, it's get a much better fix on where it is and where we are. The 5 sense conspiracy. What I mean by that is that which we perceive with the 5 senses. The world we look around and see with this tiny, tiny frequency range we call human sight that can access an infinitesimal fraction of what exists in the space that we're occupying. And I'm going to break it up into 2 parts, but I'll tell you about that in a second. This is what the 5 sense conspiracy wants to create, and is in the process of trying to do so. A world government which would dictate all major policy to every country, which would have a world central bank dictating global finance, a world currency which would be no physical money, just electronic cash or electronic currency, a world army to impose the will of the world government on those countries that resist. I had a journalist ask me, I had a repeater ask me once, what would be the use of a world army? There'd be no one to fight. I thought, you're in the media, aren't you? How about the people that wish to live their lives in a different way to the centrally imposed dictatorship? Do you think they might have a role in that? I think they might. Microchip population, get all into this in detail this afternoon, and then superstates. We've got the European Union, they want an American Union, a Pacific Union, they've already got the African Union, and that's the basic structure that they want in the 5 sense reality. Then there's the interdimensional level to this. In the start of the last section, I'll get into this part. The interdimensional level, because, you know, we perceive and are told to perceive that the only things that exist are within the tiny frequency range of human sight, which is so tiny. One writer said, quite rightly, humans are basically blind in terms of what we can see compared with what there is to see and perceive. I'll get into that this afternoon. And then there's what they call the matrix, the interdimensional world. And then there's the third part, which is the most important part, as I keep emphasizing the last part of the day, which is it's all an illusion. We think this is a solid stage. We think we're looking at a solid world. Possible, impossible. And we think we're looking out here. You're out there. No. The only place this exists is in my head, and the only place I exist is in yours. That is the reality. And once you realize that, then all the dots start to connect. Because when we realize how we create reality and how we create reality, the society that is the way it's structured today makes absolutely perfect sense. Oh, it's incompetent. They're all rubbish. They're all incompetent and useless. No, from that level they are. From this level, it's genius, the way that we've been manipulated. I mean, these are illusions. That appears to be three-dimensional. It's actually on the pavement. That's actually on the pavement. The brain being tricked by the way it's done to see it three-dimensionally. I have to say much more into all that later on. But what I want to start doing now is start at the beginning, number A, or letter A, and go through connecting the dots. And in this first section, I'm going to look at the occult conspiracy. And occult simply is a word meaning hidden. And my goodness me, it has been hidden. Hidden knowledge, hidden understanding. But if it's in the hands of the few and kept from the many, gives enormous power for the few to dictate and manipulate the many. And before I just start, I just want to say this. I'm not here to get anyone to believe anything. The last thing this world needs is another flipping bloke standing up saying, I've got all the answers, you must believe it, and that stuff. We've had enough of them. We've had enough of them. This is information. Take of it what you will, leave what doesn't feel right, and whatever. Because what you think of this is none of my business. It is your business and your reality, and you have a right to make of it whatever you will. So I'm not trying to persuade anyone. I'm just trying to say... I'm just trying to say, here's another way of looking at the world. The way you look at the world is completely your choice, completely respected from here for a start. Now, a long, long time ago, well before what we call recorded history, the world was a global society. And it was an advanced global society. This is where these fantastic ancient structures came from. That, you know, the archaeologists and people saying, oh, we couldn't build that today. How did they do it? Well, yeah, see that 400-ton stone, mate? You know what they did? They put some rope around it and got a few guys to pull it mile after mile. It's really brilliant, you know. I don't know how they did it. What about that hill? Oh, they're ever so strong. Yeah, all right. There was a global society. And for some reason, we can debate why, it doesn't really matter from where we are, for some reason this society became broken up. And it started to operate in isolation all over the world. But when it started out, all these different parts of the world, which now started working in isolation rather than as one whole, they still started off with that original advanced knowledge that was global at the time. And what's happened is this knowledge, as it's passed through the ages, I mean, some people talk about Atlantis, the name doesn't matter, it's this global society. As it passed through history, it took its own way in these different societies, isolated from each other at that time. They gave different names to symbolize it. They used different methods of expressing it, but it was all the same knowledge. I'll give you an example of what I mean. This is one of the things that I'll be following through the day, which is because it's relevant to introduce now. What happened with this knowledge is it was passing through a society to start with, and then it started being hijacked by the few. More and more, this Illuminati network, as it emerged, who had this advanced knowledge and wanted to take it from the people so that they had power over the people, which is what it gives them, they started taking it out of circulation as best they could in society in general. One of the wonderful ways they did this was the Inquisition, where they used Christianity to go into all these ancient societies and Christianize them. And in doing so, they took the knowledge that was still available, they took it out of circulation, it had to go underground. And by taking it out of circulation and giving them a false version of reality, and then keeping that knowledge to themselves at the top level of these compartmentalized pyramids, they did a magnificent job in sucking this knowledge out of the people's society and just passing it on to the chosen few through the secret society network. And this pyramid, the compartmentalized pyramid, where the people at the top control all the pyramids below them, this is how the few control all areas of society. But I'll get into that big time this afternoon. Now, this is where I was going. This is a great friend of mine, Credo Mutwa. He's a very famous Zulu shaman in South Africa. Wonderful, incredible man. Library on legs. He was initiated into this knowledge some 60 years ago. I mean, he's well into his 80s now. And in his words, when the European powers, and as we'll get to, the Illuminati-controlled European powers came into Africa, they, quote, milked the minds of the shaman, found out what they knew, and then killed them. And what actually had to happen was the knowledge through African history, and it was the same in all these other ancient societies around the world, had to go underground into their own secret societies to pass it on so it survived. And when I was with him last, about 9 months or so ago, he threw the bones for me, as they call it. These are carved animal bones. These go back centuries, he said. And what they do is a closer look at them. What they do when they throw the bones is you put your hands over them. They're picking up your frequency field, and then they throw them. And they look at where they've fallen in relation to each other and in relation to you, and then they give you a reading of what they mean and what they say. When he did it for me, his accuracy was extraordinary. Things he had no idea about that were happening in my life. But when he did it, this is the point I'm making, I thought, he's just thrown the rune stones up in Germany, in that area of the world. Hey, he's just read the tarot cards from another area of the world. What I'm saying is this same knowledge, once universal, went off in different directions and took different expressions, but it's the same knowledge. And this is the knowledge they have worked for centuries to take out of circulation, so that around the world we start to get a false version of who we are, a false version of reality, and a false version of what's happening on the planet. So this first global society broke up into different areas, but this Illuminati kept passing this knowledge through from the top level of that pyramid, and this is the knowledge that the people in control of the world actually still have, and they use it and honors, and they also put it in front of our eyes in terms of symbolism. This is known as the Seal of Atlantis, apparently. Versions of it have been found around the world. The seal, the circle. This is what they built for Bush when he was accepting the presidential nomination from the Republican Party. Because the top level of these organizations of power work with this knowledge all the time. And when we get to the last section, we'll see that it's not just symbolism for symbolism's sake, it's actually having an effect on us and the way we see the world. There's Bush, nice man, never goes home. And this is the Republican celebration that Bush was again going to be their presidential candidate. So, here's Bush, one of these bloodlines. Interbreeding is not a great thing, it seems. One of these bloodlines that has gone through from the ancient world, as I'm going to come to in a second, because presidents are not created by or selected by ballot, they are selected by bloodline. There is another and there is another version of Bush's history, though, and I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of truth in it. I have great sympathy with this one, but somehow it becomes president of the United States. Something's wrong with the world. Now, when you start researching this, one area of the world, like I say, it's all over the place, but one area of the world that really you start to pick off is this area here. What we now call Iraq and that area of the world, what a coincidence, what was once known as Sumer and Babylon. Babylon comes up again and again in Illuminati research. And what you find is a series of bloodline networks that were behind the Babylonian Empire when that was a massive, massive center of power. And they moved up into Italy, particularly to Rome, where they became the Roman Church and the Roman Empire. And then they moved up into Northern Europe, where they became the aristocracy and royal families, in truth, royal family of Europe. And then, through the empires, started to go global, the British Empire, etc. Now, in Babylon, I'm going to get into this in some detail soon, in Babylon, this advanced knowledge was held and was fundamental to the control of that society and the way it was run. And from this center, we have now reached a point of global Babylon, where the same situation is emerging globally as happened there. Of course, the Babylonian Empire, like I was saying, was centered on the area that we now call Iraq. Now, yes, oil was involved. Yes, many things were involved. One of the things that I've seen so often over the years and years of researching this is that there is very rarely, if ever, just one reason why something is done. And one of the reasons for the focus on Iraq is that historically it is like a sacred area to this Illuminati, because this in many ways is where it started out and expanded itself towards its goal of global control. So like I say, they moved out up into Europe and they became the royal families and aristocracy of Europe. And there came a point where the people were now beginning to rebel against in-your-face dictatorship, the rule by monarch. And so these bloodlines started moving out of overt control, in-your-face dictatorship through the monarchs, into the dark suit areas of control as they've become. Control of banking, control of politics, control of business, control of all these areas that dictate our lives today. And through the British Empire, particularly the British, on which it was said the sun never set, quite rightly, but also the French and others, but particularly the British, it went out all over the world. And then there came a point where apparently on the surface, these former colonies were given independence. That was only, however, on the surface, because the center of the Illuminati is in Europe. Historically, that's where it has been. Europe, the Vatican, the City of London, etc. And what happened when colonialism came to an end is there was a sleight of hand. There's two forms of dictatorship. There's one you can see, touch and taste: communism, fascism, apartheid. At least the people in that situation know that they're under control and they can see who's controlling them, at least on one level. Eventually, the human desire for freedom is going to rebel against that, because they know what they're dealing with. The greatest form of control is the control you can't see. The prison without the bars. Because you'll sit there in prison under control thinking you are free for your whole life, because you don't think there's anything you need to do about it. And what happened when this colonial situation ended is the bloodlines were left out in those countries. So was the secret society network through which the bloodlines manipulate themselves and their place men and women into power. And they've gone on being controlled from Europe ever since. Not by Blair's government or the German government, no, pawns in the game. The center of the secret society network, which is based in Europe. And one of the great centers is London, or Babylondon, as it's become known. The City of London, all around the area of St. Paul's, where all the finance and stuff goes on. And also the area that's become more famous recently with Dan Brown's book, The Da Vinci Code, and stories about that, which is this area of London known as the Temple, which is where the legal profession is centered. Now, when I say the legal profession, I'm talking about a pyramid again. Not everyone who's a lawyer in this area is involved in any manipulation. We're talking about the core, that control from within that the vast majority of lawyers have no idea even exists. And of course, this is a very symbolic church, a Knights Templar church, I think going back to the late 1200s, 12th century, that kind of period, which was built by the Knights Templar, who used to run that whole area. And when you do the research, they still do. Also, the Vatican became a great center during the Roman Empire. Of course, and what followed. And of course, it was the Roman Church that became Christianity, that was set up out of Rome, and it was set up by the same bloodlines that moved from Babylon to Rome. The Church of Rome is the Church of Babylon, and that's a big key symbolic of the way the building is even structured there. So these bloodlines, I'll get into as we go through the day why these people are obsessed with genetics. There are two levels to it, and the real level I'll get to towards the end of the day. But there's a real reason why they're obsessed with genetics and holding a certain DNA, which is really, really important to them. These are just a few. You can follow them. It takes a hell of a lot of research, and a lot of genealogists have done a lot of research, and there's a hell of a lot still more to do. But you can pick up bloodlines that come down through ancient Egypt, down through Sumer, the Indus Valley civilization, very, very advanced, through the Phoenicians, Babylon, down through Philip of Macedonia, who was the father of Alexander the Great, who by the time he died in Babylon at the age of, 32, 33, had plundered and controlled much of that blue and white map that we're looking at. The bloodlines came down through Cleopatra and the Roman Empire, down through Constantine the Great, the Roman emperor, who at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD created the Nicene Creed, which is the foundation belief of Christianity to this day. Came down through the Merovingians. Now, of course, the Merovingians have been brought to public attention by Holy Blood and Holy Grail, and then by, in effect, its offshoot, the Dan Brown book, the Da Vinci Code. The Merovingians are very, very important to the Illuminati. They are a prime bloodline that takes the name Merovingians, and the names have changed through the centuries, but Merovingian bloodline is one of the major ones. And like I say, it was featured in both of these books. Incidentally, just my view, The Merovingian bloodline is very, very important to the Illuminati, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the bloodline of Jesus. That's the kind of little diversion off, you know, where we lose the plot. And interestingly, in the Matrix movie, one of the key characters, who was the gatekeeper, was given the name the Merovingian, which the writers of that could not have done by accident, given the background. So he comes down through the Merovingians, through Charlemagne, or the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire for a long time, through the Habsburgs out of Austria, through the de' Medici family, a major banking family in Italy, and down through the House of Lorraine, which is still a major Illuminati bloodline, operating as its base in that area around the French-German border. Of course, the House of Lorraine symbol is the double cross. Oh, he double-crossed me. Yeah, very appropriate, especially in Exxon, who've just announced record profits while we're paying record amounts for fuel. Comes down through the French royal dynasties and into Britain, down to the present royal family. It comes into America, down through the presidents of America. I mean, if you look at the genealogy of American presidents, it reads to a large extent like a royal bloodline in Europe, which is where many of them came from. So right down to the Bush family. And what is that but a dynasty? When you have your father having 3 terms as president of the United States, 2 officially given to Reagan, but that's just for public consumption. And then his son comes along, who has to have help tying his shoelaces, and becomes president of the United States. I mean, there's something we need to know here. Coming down to this man from a very, very long way back. This is an alternative genealogy. Like I say, I have great sympathy with it. I like this one. I like this one there. I like that one. That's my favorite. Yeah. Who am I? You're an idiot. Thank you. Comes down through the Scottish bloodlines. Now, Scotland is really kind of important area for the Illuminati. And it's no accident that the biggest secret society in the world, in terms of numbers, is called the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Comes down through the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and the banking and business families of the world. Joseph Smith, who started the Mormon Church, Merovingian bloodline. Down through Brigham Young, who took it on from him, Merovingian bloodline. One of the symbols going right back through history of the Merovingians is the bee or the beehive. They found Merovingian graves where there's symbolic bees and beehives in there, in the kind of architecture and stuff, because that was the symbol. This is the seal of Utah, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Mormon Church, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Illuminati, and no accident that the center of it is the beehive, the symbol of the Merovingian bloodline. Charles Taze Russell, one of the people who got the Watchtower Society going. Jehovah's Witnesses, Merovingian bloodline, buried under a pyramid somewhere in America. And it's not just me that's done this, it's a lot of research going into this obsession with genetics that the Illuminati bloodlines have. And because they go under different names, you know, if every president of the United States was called Rockefeller, people go, "Hey, honey, everyone's called Rockefeller, what's going on?" But they don't do something like that. They've got different names. It's the genetics that matter, not the name. It's the DNA, for reasons I'll come to as the day unfolds. Now, as these bloodlines went through history, they brought about their Illuminati empires of various kinds. They want a global empire now. Like I say, they moved up from this area of the world, Babylon, up into Europe. And one thing that they did was that they took with them their church, the Church of Babylon. And I'll come to this shortly. But when you look at the beliefs of Christianity and its symbolism, and the beliefs and symbolism of the Church of Babylon, they are the same. They just relocated. Better view, apparently. And then they went global with their empires more and more. And the idea is to have a global empire so that they dictate to everyone from a central point through the prison without the bars, trying as much as possible to persuade people they're free so they won't rebel against the fact that they're not. And the way it works, you can symbolize it as a pyramid or you can symbolize it as a spider's web. The spider is in the center. You don't see the spider. It doesn't put itself on public display. And the web is made up of secret societies which at the top level, not the lower ones, who are just, again, fodder. God, fodder, I got it out this time. Fodder. At the top level, they interconnect. And for instance, people talk about something called the Bilderberg Group, which is starting to get a lot of publicity because it's a center of manipulation. The Bilderberg Group's nowhere near the spider. The real secretive groups, the ones with the real power that really operate in the shadows, they're the ones you find around the spider. And then eventually you start coming out until you meet organizations that people have heard of and interact with daily society. This is how it works. And down the spider's web comes the agenda, and it's introduced by people well away from the spider who probably don't even know the spider exists either. So if you can see someone like a Bush or a Blair, you can see them in daily life. They're nowhere near the center or the top of the Illuminati. And like I say, you can symbolize it like this. All the way through, they have been imposing this structure on society as they've got more and more power as they've passed through history. The few at the top, they have the real picture, the real knowledge, and everyone else is compartmentalized, only knowing as much as it takes to do their job. And these different organizations in society, at the level that we experience them, appear to be completely unconnected. But because it's like pyramids within pyramids, like Russian dolls, one doll inside a bigger doll inside a bigger doll, eventually they are encompassed by the global pyramid. And from that point, the same agenda is dictated through all these apparently here unconnected organizations. And this is how you find the same things being introduced in countries all over the world, sometimes even with the same wording. This is how we've had this situation where we've had the incessant centralization of power in all areas of our lives: media ownership, banking ownership, corporations, governments, with the European Union becoming a dictator to all the countries below it. Centralization of power for a simple reason. If you are the few and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision making. The more diversity of decision making there is, the less control you're going to have over it. It's like having loads of plates spinning on sticks on a stage. If you've got too many, eventually they're going to start crashing. You want one big plate, one big stick, and you can control that from a central point, no problem. That's why we have seen this incessant centralization of power in the world, because every time it's happened, fewer have control over even more. This is the structure that they're moving towards. They want a situation, and they already have it up to a large level, they want a global completion of it, where this hidden hand is controlling, in our experience, apparently not only unconnected people and organizations, but people and organizations who are, in our perspective, at war with each other or in conflict with each other. Because this is the movie. This is the movie that we see. Oh, have you seen the news? They've just invaded so-and-so now. Oh, yeah, that's the movie. And if we can just lift our minds to see that just because the leaders of that side and the leaders of that side seem to be in conflict, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not actually on the same side. Because they're not fighting the wars they create, they're fighting the wars that they create. And the reason why they do that and engineer wars will become clear this afternoon. But this is the hidden hand that you never see, that controls the Blairs and the Bushes, the Illuminati, the all-seeing eye as it calls itself. Now, the Illuminati Secret Society network, this has come out of Babylon. It goes back further, but Babylon's a really good point where you can pick it up. And it's traveled through history, getting bigger and bigger, carrying the knowledge of that global society, which was far more advanced than ever we perceive it could have been, carrying this structure of control through history, the same as the structure of control in the Freemasons, the different levels of degree where the people in the higher degrees know what the lower degrees don't know. And as I say, it goes back a vast amount of time. This is a book, The Children of Mu, or also known as Lemuria. It's an alleged ancient land which went down in cataclysms, much like the story of Atlantis. And this guy James Churchward, traveled in the last century to many, many places trying to uncover evidence of the existence of this great continent called Mu, or Lemuria as it later became known. And he said that in isolated monasteries and such like in Asia, he was shown tablets and accounts that were supposed to go back tens of thousands of years. And these are some of the symbols that were in those accounts and on those tablets. This, of course, is the swastika. The Germans didn't, or the Nazis didn't just invent the swastika because it was, a nice symbol. It's because it symbolized something. And they wanted to use it because they had access to this advanced knowledge of how you can manipulate the mind and what have you, without people realizing it. And the symbolism speaks to us. We may not realize it does, but it does, and they know it does. Here's the Maltese cross, which is the symbol to this day of a secret society called the Knights of Malta, that were once known as the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem. They go back like 1,000 years. And they have among their number today some of the most famous and apparently powerful people in the world. Reagan, for instance, was a Knight of Malta. And there's this symbol as well here, which will, on the left here, which will, left to me, or left to you actually, I'm turning around, aren't I? Which we'll come to shortly. But these symbols have passed through history, and you find them in the secret societies today. The Maltese cross, like I say, of the Knights of Malta, is still their symbol to this day. Now, to give you an idea of how these secret societies pass through history and manipulated events, we can pick up around the time of the Crusades, when a number of knights organizations were created, which, like I say, are still going today and have among their number these top people in global politics, business, banking, media, etc. One of them was the Knights Templar, who still today are vastly, vastly influential in the City of London and further afield, but the City of London and so-called the area of the Temple, and that church, and the legal profession. I had a friend years ago who was married to a very, very high barrister, legal type in the City of London, the Temple area. And they were getting on great until she found out he was involved with the Knights Templar at a serious level. And from that moment on, he tried to destroy her life and destroy her out of nothing, just because she discovered that he was involved in this organization. Very, very simple thing. If you're going to control the people on this 5 sense level, you need to control their access to money. You need to control the fact that they have to borrow money that doesn't exist from you and then pay you interest on it. Yeah? People go to a bank, they think they're borrowing money. They're borrowing, can I borrow £50,000? You thought, what you want? £50,000 for that? All right, what's that? Shh, £50,000 on the screen. You going to move any money anywhere? Any precious metals? No, it's done. You now pay us interest on this £50,000 until you pay it back. And if you don't pay it back, then we come and get your house that does exist because you haven't paid us back this. Okay, great. That's the great. I love it. So you have to control people's access to money, but also you have to control the law, which you then can impose and tie the people up in. So that's one of the major reasons they really want to control the law. And the law is very different to the way we're told it is. Anyway, another organization, Knights organization, which started out, around the same time was the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem that became the Knights of Malta, and also a German-centered network called the Teutonic Knights. And they settled in Jerusalem around the time of the Crusades. The Knights Templar, which I'm going to follow through for a couple of 3 minutes, they, as their cover story, said that they were set up to protect pilgrims going to Jerusalem. And they had 9 knights, so my God, they would protect a lot of pilgrims. It was a cover story. They went and parked themselves in Jerusalem, and they discovered something. And suddenly, I think it was 2 of them, came back to France, where they were based, and suddenly they started to expand massively, the Knights Templar. They were signing up the aristocratic and wealthy families of Europe, and you had to give them, wealth and land to join them and all that stuff. They found something of great significance, and suddenly the Knights Templar were a major, major organization. There's a Knights Templar on the left, the red cross on the white background, and that's a Hospitaller with the Maltese cross, Knights of Malta today, on the right. Of course, the red cross on the white background became the flag of England. Very appropriate. Knights Templar, England. The George's Cross, St. George's Cross. St. George comes from George of Cappadocia in what we now call Turkey, the land at the time of the Phoenicians who came to Britain and brought this knowledge and these symbolisms with them. So, there came a time where, 1307, when the Templars had built a massive network in Europe, which became the basis of the modern banking system. They were charging interest on money that didn't exist, and all the stuff that goes on today, just expanded. And Philip the Fair, the King of France, for various reasons, he wanted to get rid of the Templars. So he announced that they were going to be removed. I think it was Friday the 13th. That's why it's been considered unlucky ever since 1307. But some of the Templars knew this was happening, and they got away. Their Grand Master at the time was a guy called Jacques de Molay. And still today you have the Molay societies and stuff in America and various other places which these top politicians are members of. No accident. And the Templars that knew about it got away, and they got away definitely recorded 2 ways, I would say 3, because of other finds. The third was to America, because they knew of America's existence long before Christopher Columbus got in his boat. And they went in 2 other directions. One was down to Portugal, where they hid behind an organization called the Knights of Christ. And one of their Grand Masters was a guy called Prince Henry the Navigator. And this became very significant because they had access, and still all the way through this history, to knowledge that the public didn't get. And at this point, one of the expressions of that knowledge was maps of the world. This is why they found a map of what the land looks like under Antarctica, which was written not long after, just a few years basically, after Columbus. In the 1500s it was drawn. And he said, the guy, I think it's Piri Reis, I think his name was, from the Ottoman Navy, and he said that he'd drawn the map from previous maps, earlier maps. Well, during the 60s, when in America they did a look at this map based on sonic kind of surveys as they do in Antarctica, they found that this map, drawn in the 1500s from maps earlier, was incredibly accurate in terms of what the landmass was like under Antarctica, which was like miles under ice. So this knowledge was known. And one of the sea captains close to Prince Henry the Navigator, in the Knights of Christ, the Knights Templar in other words, was the father-in-law of Christopher Columbus. I mean, Christopher Columbus was looking for India and tripped over. What's this? You're having a laugh. I mean, he knew basically where he was going. It was a cover story. Another place they went was round the west coast of Scotland and into west coast of Ireland into Scotland, where these Templars that went that way settled in Scotland and around Rosslyn Chapel, Rosslyn Castle. And this, of course, now has become more and more famous by the Holy Grail and Dan Brown books. The Knights Templar hid underground there, and they re-emerged in part as the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the biggest secret society in terms of membership in the world, apparently. And in Rosslyn Chapel, which is not far from Edinburgh, they have in their stonework cactus plants and aloe plants and other depictions that at the time it was built were only existed in America, which has not been officially discovered. But a very rare book, excellent book, which I found, written by a Canadian who lives in the east coast of Canada, his research showed that Prince Henry St. Clair, the St. Clair family, that was the family at Rosslyn Chapel, comes from the St. Clair family in France, who were prime creators of the Knights Templar originally, so that's why the Templars went there, that he landed in Newfoundland and that east coast of what we call New England in 1398, best part of 100 years before Columbus discovered America. They knew it was there, and it was just part of the plan. So, with that knowledge, they then move in, these Illuminati families, through the photo opportunities of Columbus, etc., into America. And just 4 or 5 years after he landed down here somewhere, Columbus, John Cabot discovered North America. What a coincidence. Especially when, according to a famous Freemasonic historian called Manly P. Hall in America, Cabot, whose real name was Giovanni Caboto, operated in the same secret society network in Genoa as Christopher Columbus. They were finding what they knew was there because the time had been reached to move this globalization agenda out of Europe into America to take over that continent, which was going to be the focal point for the next stage, which is what we're experiencing now. Sir Francis Bacon wrote a book called The New Atlantis, and he was an initiate of this secret society network. Brilliant man. And the New Atlantis has been widely interpreted as being a foretelling of the Society of America. Benjamin Franklin and a lot of these so-called founding fathers and others, they came into America with the knowledge as agents of this Illuminati to take that continent over. Again, he was one of the major players in the introduction to America of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And a few years ago, there was a newspaper article about the renovation of Franklin's home near Trafalgar Square. And when they dug up the floor, I think they're going to create a museum for him, they found 10 bodies, 6 of them children, which they dated to the time that Franklin and his housemate were there. And they said he must have been into body snatching for medical research. But when you get into, as we will before this first break, when you get into what they're into, there could be another explanation for 10 bodies under the floor. George Washington, another aristocratic bloodline who became the first president of the United States. The takeover was already underway from the start. He was a major, major Freemason. Do Freemasons do a lot of washing up? Is that... I don't know. Is that what they do? I don't know. They take themselves seriously. They look tosses to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Anyway, he was a major, major Freemason and an aristocratic bloodline. He became the first president of the United States. Stands back in amazement, can't believe it. This is how it works. This is his apron, and the sun there will oh, you've got one like that, have you? And the sun will become clear soon. He was also apparently a Knight of the Garter. There's the Templar sign in the middle. Apparently, that's what I've read in various places, which of course is a major grouping of people around the British monarch. And he's supposed to be fighting the British monarch to give independence to America. Maybe I came in late and missed something. I don't know. And this is one of the holy grails in America of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. It's a lodge, a temple, a series of temples actually, in Boston, where in New England they introduced the secret societies that were going to take America over. And funnily enough, I was speaking in Boston a few years ago, and we went in there, And there was a guy on the door, and we asked him if he did tours. He said, no, we don't do tours. He said, but go and see the office. Go in the office and ask them any questions you've got. He's just the doorman, like. So we walk up and walk in, and we walk up the stairs, can't see a bloody soul in this bloody Freemasonic bloody temple, this holy grail in America. So went up another couple of stairs and onto another level, still no bugger there, walked along the corridors, all these bloody things and paint and stuff, walked round, had a camera with us, good thing, and suddenly we walk into this bloody temple. It was like the Mary Celeste. So here we go. This is the first time I've been in a chair. I just needed to. I know. When I was a goalkeeper, they called me Cinderella because I kept missing the ball. I wasn't very good. I had this terrible match once. I was terrible. I sat down in the dressing rooms. I put my head in my hands, and I freaking dropped that as well. You know. So. Went out, threw myself in front of a bus, went under me, you know, kind of thing. Old ones are the best. Anyway, the reason I tell you this story is that some of the pictures within this lodge were of people that are relevant to what we're talking about today. This is a picture taken inside, and it's of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of the great frontmen for the Illuminati in the 20th century, Honorary Grand Master, Order de Molay, Jacques de Molay, leader of the Templars at the time of the Purge in 1307. The more this day unfolds, the more the dots will connect one after the other. These people are members of the same secret societies. That's how they get manipulated into power. So, Global Babylon. This secret society, bloodline connection, went through history, expanding its power to the point we have today, as we said, out of there through into Europe globally. And what they've taken with them and created on the way are apparently unconnected areas of society, but all of them designed for control. When you go back to Babylon, I'll get to this now. When you go back to Babylon and the religion of Babylon, you find that what we call Christianity is the religion of Babylon relocated to Rome, as I mentioned earlier. Judaism, the basis of Judaism was emerged and written after the captivity in Babylon. A lot of Islam accepts the Judaistic Christian story up to a point, Jesus and stuff. Banking, lending people money that doesn't exist and charging interest on it. They did that in Babylon. The government, centralization of power, top-down dictatorships of power, Babylon. Secret societies, all these different secret societies with their black and white flaws and their secret handshakes come from Babylon and other parts of the world, and so do what we call today satanic ritual. I mean, people have no problem with the fact that back then people used to get sacrificed and all this stuff in these grotesque rituals, and children used to get sacrificed, and young virgins used to get sacrificed. Oh yeah, I've read about it, mate. Terrible, wasn't it? I've just got to try to get across to people that it never stopped in terms of these bloodlines, and they still do it today. Now, if you can, in a ritual, sacrifice a terrified child, are you going to have any empathy with 3,000 people dying in 9/11, on 9/11, just to advance your agenda? You have no empathy. Therefore, you have no emotional consequences of your actions. Therefore, anything goes. That's what we're dealing with. All these areas of society, if you go up the pyramid to the people, they are the successors of Babylon. Secret language of illumination. Like I say, these bloodlines and their secret societies, they have a language of symbolism which has passed through the centuries and the thousands of years with them, and they still use it today. The various symbols of Freemasonry and all the other secret societies go back to Babylon. And by the way, that is where the necktie comes from the secret society rituals. I mean, oh, you're not properly dressed, Dave. You've got to have a tie on. Okay, I'll put a noose around my neck. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. That's where it came from. And people all over the world, where again, you know, in countries, developing countries, where they had their own national dress, their own style of everything, they've been indoctrinated into, this is the Western style, it's the great style, it's the style, therefore put a noose around your neck and you'll feel better. It's where it came from. Now, things like the Freemasonic floor and the Freemasonic temple, black and white squares. You look at the cathedrals all over the place and you find they have black and white squared floors. And one of the reasons for this is that they were built to the design and with the money of, largely, of the Knights Templar, who were behind the great cathedral building period. And they were built under esoteric law. This is why you find all these mathematical codes within the major cathedrals and stuff. And the police, what an accident. I mean, there's many ways of designing a hat, but it just happens to be black and white squares. And you find this all over the world with the American police and other police around the world. I mean, crikey, what is it? You know, am I suggesting that police might be connected to secret societies? I wash my mouth out. I would never do it. I'd never do it. I've not worked out where the luminous frickin' jacket comes in. Oh, illuminated. Got it. Yeah, that's right. Illuminated. Now, this religion, which explains so much about society today in terms of its symbols and also organizations of religion and stuff that exist, is to understand the Babylonian Trinity. They had a trinity of 3 points of a almighty God, a father God, Nimrod, a female called Queen Semiramis, also known as Ishtar or Istar, apparently it was pronounced, and the son, the virgin-born son of Babylon, thousands of years before Christianity, was Tammuz. It goes under other names too. Well, I'll take Tammuz as the name to keep it simple. So Nimrod, Queen Semiramis, and Tammuz are around us all the time today. This was Nimrod, or one of the symbolisms of Nimrod. He was the father god who married Semiramis and in all the Babylonian stories. And he, when he died, was said to have gone to the sun to become part of the sun and the sun god Baal. He was symbolized in a number of ways. The sun was a big symbol of Nimrod, and you find sun symbolism all the way through. This is the ancient Egyptian society. This is Sri Lanka, again, the sun. This is Rome, the sun. And the lion with the mane became symbolic of the sun. The royal animal, the king of the jungle, the king of the solar system, with the mane symbolizing the rays of the sun. And, of course, all over British royalty, you find the lion. Again, it symbolizes the sun and other things to these people, although it doesn't to us. On the side of that Boston Freemasonic temple, lodge that I was talking about, again, the sun, illumination, illuminated, the sun being that symbol, among other things. Now, one of the other ways that they symbolized Nimrod was as a god they called Dagon, among other names, the fish god. And what you're looking at is how the Babylonians symbolized Nimrod in his form of the fish god. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. And of course, the Church of Babylon relocated to Rome and took with it the symbolism of Babylon. This is why you find the holy days of Christianity under different names are the same holy days as Babylon. Only the names have changed. Look, he's turned his toes up and he had one of them hats on as well. Look, the fish god. He looks like a bloody fish, that guy. So we have Nimrod aircraft. No accident. They picked these names by choice. Nimrod was also the same symbolism as Osiris, who was symbolized in the same way in ancient Egypt. So you had the story of Osiris being killed by the dark force, and then his virgin wife, Isis, found all the parts of Osiris except his willy, right? Now you go to Babylon and you have exactly the same story told of Queen Semiramis and Nimrod, because it was the same symbolism coming from the same source, and it's passed through history in the way that we're talking about. So then we come to Queen Semiramis. Now this is a very interesting part of the symbolism all over our society, and particularly in America. Queen Semiramis was said to have come from the moon in an egg, and that is very much part of what we call Easter, which I'll get to. But Queen Semiramis, this is the rebuilt Ishtar Gate in Babylon. Queen Semiramis was the mirror of Isis, and in many ways the mirror of what became known as Mother Mary in terms of what was said about her. This is an original Babylonian piece of artwork which the British Museum were trying to buy. I don't know if they ever did. And this is the goddess Semiramis Ishtar, and beside her, very much part of her symbolism, are the owls. And before we get to the first break, the significance of that in today's society will become very clear. They said of Queen Semiramis in Babylon that she was the virgin mother who was impregnated by the rays of the sun, which was the spirit of Nimrod after he died, impregnating her. So she had a virgin impregnation and gave birth to the son Tammuz, the mirror of the Jesus story that followed much later. The Queen of Heaven, they called her. That's what they called Mother Mary, and still do when the Church of Babylon relocated to Rome. This is how the Babylonians symbolized Ishtar, Queen Semiramis, and Tammuz. I think I've seen that somewhere before. That's Mother Mary and Jesus in a church today. That's Isis and Horus in Egypt. That's in a church on the Isle of Wight, Mother Mary. You're looking at the same recurring story from the same source. And what they've done is that they have all these religions. They have the inner core that know it's symbolic, not literal. And then you have the outer religion where they tell the people to take the symbolic, the esoterically symbolic, literally, and they create prison religions to shut down the mind, to stop further advancement and opening. And this is the Black Madonna. This isn't just a little point to make as we go along. What the Illuminati do is they get involved, like Satanists, they're the same bloody thing in many ways. They reverse symbolize everything. So if something is white to us, to them they symbolize it as black. If something's black to us, they'll symbolize it as white. The classic satanic symbol is the pentagon, or the pentagram rather, and what they do is reverse it to point down, symbolizing the negative. They reverse the symbolism, and that's what we'll see as we go along here now. Now this is the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in London. This is the point and the place from which Freemasonry was launched into the new Americas, into the colonies, through people like Benjamin Franklin. And what a staggering coincidence that they located this in Great Queen Street in London. What did they call Semiramis in Babylon? The Great Queen, Great Queen Street. So when they give us a cover story that the state of Virginia was named after the Virgin Queen, Elizabeth I, well, first of all, Elizabeth I was no more a virgin than Madonna, so that's out of it. And secondly, Virginia, the Virgin Queen, Semiramis Ishtar from Babylon. This is how they symbolized Semiramis in Babylon. This is on an ancient coin. I think I've seen that somewhere before. Where could it be? The Statue of Liberty, reverse symbolism, the statue of symbolic control, was given to New York by French Freemasons in Paris who knew what it symbolized. Semiramis and more, as I'll come to now. So there we go. I think I've seen somewhere before. And that is the goddess of the French Republic. Because as the bloodlines came up out of Babylon, up through into Europe and what became France, they took the symbolism with them. Of course they did. And so the goddess of the French Republic was given the same Semiramis symbolism as the so-called goddess of America, Statue of Liberty. The goddess of the state of Colombia, the center of political control in America, again, Semiramis symbolism. Colombia, where did that come from? Well, where did Columbus come from? Because it wasn't his real name. Back in Babylon, they symbolized Queen Semiramis as a dove. And when they moved to Rome, they worshipped her under the name Venus Columba, Venus the dove. Apparently in French today, the word Columba, or words to that effect, I'm crap at foreign languages, means dove. So Christopher Columbus was the branch bearer of the dove across to the New World and the new frontier for the Illuminati. So we have the District of Columbia, the center of government. We have British Columbia on the west of Canada. We have Columbia Pictures with that symbolism of the lady with the lighted torch. The lighted torch will become clear in a second. Well, it's clear enough, it's lighted, but you know what I mean. Columbia University, where a lot of people come through indoctrinated into the scam. CBS, Columbia Broadcasting, and that I will become very significant very shortly. This is from the note paper of the Supreme Council of Freemasonry in Britain. The dove, Columbia, Semiramis, Babylon. On these septics, or whatever the queen holds in her ceremonies and stuff, you find the Knights of Malta and the dove, Semiramis. I mean, do you know there's still people today, I don't believe it, people are that daft, that they still back out of the room so the Queen never sees their backs. They have to back out, you know. I mean, what? I'm sure I saw the paper this morning and it was 2006. I'm sure it was. What's going on? Oh, Mom. Anyway, when Nimrod died, it was decreed in Babylon that he would be symbolized from then on as a flame or a lighted torch. The same when Tammuz, the sun, died. And incidentally, they said that Tammuz was the reincarnation of Nimrod through the virgin birth. Therefore, they said, father and son were one, which is where Christianity gets it from. There is Queen Semiramis in New York Harbor holding the flame of Nimrod. It's all Babylonian symbolism. And this is an island on the River Seine in Paris, just down from where Diana was killed. Again, a mirror image of the Statue of Liberty. Why? Because it's Semiramis coming up through France and through the empires across to America. This is the background. This is the hidden hand behind which the movie protects it from exposure. In Dealey Plaza, when they killed Kennedy, just over the back there off the grassy knoll, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry put up an obelisk, again, big-time secret society symbolism, and on the top they put a lighted torch. We killed him, we're showing you, but you can't see it, can you? And when they buried him in Arlington Cemetery, they had the eternal flame, the lighted torch, the flame of Nimrod, the illuminated ones, on the grave. On top of the Pont d'Alma tunnel, where Diana died, where people go to take their tributes, is a massive and exact replica of the flame held by the Statue of Liberty. They also symbolized Nimrod in Babylon as a candle, a flame, which you find all across the religions and Satanism. So then we come to Tammuz. Tammuz and Jesus and Horus, who are like Nimrod and Osiris, Mary and Isis and all the rest of it. This is the difference between Horus and Jesus. Fantastic differences. Jesus was the light of the world. Horus was the light of the world. Jesus said he was the way, the truth, and the life. Horus said he was the truth, the life. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, the house of bread. Horus was born in Anu, the place of bread. Jesus was the good shepherd. Horus was the good shepherd. 7 fishers board a boat with Jesus. 7 people board a boat with Horus. Jesus was the lamb. Horus was the lamb. Jesus identified with the cross. Horus was identified with the cross. Jesus was baptized at 30. Horus was baptized at 30. Jesus was the child of a Virgin Mary. Horus was the child of the Virgin Isis. The birth of Jesus was marked by a star. The birth of Horus was marked by a star. Jesus was the child teacher in the temple. Horus was the same. Jesus had 12 disciples. Horus had 12 followers. Jesus was the morning star. Horus was the morning star. Do you think by any chance they might be connected? Esoteric, advanced knowledge, prison religion. It's real. It's literal. Take it, or you won't go to heaven. And this is the story that's gone through history. This is Mithra, who was worshipped by the Romans and others just before Jesus emerged as his successor. Born on December 25th, died to save our sins. He was the good shepherd and the vine, all the old story, all through history. Jesus is the light of the world, yes, because Jesus, like Mithra and the others, was symbolic of the sun, which is the light of the world. What they used to do was use this symbol with the cross in the middle, and at the point of the winter solstice, they used to say that the sun, that one in the sky, had been born, or born again, or rather had started its cycle to the strength in the summer, the summer solstice, and they moved it around and they followed it round, and they symbolized it as the life of a man. When he was born around the winter solstice, what we now call December the 25th, that kind of area, he got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, and then at the peak of his powers at the winter solstice, or the summer solstice rather, they symbolized him as a massively strong man with long golden hair, symbolic of the fierce rays of the sun at that time of the year. As he came down into the house of Virgo the Virgin, into the fall, or autumn as we call it, he was symbolized as having his hair cut short because the rays of the sun were getting less and less powerful, and he lost his strength. And then when he got round to the winter solstice again, he was symbolized as what we would call Old Father Time, a tired old man about to come to the end of his life as the sun got to the lowest point of its power in the northern hemisphere. 3 days after that point, which became our December the 25th, they said that the sun was born to start the cycle again. This is why these sun gods, Mithra, etc., invariably were given the birth date that became our December the 25th. And of course, the long golden hair, cut short, losing strength, that's the story of Samson, Sam the sun. Esoteric code, Samson was a real man. This is how they did it. This is how they've done it. This is how they've entrapped us. Now that symbol of the circle and the cross you find all over the place. It's a big symbol of the Illuminati. That's in the square around the Ritz Hotel where Diana left to die, and that's the Sun King of France. That's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Illuminati, set up by them to centralize military power, cross and the circle. Then you have the CIA, the cross, and the sun around it. This is in the city of London, opposite St. Paul's Cathedral. The black sun, reverse symbolism, and of course all the astrological signs around it. And that face was supposed to be a depiction of Winston Churchill. Appropriate, some may say. Even in the street plans of the major Illuminati cities, this symbolism is put in there, not just because they're having a laugh, but because it does something to the energy field and therefore affects the people living in it. This is the epicenter of the street plan of a major Illuminati city, Paris, and there's the Arc de Triomphe, and going off from that circle are 12 streets. Of course there are, exactly as they planned it. And even in this example, on the street, they've got the rays of the sun on the road around the circle with the cross going through the Arc de Triomphe. Everywhere they put their symbolism. Talking of this man who's become even more famous now, Leonardo da Vinci, he painted this famous painting of Jesus, and he was an esoteric initiate of some standing, Leonardo da Vinci. And he symbolized that symbol that I've just shown in this picture. There you have Jesus in the middle with the halo. And I'll show you in a second, what the ancients used to do is if they were depicting a sun god, not a literal person, a sun god, they would put a halo around his head. And he's broken up, Da Vinci, the 12 disciples into 4 sets of 3. The 4 seasons, the 12 months of the year, etc., and the esoteric astrological signs. And here is that same painting outside the entrance to that Freemasonic temple where I was sitting in the throne thing, because they understand what that actually means, and it's nothing to do with Jesus. Here's the sun god Bel on a standing stone depicted with a halo around his head to show it was a sun god. Bel, and again, we talk about the Phoenicians and the phonetics. So the way a word sounds is far more important to the Illuminati than the way it's spelled. And so something like Bel can be symbolic of Bel, the sun god. Another thing that you find symbolizing these gods, which right through the present day, is the rising sun. That was a symbol of Nimrod, Tammuz, and Horus, and other people as well. Christ has risen. Yeah, like the sun rises every morning. This is where this stuff comes from, I would suggest. The phoenix, an emblem of the rising sun. The house of the rising sun is something you come across a lot. And it's all depicting the same basic theme. Now, George Washington, this high Freemason and aristocratic bloodline, had a famous sun chair, which was the sun coming up over the horizon. Horus and Tammuz, and this recurring theme, this deity. In that temple in Boston, the rising sun. The rising sun you find on many seals of states in the United States. Illinois is not famous for its sun, but there's the rising sun again. It means something to the secret society initiates who put it together. Now, this is Downing Street. I didn't realize until I saw this blown up picture that Downing Street actually has the rays of the sun. I thought it was just that, but it's the rays of the sun, symbolic of this recurring secret society theme. We own the place, we're showing you can't see it. Now, what a coincidence that on the Illuminati-owned NBC network in America, there you have the same thing. Because they own the media so that they can feed us the false reality, which makes us, as I'll get to at the end of the talk, create a false experience. This is the Mormon Church, wholly owned subsidiary, again, as I said, of the Illuminati, and you find the rising sun all over its symbolism in its temples. The Jesuits, the rising sun, this massively important strand within the Illuminati and connected to the Roman Church. Why all the sun all the time? Illumination. And one of the most famous strands of the Illuminati was known as the Bavarian Illuminati, which was created, at least on the face of it, by a guy called Adam Weishaupt, who was educated as a Jesuit, an organization started by Ignatius Loyola there, and they used to call themselves the Illuminated Ones. And it seems to be quite a thing, because Clinton was educated in a Jesuit setting. So was Mugabe. So was Pierre Trudeau, a horrendous Satanist and abuser of people. William Bennett, ditto. In America, William Casey, head of the CIA, John Kerry, who went against a fellow secret society initiate, the last election, Bush, all brought up in this Jesuit background. It's a really, really important strand in the Illuminati. And what I'm talking about in this first section, to sum up this, what do they call them? I was going to say LP, they don't have them now, CD, whatever it is, the Rolling Stones. They are bridges to Babylon. This is where this network came from, and it's expanding itself globally, and that's what the hidden agenda is going on. Something like Christmas, that goes back to Babylon. I won't go into it too much now because I want much to get to, but that comes out of Babylon and their symbolism. And of course, Santa is an anagram of Satan somehow. One of the things they used to do, they said that Nimrod was symbolized when he died as a dead tree trunk the night before what we call Christmas, and the next day he'd grown into a massive evergreen tree, and they just put gifts on them. The Yule log, child log, goes back to Babylon. Ishtar said that she came to earth in an egg. That's why we have the Easter egg. They used to have the same ceremony. Tammuz was said to be a great lover of rabbits. That's where we get the Easter bunny from. Our whole society is based on this stuff. They used to have things like cross buns. Tammuz was said to have been killed by a wild pig. Therefore, they symbolized his death every year by eating pig. That's where we get the Easter ham from. In America, it's used more. The period of Lent, a mirror of what happened in Babylon in relation to Tammuz. Everywhere you see this recurring theme. Then there's these secret codes all around us. The skull and bones. The skull and bones, the Templars were accused of having skull and bones in their ceremonies when they were attacked and apparently removed, but not quite so, in 1307 when Philip the Fair did his stuff. And because of this Illuminati skull and bones symbolism, we have the most famous secret society in America called the Skull and Bones Society. I've been here. It's a horrible bloody place opposite Yale University. And who are initiates of the Skull and Bones Society? Father George Bush, who produced Boy George Bush. At the last election, at any time, there are a few hundred Skull and Bones members alive. In America, like I said, there's the best part of 300 million people. At the last election, statistically, what's the chances? We had 2 initiates of the Skull and Bones Society contesting the presidential election. Why? Because it was fixed to happen that way. And when Bush was asked by one television journalist only about the Skull and Bones Society, he said on camera, "It's too secret to talk about." And I'm not kidding. And the interviewer then went on to the next question. I'm like, "Excuse me, what do you mean it's too secret to talk about? You're the president. You want to be the president?" "Oh no, and how are the kids?" "What?" That's how it goes. There you go, that's a lovely one. Vote for us, you mean me? Yeah. They're just different aspects of the same thing. Same here, look. What we got here? Same. This is an Illuminati symbol, goes way back into the ancient world. The all-seeing eye on the pyramid, top of the pyramid, the capstone, raised above the rest of the pyramid. It symbolizes the power, the all-seeing eye, controlling the rest of the pyramid in that way that I've been describing earlier on. And you find this all over the place. What those words actually say are words to the effect of, "He favors our undertaking, new order of the ages." New world order is one of the theme phrases of this whole conspiracy. You'll see it in advertisements in Illuminati families and companies and stuff like that. And when the Pentagon, only recently, decided they were going to have an awareness office to feed even more disinformation into the public, this is the symbol they chose for that information awareness office, exactly from the drawing board of the Illuminati. British intelligence, just down the bloody road from here, isn't it, somewhere? I'm not sure about the intelligence bit, but there we go. MI5, Military Intelligence 5. There's the eye on the top of the pyramid, and those fleur-de-lis in the crown, by the way, the fleur-de-lis is an ancient symbol of the Merovingian bloodline. The secret societies interconnect with the intelligence agencies as part of the web, and that's why they provide the evidence to go to wars that the Illuminati want to fight, and then we find it wasn't evidence at all. There you go, pyramid with a capstone missing, MI6. This is Dealey Plaza, where they killed Kennedy. Again, the street plan is a pyramid with a capstone missing. And this was an important area right from the start in Dallas. It was the site of the first Freemasonic temple in Dallas. That river, just at the top there, is called the Trinity River. Again, Trinity, Semiramis, Nimrod, Tammuz. CBS, Columbia Broadcasting, eye on the screen all the time. The all-seeing eye. That's Mormon temple, all-seeing eye. Then there's the obelisk, again, and the church steeple. This is the phallic symbol. This is the thing that Isis couldn't find, and Semiramis couldn't find in Nimrod and Osiris. The phallic symbol, it symbolizes to an extent the bloodline. And you find them all over the place. That's the George Washington Freemasonic Memorial. Again, the phallic symbol. And the biggest obelisk in the world is in Washington, D.C., the Washington Memorial. I say the biggest obelisk because it's not the biggest dick in the world. He's just down here in a little white house. You know, there's no problem. So, as I'll get into this afternoon, just because two people are fighting each other doesn't mean that they're not being controlled by the same force. The Nazis fought the apparently anti-Nazis in the Second World War, but the Nazis were connected to the same group because the war brought about massive global change, which is what it was designed to do. So you find this Nazi, he's got the bloody set, this bloke. There's the Knights of Malta symbol, there's the skull and bones, there's the swastika, and there's the eagle, which replaced in their symbolism the phoenix as Illuminati symbolism in things like places like America. And also, symbolism means something. When I talked about the law being controlled and not being as we thought it was, just quickly, when I first went to America, I kept seeing these flags in federal buildings and court buildings, and they had bloody gold fringes around them. And I'm thinking, what the sodding hell is this about? The flags doesn't have a gold fringe about. And then I realized later what it meant. What they've done is years and years ago, they had something, which is still going today, called the International Law of the Flags. And what that said, this was the time when there was a lot of trading in ships and stuff. And what they said was, if you enter a ship, you look at the flag that's flying, and you come under the jurisdiction of the law of that flag, whatever country it is, or whatever entity it is. What they did then is they brought this law ashore. And they started putting the gold fringe around the American flag in American courts and in American federal buildings and schools and all this stuff. And so you ask the next question, so what in the international law of the flags does the gold fringe depict? It depicts British maritime law, which is known in America as the Uniform Commercial Code. It is the law of contracts, and we are contracting with what is in effect a corporation without knowing it. When you get a driving license in America, you are contracting with the corporation operating out of Washington, D.C., which is not the government of America, it's a private corporation. And it's operating under the law of contracts, which is why it puts a gold fringe around every flag that is in a building that represents its power. You go into a court in America, you'll see behind the judge every time a flag with a gold fringe around it, and the people in the court think they're being tried under the constitutional law of America. No, they're being tried under the law of contracts. The judge can do what he bloody well likes, because you've contracted with him by entering the court. You don't know that, but you have. And this is how this whole thing works. And it's interesting when you go to the soldiers in Iraq, the United States Armed Forces, they have got a gold fringe around the American flag. They're not representing the people of America, they're representing the corporation based in Washington, D.C. Not only that, reverse symbolism. They put the stars on the other side of the flag. Oh, his thing's wrong in it. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sure there's an explanation for it. Yes, there is. We're going to have a break now very shortly, but I want to whip through this before we get to the present day and really kind of go with what's happening now. But at the entrance to the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in London, you have the reversed pentagram pointing in. And this is something you find in the streets of many cities, not by accident. Again, we keep coming to the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church, and I say this, that the vast majority of Mormons compartmentalize pyramids, keep them in the shit and feed them bullshit, or keep them in the dark and feed them bullshit. Most Mormons, while I disagree with their religion, have not a clue what the Mormon Church is really about. What it is a satanic ritual cult at the core, beyond the knowledge of the vast majority in it. And this is why you find these classic symbols all over the Mormon Church. The reversed pentagram, which you find in Satanism, all over the place in the temple in Salt Lake City. This is the street plan of Washington, D.C. This is the White House, and this is the Capitol Hill building. And the roads going off create a pentagram, a reverse pentagram. Another way that they symbolize the negative is to take a balanced symbol and then distort it to make imbalance. Imbalance is what they want. And if you go through the center of this street, I think it's 16th Street, from the White House through this pentagram of streets, somewhere here you find a very unusual building in Washington. I'll come to that in a second. Just forgot to tell you. The center of a pentagram is a pentagon. And that's why we have the center of the military in a building called and shaped as a pentagon. So through that middle of that 16th Street, you find this building. It's like something out of Egypt or the ancient world. And here you have the symbolism of the Sphinx in their own way here outside. And this building is the supreme headquarters, 33rd degree Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And behind those pillars, and it's brilliant when you see it live, I took these pictures myself, you have the sun coming up over the horizon, the classic recurring symbol through the ages of the Illuminati and its secret society network. And that is down the road from the White House. And the Freemasons will tell you, oh no, we only became Freemasons in like the 1700s when we took over from the Masonic lodges. Please, not even they believe that. This is a picture from that inside that Boston Freemasonic temple, and they show that they take their history right back to the ancient world, right through to the present day. As it says underneath, friend to friend from centuries past through centuries to come. Exactly. The Rosicrucians, again, ancient Egyptian symbolism. This is where it all came from. This is apparently a political building, the Capitol Hill building. In fact, it is a temple to a secret society network. It's not a political building at all. And it's based on this place, St. Paul's Cathedral, in the center of in so many ways, a major epicenter of the global manipulation, the City of London. It became known as Capitol Hill because when the Illuminati were in Rome, they had a sacred place called Capitoline Hill, which had a temple on it. And Madeleine Albright went there on a visit when she became Secretary of State in the Clinton administration. That's where it comes from. It's all historic and passing the same themes through history. Now, we'll just finish on this before we have a break. Satanism, child abuse, mind control, they're all part of the same connected attack and the same themes of ritual that go through the ages. Like I say, you know, you look at these people on CNN and the BBC in their dark suits and in their fancy bloody jewelry and crowns and stuff, and they seem to be like, oh, the bastion of society. Talk very good, you know, wear to the right schools, you'll say, wear all the right clothes, you know. And if you could see what they get up to behind the scenes, it would make you sick to the core. And I've talked to people all over the world, in endless different countries, people who were little kids at the time, who've been subjected to the horrors of these people. So when people say to me, oh, they'd never kill their own people on 9/11, oh, well, they wouldn't have meant to kill all those kids in Iraq, you are having a laugh. They get fun out of it. To them, it's a ritual. And one of the things that I find with these people, I'll get into this more later on, I think, if I've got time, is they speak through their eyes. They're people who have the fake smile, the fake emotion, who no matter what their face is doing, it might be laughing, the extended smile, the eyes never change. They're always fixed and cold. Who could I be thinking of? One example of this stuff is a place called Bohemian Grove in America. It's about 75 miles north of San Francisco. This is where the so-called elite go every year. Usually it's in like July time to have 10 days, having a rest from the cares of the world. Behind those trees, this place called the Russian River, not Russian now because it's summer, but it rushes in the winter apparently. Behind those trees is 2,700 acres of redwood forest called Bohemian Grove, where lots of these people come, but the real stuff goes on in small groups, again, compartmentalized and isolated. It's become, thanks to researchers, it's just down there and you come to it. It's become more and more exposed, particularly on the internet, as researchers have got a grip on some of what's going on. This is a picture taken in 1957. That guy standing up is Glenn Seaborg, who gave the world the wonderful gift of plutonium. 1957, either side of him at Bohemian Grove, this satanic center, not all that go there, no, compartmentalized. We have Tricky Dicky here, who was about 3 years from taking on Kennedy in the 1960 election. And over here, Uncle Ron, who at that time was in B-movies getting on and off his horse. And both members of Bohemian Grove, both from very different backgrounds, both become presidents of the United States because they are selected, not elected. And if we look deep enough, we'll find exactly the same is true of British prime ministers. There might be exceptions, but not too many. One of the things that they worship, their great center of worship at Bohemian Grove, is a 40-foot stone owl. These are the people who are running our world currently. This was taken by a journalist on a long lens. And a guy called Alex Jones in America, out of Texas, he got into Bohemian Grove with a camera hidden in a bag. Because it's in a bag, it's moving about a bit, but the sound's fantastic. And I think you can get this full video through his website, Infowars.com. And what we saw was what we were told happened before this was exposed on film. You see, over here, this side of the lake, are all the Bohemian Grovers, some of which think it's all a great laugh because they don't realize what's really going on, and some of whom know exactly what's going on. George Bush came to this one a little later. And they're over there, and they're doing this Babylonian-type ritual, right? And they've got this sacrificial bloody slab here. And what they do then is they float in, you can all see it on film, they float in what they call a effigy of a man. You can't really see either way because it's too far away, but let's say it is. But you know, like I say, my information from people who've been there is it's in the smaller elite groups where the real human sacrifice goes on. Anyway, they carry this effigy stroke man, they put him on the slab, and then they set fire to him while they're doing this ritual. And as the flames start, as they set fire to him, there's this enormous blood-curdling scream goes out across the place. It's very clear to be heard on the film. Now, one of two things have happened here. Either that ain't an effigy, or they've actually gone to the point of recording a blood-curdling scream of agony and terror to play as part of their ritual. These are the people who are deciding what happens in our world. Does The slaughter of people in Iraq and Afghanistan and around the world, and the imposition of control and manufactured poverty and suffering to keep people in control so they don't have the abundance of choice. Does that mean that, or take on anything other than an understandable light? Now we realize some of the background of these people. They don't have empathy, therefore they don't care what happens to people as a result of what they do. They only care about advancing their control. Now, this is the emblem, the owl of Bohemian Grove. And this is another version of Semiramis Ishtar, known as Lilith, another name by which this Babylonian goddess goes under. And of course, as we saw from that original Babylonian piece of artwork, she is symbolized as and with owls. An owl is a symbol of Queen Semiramis. What a staggering coincidence that when you draw a line around the road system around the Congress building in America, you find a very clear owl. And in this next one, I've not touched it. You can buy this street plan in any of the kind of little tourist offices around Washington, D.C. This is the street plan of the capital of apparently the most powerful nation on earth. In the center of the owl is the belly of the owl is the Congress building, and the owl is standing on a pyramid, symbolizing the control that is symbolized by the Statue of Liberty and all the rest of the stuff. It's in our face, and it's massively in the street plan of Washington. Talking of Washington, George Washington, what they did is they decided they hadn't got a statue of George, so they got it done in Italy. Now, I'm sure there was somewhere in America where they could have got a kind of someone to knock up a statue of George, but they went to Italy. And when they kind of got it over to America and unveiled it on the dockside, people were shocked. What have you done to our George? One arm up, nothing on the chest, one arm down. Bill Clinton's covered with a piece of cloth. I mean, what's going on? Well, to people who are not aware of the background, it's a mystery. That's what we see all the time. What's going on? Well, maybe this has something to do with it. This is the classic depiction of the quote, devil, satanic force that Satanists worship. It's known as Baphomet. It's like a combination of all the different satanic forces that they worship in their rituals, just as they depicted George Washington. Another thing, when in sign language you say I love you, you do that sign, but you put the thumb out. That says I love you in sign language. This one, without the thumb out, is a classic satanic symbol. This is one explanation I got from one book. Many modern pagans use it as a symbol of the horn god that adherents might use to identify each other. In this context, it is referred to as the sign of the horn god. Some say that it is meant to ward off or bestow the evil eye. It is also a representation of the devil by Satanists. There we go. That's the part of that I wanted to emphasize. It is also a representation of the devil by Satanists. And here we have them using it in a satanic ritual. What a surprise that this guy and his like are using it all the time. Maybe that was just a one-off Georgie boy. Or was it? What they tell you is, oh, no, this is the sign of the Texas Longhorns. That's what, oh, rubbish. Unless people like Berlusconi are supporters of the Texas Longhorns, no, it's not. And it's become more and more prevalent. There he goes again. There he goes. Look, here you go, George. And again. And again. And now, I reveal the global fan club of the Texas Longhorns here. Berlusconi. Tom Ridge, first head of Homeland Security. Dan Quayle, still trying to spell potato. And here's Putin's mate doing it. And talking of this guy, again, I'm finishing here, we'll have a break, but in terms of people being chosen, they're not chosen a few days or a few weeks or a few months before. Berlusconi, whether you remember, there was one of the times when this network came to public attention, briefly but very powerfully, was in the early 80s when a notorious Freemasonic lodge in Rome, again, Rome connected to the Vatican as this was, called P2, Propaganda Due, came to light. It ended with a guy called Roberto Calvi, the banker that was a member of P2 and part of the Vatican banking scandal, being hung under Blackfriars Bridge, not a million miles from here, of course. And the Freemasonic controlled City of London police said it was suicide. Well, how did he do it? You know, I mean, okay, you know. Anyway, and now there's people in court in Rome, apparently, now the case is finished, for his murder, which obviously bloody was from the start. Anyway, what happened was that the head of P2, a guy called Licio Gelli, had his house raided, and they found not just P2 information, but Knights Templar information, the interlocking, of course, the spider's web, and they found that P2 was broken up into sections of famous people in politics, police, military, journalism, all these areas I've been talking about, and each of the different groups had a head. And the only person they only knew who was in their group, the head of the group. They had no idea who was in the other groups. The only person who knew who was in the other groups was Gelli at the top and people around him, the elite. This is how it works, the pyramid. And one of the people who was a member of P2 back in the early 80s, Silvio Berlusconi, who then becomes the Rupert Murdoch of Italy and the Prime Minister of the country and its most influential figure. Accident? Of course not. And who's his best mate? Oh, his best mate, Mr. Fake Emotion. Goes on holiday with him. I'm sure they get on very well. They have so much in common. And of course, Mr. Fake Smile, Mr. Fake Emotion, and Sherry Blair were trained in their law careers around this temple. In fact, I went filming there, and they came around and said, "You can't film here without permission." I said, "Just have, you know." And he took great pains to tell me that Tony Blair and Cherry Blair were trained just down the street in that building. I kind of was staggered by the amazement of it all. And I just finish on this very quickly because it's very important. We see the child abuse that goes on, and it comes to light every now and again in stories like this in North Wales. I've been to more than 40 countries researching this. The scale of child abuse, satanic ritual, and sexual abuse by the rich and famous of children is an epidemic worldwide, and it's covered up on a colossal scale. These kids are put through the unbelievable horrors by these rich and famous people. And the way it's covered up, and all these other things are covered up, you don't have to control everyone in social services to stop an investigation of what a child claims has been done to him or her. You have to control that level of social services that decides if an investigation is going ahead or not. Anyone below them, forget it. It's not happening, okay? Go away. Same with the police. You don't have to control every policeman to control what the police investigate or don't investigate. You have to control that level of the police that decide if those investigations go ahead. Same with the law. Same with all these different areas. And if you can control them at the level of real decision making, you can put the lid on the most horrendous things that never come to public attention. And one of the things that they do with children, and one of the reasons they put them through these horrors of satanic ritual and abuse, sexual abuse, is because it goes back to the ancient world where they've known how long, that knowledge that's been passed through. But they really started to work on it in the Nazi concentration camps. They realized that the mind has a defense mechanism that shuts out the memory of extreme trauma. It's like when you have a road crash and you can't remember the run-up to it, the impact and the immediate aftermath, which is a good thing because we don't want to keep reliving that. And it puts an amnesic barrier around that memory of extreme trauma. They realized that if you could make children, particularly before the age of 5 or 6 when it starts, before the pathways are all formed, you could subject them to terrible trauma. Like you find out what most terrifies them and you make them experience it. You make them watch another child being sacrificed or an animal being sacrificed. their amnesic barriers start to form to shut out the memory of that horror, just like a road crash. And they found that they could make the mind into like a honeycomb of self-contained barriers, each one of which thought it was the whole mind. And they call them in the mind control trade alters. And alters in the sense of altered reality, altered perception. And what they've done is they've worked out ways of triggering these alters so that they come to the forward. What they do is they create what they call a front alter. That is the part of the mind that people interact with, and they think that's that person. And until the trigger's given, it is. But it's a manufactured alter, manufactured personality. Then they give the trigger. It could be a word, it could be a sound, it could be anything that's programmed in. And then the back alter, as they call them, takes the front alter's position and starts to dictate the behavior of that person. And the program could be an assassination program, or it could be a program where they are abused sexually by people like Father George Bush and others. And then when the sexual abuse has happened, the alter that's experienced it goes back into the subconscious and the front alter comes forward. The front alter has not experienced it. If you told the front alter you've just been sexually abused by Father George Bush, it'd say you're crazy. And what's happened as the years have passed is that more and more people all over the world, as their minds have got stronger, these alters have started to collapse and they've started to have vivid and horrific memories. And I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of them around the world, and the common themes of what happened to them and who did it is just so compelling. And so we're looking at a situation where they need to control the children, not just in individual mind control like that, but collectively, because there is a wake-up going on, and they want to suppress the wake-up, and they want to bring the children and young people through to be adults that see the world the way they want them to. And one of the key ways they do this is by the way they manipulate what children see in terms of movies, in terms of television programs. And when we were walking around that Freemasonic temple in Boston, this was another thing on the wall that we took a picture of. The International de Molay, Jacques de Molay, the martyred Grand Master of the Templars in 1307. And there he is, Walt Disney. And guess how many figures there are around him? 12, of course they are. Because the Disney organization is controlled by this network, as are the other major television networks, because they are feeding in the programming to give us a false reality, so we create a false experience, and we have no idea what's going on, nor who we really are. And this guy, who should bloody know, J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, the infamous one, he said, the individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous he cannot believe it exists. And that is its greatest defense. What we're told by the movie and what's happening in the secret agenda are so far apart, the chasm is too far for many people's minds to jump. But when you jump it, the world starts to make sense. And I just wonder, I came across many things in this research over the years that have sickened me. But the thing I've come across that is most important of all is the understanding that we are not only experiencing a false reality, we are experiencing a false understanding of the power that we have. We have been told again and again that we are powerless. We are given messages all the time that we are powerless. And that is to make us think we're powerless. So, as I'll get into in the way this works, we live powerless lives. We are, in terms of our lives, what we think we are and what we believe we are. If we believe that we're powerless, we will be powerless. But when you get through that and you realize who we really are, then this, powerful as it seems, is a fly to an elephant when we get our power back. And we'll get to that later on. Thank you very much. Another half an hour, please. Thank you. So, what we're looking at emerging is what they've been planning to introduce and impose all this time. And that is a global version of Nazi Germany, which is why the methods of Nazi Germany are becoming more and more prevalent every day. But I emphasize again, the people you see in the public arena, like the Bushes and the Blairs and people like that, they are nowhere near the top of the pyramid. I'm probably being optimistic if I say they're here. These are the people that are put into power to introduce the agenda through legislation and sending people to war that is decided in those levels above them in the network, particularly up here. So while they do their job, they are supported. When they cease to do their job, they're removed through various ways. And they are as much fodder as anyone else. Blair may be flavor of the month for a while, but when he's outlived his usefulness to the agenda, then he is of no interest to the people that's been controlling him and giving him his power. He's just a vehicle, just a pawn in a game that probably he doesn't fully understand. This, like I said at the start, is where they want to take us, and we're seeing it happening all the time. They want the world government, central bank, the world currency, the world army, and the microchip population. And then they want the European Union, the American Union, the Pacific Union, the African Union. And by the time we get down to what are now nation states and regions, they are little more than county councils. And like I say, the further you are making decisions away from people, the less relevance they have to the people that they are affecting. And that's the idea. And the European Union, of course, has reached the point now where any law passed in Westminster is not valid if it's superseded by one in Europe that says something different. We've got this ludicrous situation with these people that have stalls on markets that were taken to court for having their fruit and vegetables available in pounds and ounces or the metric system, even though the customers want it, which is the level of imposition we've got to, and they just want a global version of it. This is why we're having this explosion of laws and legislation. And that's the other thing. People have this perception that laws come into force by people having debates in parliaments and then voting for them. Thousands of laws come into place every year that are known as secondary legislation, for which there is no debate. They just decide that's what they're going to do, and that's what is introduced. And the only word you can think of when you look at that situation is fascism. And this is where the word fascism came from. The fasci, from the Roman Empire, surprise, surprise, symbolizing fascism by the rods, symbolizing individuality, individual choice, individual expression of life, being tightly woven together and ruled by the axe head at the top. That's where fascism comes from. And how symbolic that is of the European Union. Going by the very symbol from which we get the word fascism, the European Union is a fascist state. And why, in this land of liberty called America, do we have the fascist symbols on this symbol here that talks about liberty? This is a secret society in America called the Knights of Columbus, the Knights of Columba, the Knights of Semiramis. At the very center, you have the fascist symbol from which the word came. Here's the state of Colorado in the land of the free. At the very heart of it is the fascist symbol with the all-seeing eye type pyramid. Where you see that symbol with the Semiramis symbolism of the goddess of the French Republic. And when the village idiot is making his State of the Union speech, or anyone else is speaking in the Congress building, behind him are, on the wall of the Congress building in the land of the free, two fascist symbols that you would have found behind Adolf Hitler. Very few people seem to see this. Here, look, here's the fascist symbol on a stamp from the Nazi period of Germany and Italy, and here's the fascist symbol in the Congress building of the United States. Why? Because the same mentality is in control of both. So this is what we're looking at. And the key, almost the jewel in the crown of this whole structure that they want, is the microchipped population. I was asked to meet a CIA scientist back in, I think it was 97 it was, because he wanted to get information out, but he couldn't because of the situation he was in. This is a man who joined the CIA in his 20s thinking he was serving his country. He was a scientist in an area of magnetics. Brilliant, apparently, and cutting edge. He told me I could produce the technology that can create abundant growth in deserts without water by resonating the natural energy fields of the plant. He said at its optimum, it's like watching a time-lapse photograph, so quick do they grow. He also said the cure for cancer has been known for years, and he's actually had cancer and they cured him because they wanted him to continue what he was doing. But when he first joined the CIA, he thought he was serving his country. Then he realizes that this whole kind of stuff that we're talking about today was true. It was happening, and it was happening around him. They wanted his genius to advance this agenda. And I said the obvious question, why do you do it? And he opened his shirt, and on his chest was this like plastic see-through shampoo sachet, and inside was some orangey golden liquid. He said, this is why I do it. In the CIA, they call these things patches. Someone's been patched. And what happened, he said, when he realized what the game was, he refused to work for them. And then he left his home one day on the west coast of America, and he has missing time. He doesn't know what happened after that until he woke up in a medical type room on a bench. And as he got his faculties back, he realized this thing was stuck to his chest. And what they do is they manipulate their body to need the drug inside the patch to survive, and it has to be replaced every 72 hours. And if it's not, then they start to die a very, very unpleasant death. He knows that's true because he tried it out and rebelled again after he'd been patched. And he said there are thousands of scientists in underground bases who are patched in the same way so that they will use their genius to advance this agenda that we're talking about. And one of the things they do, just very quickly, is they'll develop something like high technology, like the high technology that's coming in now as part of the surveillance program, and they will release them through their transnational corporations from the underground projects. And then the cover story comes, some guy within the corporation has invented this fantastic new technology. No, it's been slipped out of the underground projects to be unleashed on the public through the corporation. And so the microchip, this guy was telling me, at that time in 1997, he said outside the public arena, these microchips are now so small they can be inserted during hypodermic vaccination programs, in hypodermic needles. And about a year after that, this picture was in the newspaper, massively blown up, of an ant holding a microchip in its pincers, and they got even smaller than that now because we're talking about this nanotechnology and all the other stuff. And he said to me, if people say no to just one thing in this whole agenda, say no to the microchip. Because, he said, it's not just about electronic tagging. He said it's about manipulating people mentally, emotionally, and physically from a distance through access to the chip in their bodies. And he said they're capable of making us emotionally down, emotionally high, scrambling our thinking so we can't think straight, and also affecting us physically from a distance. And that's the idea. He said they can do it en masse, or they can target an individual. And in my books, I've been talking about this for years and even named the company involved. In America now, there's a company called Applied Digital Solutions who are introducing more and more something called the very chip. And this is the agenda for it, although they won't tell you that. The bar-coded human. This is the very chip. And this is what I found in a mainstream news report. Washington, UPI. The Department of Health and Human Services said Thursday that it was about to begin testing a new technology designed to help more closely monitor and assist the nation's homeless population. They're nice people, but let's go on. Under the pilot program, which grew out of a series of policy academies held in the last 2 years, homeless people in participating cities will be implanted with mandatory radio frequency identification, RFID tags, that social workers and police can use to track their movements. This is in the mainstream now. They laughed in my face 10 years ago when I said this was coming. Data from the chip chip tracking stations mounted on telephone poles will be transmitted to police and social service workers who will custom Windows NT software to track movements of the homeless in real time. In what has become a chronic social problem, why people living in shelters and on the streets do not seek adequate medical care, as if they care, and frequently contribute to the rising crime rate. You're unemployed, you must be a mugger. And you're homeless, you must be a mugger. Crime rate in major cities. Supporters of subdermal chip tracking say the technology will discourage implanted homeless men and women from committing crimes while making it easier for government workers to provide social services, etc. That is what they want for everyone. Microchipped babies at birth as a matter of course. They're even now getting people to be microchipped so they get in nightclubs quicker. This is Barcelona, I think this one is. And if we don't have the coordinates of what's going on, well, it's a good idea. I've had me dog done. Look, I'll never lose me dog now. It'd be great. The coordinates we need are where they're wishing to take us and the methods they're using to take us there. Once we have those coordinates, this becomes crystal clear what's going on. Without them, oh yeah, what a good idea. It's ever so good. Yeah, I was telling Ethel the other day, I think it's very good. Now, I'm going to talk about one of the key mass mind manipulation technique in a second, but the one that goes alongside it, I call the totalitarian tiptoe. Real simple. You're here, you know that's where you're going, but you know if you go in one leap or big leaps, even people watching Coronation Street and the soaps and believing it's real will lift their head and go, what's going on, because the change is so great. So what they do is the totalitarian tiptoe. They take little steps, they know where it's leading, but every single one is projected to the people as if they're unconnected. This is how we went from a free trade area, mate, just a free trade area, nothing to worry about, good for jobs, to a centralized superstate, the European Union. We did it by the totalitarian tiptoe. And ID cards are a major step in the totalitarian tiptoe to microchipped people, because they wouldn't do it in one go because they'd face too much opposition. So do it in steps. And the idea is to replace credit cards and all that stuff with all your details on a microchip. That's the idea, to sell it to us. The real reason is control and external manipulation of our minds, our emotions, and our physical state. One of the really important things for me is that all the different groups, whether they're challenging the official story of 9/11, whether they're challenging tetramasts and mobile phone masts, whether they're challenging the drug companies or the manipulation of the banking system, that we understand that we are all challenging the same force. It's so important to realize that, because down here we can get divided and ruled even through pressure groups and challenging the system. We can get divided and ruled by not realizing that all roads lead to Babylon at the top of the pyramid. And when you understand how the system works and why they're doing what they do, and I'll hopefully complete that cycle by the end of the day, then suddenly unconnected pressure groups and challenges to the system become absolutely connected and crystal clear. For instance, there are pressure groups that are challenging the introduction of genetically modified food. Fine, great. Done by Monsanto, one of the great Illuminati companies on planet Earth, out of St. Louis. And the reason for genetically modified food is they want to genetically modify us. That's the idea, to scramble our DNA. Monsanto gave us PCBs, dioxin, Agent Orange. Yes, they're great contributions to the world. So they've had this, what do they call them? This road to Damascus change of heart, and now they want to give us the gift of genetically modified food. Yes, I believe it. No problem. Then we've got fluoride in the water. Now, when I get into the last section of this, I'll connect all these things because they are connectable. Fluoride in the water. Well, this is an interesting one. Why do they want that? This is Charles Perkins, a chemist. He wrote the following to the Foundations for Nutritional Research in Wisconsin in 1954. In the 1930s, Hitler and the German Nazis envisioned a world to be dominated and controlled by a Nazi philosophy of pan-Germanism. The German chemists worked out a very ingenious and far-reaching plan of mass control, which was submitted to and adopted by the German General Staff. This plan was to control the population in any given area through mass medication of drinking water supplies. By this method, they could control the population in whole areas, reduce population by water medication that would induce sterility in women, and so on. In this scheme of mass control, sodium fluoride occupied a prominent place. Vaccinations, which certainly it still includes mercury, but up to recent times massively included mercury until people started understanding what was going on. You know, they put mercury in your teeth. I had mercury taken out of my teeth years ago, and which I'd had in my teeth since I was a kid, and the two people taking them out were dressed like spacemen. And they showed me this list of things they have to do with the mercury according to law because it's so poisonous. It's been in my gob for years. What? And they put mercury in vaccinations. How many vaccinations do kids now have? Is it 25 up to the age of 18 months, 2 years? I mean, what's the immune system going to do? It's going to come out with its bloody hands up. What's going on? You know, oh no, in America, oh no, you can't take your kid to school if he's not vaccinated. What about my children? Well, hold on a second. My son Jamie has never been vaccinated in his life, and he's never had a childhood disease. So if anyone's been vaccinated, don't you bring him to school, he'll upset my son's health. But these are all connected for reasons I'll get to later. Aspartame. This stuff that scrambles your bloody mind. Scrambles your mind. A substance which pilots in the American Air Force were warned not to have too many sodas before they flew because it affected their ability to fly. Why? Because the sodas had aspartame in. They now have something called the aspartame syndrome. Because anything that scrambles the brain, the electrochemical balance of the brain, can manifest in endless imbalances that we call under various names and diseases in ill health. And who was aspartame man who brought it onto the market? Donald Rumsfeld, Defense Secretary in America, head of Cell Pharmaceuticals. He was brought into that job because of his influence in the Bush-Reagan administration and therefore his ability to get permission and the use of aspartame through the Food and Drug Administration in America so that it could be foisted on the people. He came in against 97% of the independent data saying, no way. He got it into diet drinks, and now it's every bloody where. No accident that it was him that did it, because these guys pop up in all different places to advance the agenda. Monsanto bought out Cell Pharmaceuticals and now are running the aspartame scam as well as the genetically modified food scam. Oh, by the way, I came across this. This is Coca-Cola Black. It's new. Yeah, it's just been introduced in America, I understand, and it's got double the aspartame and double the caffeine. So what I did, because, you know, I like to help people out, you do what you can, I produced an advert for them. There you go. That just about sums it up, right? They're scrambling our brains by rewiring and re-chemically producing the brain's electrochemical balance. It's no good shouting out, mate, I can't hear a bloody word. Maybe other people can. Day 9 of an experiment to see what happens when you water plants with microwave water as opposed to purified water. After 9 days, dead. Another thing that's happening to us is we are being bombarded with electromagnetic pollution. We've got the chemtrails all over the world. I've seen these things. More and more people who've had them analysed. They've got aluminium in and various other substances. not good for us. There's a wonderful picture of chemtrails being produced. There's the HAARP thing, which is bouncing from Alaska, radio waves off the ionosphere and back down to us. Once we start to understand how the body works and what it is, I'll get into that in the last section, all this stuff becomes perfectly understandable why they're doing this. And then there's tetramasts. These things that have just been introduced, imposed upon the emergency services so that they can communicate with each other, the police and stuff. Tetramasts broadcast on the same frequency range as human brain waves. I've got one about 100 yards from me. Now, it's kind of another elephant in the living room, this. If you are listening to a radio station and it's close to something that is broadcasting on the same frequency, you get interference. The radio station don't work as well. When you are broadcasting from tetramasts on the same frequency range as human brain waves, it scrambles human brain waves. And when they're scrambled, the messages and information going around the body are scrambled, and it manifests as mental and emotional and physical dis-ease. No bloody need for a university degree. It's painfully bloody obvious, and it's all connected. And so all down here, we have all these understandable, great people who are challenging all these different areas of society, but what we need to understand is that behind it all is the same network of people. Now, along with the totalitarian tiptoe comes the greatest mass mind manipulation technique. This is the motto of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. Ordo ab chaos. Order out of chaos. Create the chaos and then offer the order out of it, which changes society in the way you want. This was George Bush. You're free, and freedom is beautiful. And you know it'll take time to restore chaos and order out of chaos, but we will. He was quoting the 33rd degree motto, order out of chaos, or as I've dubbed it, problem, reaction, solution. Simple, devastating, played on us by the day. You want to change society in a way that you know if you announce it openly, you're going to get massive reaction. So you don't announce it openly, you play this scam. Stage one, you create a problem. Could be a terrorist event, could be a war, it could be a run on a currency, could be a bird flu, it could be any problem that could elicit the outcome that you want. You then, through an unquestioning, pathetic mainstream media, you tell the people the version of this event that you want them to believe, i.e., Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy with a gun that shot bullets that went there and then came back again. I.e., a guy in a cave in Afghanistan orchestrated 9/11, and all this stuff. And if we had a media worth the name journalism, problem, reaction, solution would not be possible. It would collapse immediately. Because real journalists would investigate the official version of the problem, they'd find it was a nonsense, and they would tell the people that, and they get a different reaction. Because they don't, because the mainstream media is just a public relations office for the official version of events, it goes through virtually undiluted. Official story, media, official story received by the people. And what they're looking for at stage two, the reaction, is outrage, fear, and words to the effect of something must be done, this can't go on, what are they going to do about it? Which allows those who've covertly created the problem, who've gleaned that public reaction, do something, they can then openly offer the solutions to the problems they have created. I've just described 9/11, by the way. I've also described the Second World War, where you had, when you do the research, a global elite that was behind the Russians, the Soviet communists as they became, who was behind the governments of Churchill and Roosevelt, one of the major, like I said earlier, Illuminati frontmen of the 20th century, who were behind the Nazis in Germany and who brought them into conflict, a major global problem. If you want to change something globally, you need to create a global problem. Conflict, Second World War. After the Second War, in just a few years, the people were mentally, emotionally, and physically exhausted. When they are doing those mind control horrors I talked about earlier, they get the victims exhausted mentally, physically, and emotionally, because an exhausted mind becomes a much more suggestible mind. And so, how do we stop this happening again? I'll tell you. After the Second World War, an explosion of globally centralized institutions, the United Nations, the Bretton Woods Agreement, along came the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and all this other stuff. And the world was transformed by the problem of the Second World War. Same with the First World War. And this was one of the most clear and obvious problem reaction solutions I've ever come across. I went on a radio station in Los Angeles days after 9/11 because they'd heard on the internet I was saying it wasn't bin Laden, this was an inside job. This was in the first week after it. And they said, I got the usual. There was two kind of disc jockeys doing the interview. And I didn't work out which one had the brain cell that day. It wasn't easy. And it was, oh, what are you on? You're mad, all that stuff. And I said to them, okay, I'll do you a deal. If this has not happened in the next month or 2 months, then I'll come back on your show and I'll hold my hand up and say I was wrong. All right, mate, yeah, we'll do that. Well, they never did, because it happened. It was called the Patriot Act, among many other things. Because what I said was, this is going to be used to take away far more basic freedoms that we've taken for granted, and exactly what it was used for, as well as getting the war on terrorism. Henry Kissinger was supposed to have said this at a Bilderberg meeting in 1991. Whether he said it or not, it sums up exactly the situation. Today, America would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished to the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by the world government. Problem, reaction, solution. And there is no need for prophecy about what is unfolding before our eyes today. No need for Nostradamus. In the year 2000, an organization in America called the Project for the New American Century produced this document, Rebuilding America's Defenses, Strategies, Forces, and Resources for a New Century, September 2000, 1 year before 9/11. In this organization that produced this document were all the major players that 9 months after this was produced entered the White House and the Pentagon with the Bush administration. Cheney, Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, who was Deputy Defense Secretary at the time of 9/11, he's now head of the World Bank. And a stream of other people who have become known as neocons. Michael Ledeen in the top left-hand corner, connected into Licio Gelli and P2 and all that stuff in Italy. Richard Pearl, one of the great architects of the invasion of Iraq. John Bolton, another architect of the invasion of Iraq, now United Nations ambassador for America. Feith, another one. Jeb Bush, who is the president's brother. And this guy, William Crystal, who's a Murdoch clone in America, who's the chairman, or at least was chairman, unless they've changed it since I last looked, of the Project for the New American Century. These are the people behind the document I'm going to talk about. By the way, anyone remember Mr. Pastry? Is anyone old enough? You won't, will you? But when I was a kid, there was this children's entertainer in Britain called Mr. Pastry. He used to jump around a lot. Well, I always call John Bolton Mr. Pastry. I think it's uncanny. It's spooky, isn't it? It's spooky. And I'd rather Mr. Pastry, to be honest, was America's ambassador to the UN. I think we'd be safer. Another of these neocons is Frank Carlucci, former number 2 at the CIA, Defense Secretary Reagan Bush, very, very close associate of Father George, thrown out of 2 African countries for plotting to kill their leaders. Yes, we must stop terrorism, Frankie. John Negroponte, another man fundamentally connected to horrific American terrorism in Central America and elsewhere. Another one of these neocons that are protecting us from the terrorists. So what did this document say in September 2000? It calls for American armed forces, the cavalry, on the new American frontier. It says that key allies like the United Kingdom are the most effective and efficient means of exercising American global leadership. Well, there's two to bloody tick off straight away. Keep your pen handy. The United States has for decades sought to play a more permanent role in Gulf regional security, while the unresolved conflict with Iraq provides immediate justification. The need for a substantial American force presence in the Gulf transcends the issue of the regime of Saddam Hussein. Tick. It calls for a blueprint for maintaining global US, i.e. Illuminati, preeminence and shaping the international security order in line with America's principles and interests. This American grand strategy, it says, must be advanced as far into the future as possible, and the US must, quote, fight and decisively win multiple simultaneous major theater wars as a core mission. And that's exactly what they're doing. We've had Afghanistan, we've had Iraq, and now they're trying to wangle a conflict with Iran. Tick. It says that peacekeeping missions demand American political leadership rather than that of the United Nations. It highlights North Korea, Syria, Iran, and Libya as dangerous regimes and says their existence justifies the creation of a worldwide command and control system, World Army. Now, the axis of evil speech involved in its claims of evil Iraq, Iran, North Korea, straight off the pages of that document. It was written by a Bush speechwriter called David Frum, who is one of those neocons connected to those people that produced the document. And they say, oh, we're still trying to stop the war with Iraq. Oh, God, please, you've been planning it for years, mate. This document spotlights China for regime change, saying it is time for the presence of American forces in Southeast Asia. This could lead to American and allied power, providing the spur to the process of democratization in China. They want a war with China. I've been saying it for 10 years. That guy with a patch on his chest said exactly the same. It's leading to a war with China. They want a global problem that they can finally impose their global solution. To stop this ever happening again, we need a world government with power to stop it and an army to stop it. Exactly where they're going, which is why I was able to say this in 1998. The plan is to engineer events real and staged that will create enormous fear in the countdown to 2012. This includes a plan to start a third world war, either by stimulating the Muslim world into a holy war against the West or by using China to cause global conflict. Maybe both. The China thing is happening. The same document calls for the creation of US space forces to dominate space and total control of cyberspace to prevent their enemies using the internet. What we're seeing now, and you've been following this, are increasing attempts and changes to dictate what you can and cannot say on the internet and to hand power over the internet to the corporations that they control. Talks of developing biological weapons that can target, quote, specific genotypes. This may transform biological warfare from the realm of terror to a politically useful tool. These are the very same people who are saying they need to protect us from the terrorists. Now, what else did this document say? It said that this process of transformation, all this list of things it wants to happen, would be likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. Those words were published in September 2000. 1 year to the month later, we had what Bush called at the time our Pearl Harbor. Catastrophic and catalyzing event. Elephant in the living room. Who's benefited from 9/11? That's the great antidote to problem, reaction, solution, that question. Who benefits? Who benefits from me believing this version of events? Well, do the Muslim world benefit? Oh, no. What about the people who died in 9/11? No. Ooh, who can benefit from this? Only those that wish to use it to justify transforming society in the image they require. I go into this whole 9/11 thing in this book, but I'm going to go through the whole structure of it in the next half an hour or so. It has justified so much. Blair said, since 9/11, the world has changed. Yes, it has. It was meant to. The movie tells us that it was 19 hijackers orchestrated by Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. The secret agenda is problem, reaction, solution. Cheney called the war on terrorism a dirty war that might not end in our lifetimes. That's the idea. You have a war with a country, you're going to at some point reach the end of it. But when you have a war on terrorism, when does it end? When do you know the war on terrorism's over? Well, the answer in this case is when you stop planting the bombs, mate. That's when it stops. But how do the people? You can sell a never-ending war to the people who are not informed. The idea that Georgie boy is orchestrating this whole thing is ludicrous. He's a front man. I say he's a front man to articulate the agenda, but he doesn't even bloody do that, does he really? The people behind him, the people you never see. Cheney is much higher in the hierarchy than Bush. His father is much, much higher in the hierarchy than his son. And that's basically summing up what the situation is. Puppet on a string. And then there's Blair boy. Tony Blair was brought in. John Smith left us at precisely the right time. How can I put it like that? And the moment this guy became leader of the Labour Party, Rupert Murdoch, for the first time in British newspaper history, took all his newspapers away from the Conservatives and started supporting Blair. Well, if that's not a sign of things to come, well, what is? So Blair becomes leader, and the two sides of the Atlantic work in coordination to the goals that we're seeing now. Alice in Wonderland. Alice said nothing would be what it is because everything would be what it isn't. And contrary-wise, what it is, it wouldn't be. And what it wouldn't be, it would, you see. That's the world we live in. Home is that way. This is the movie. This is the agenda. And we're being confused all the time by smoke and mirrors and different messages to make the truth go over there and us to look over there. And we'll see that very clearly as this section of the talk unfolds. 60 years before 9/11, we had Pearl Harbor. This was a situation where, as historians and researchers have shown in very thick, detailed books, Roosevelt had at least 8 different confirmations that Japan was going to attack Pearl Harbor. Indeed, the way the American administration had acted towards Japan in the months before was designed to make them do that. And I came across, I've got my glasses, I've got them here. Came across this thing, this document when I was researching years ago. Came out of Britain. It was called Propaganda in the Next War. And it was a document explaining how America was going to be manipulated into the next war. And it was like, next war? What bloody next war? And a guy called Nye, actually on Capitol Hill, held this thing up and said, what is this? But of course he was ignored. Well, let's see what it said. This is before the Second World War and before, obviously, Pearl Harbor. To persuade her, the United States, to take our part will be much more difficult. So difficult as to be unlikely to succeed. It will need a definite threat to America, a threat, moreover, which will have to be brought home to every citizen before the Republic again take arms in an external quarrel. The position will naturally be considerably eased if Japan were involved, and this might and probably would bring America in without much further ado. At any rate, it would be a natural and obvious effect of our propagandists to achieve this, just as in the Great War they succeeded in embroiling the United States with Germany. Fortunately with America, our propaganda is on firm ground. We can be entirely sincere, as our main plank will be the old democratic one. We must clearly enunciate our belief in the democratic form of government and our firm resolve to adhere to the old goddess of democracy routine. Pearl Harbor attacked in 1941, after this guy had spent the election campaign saying, "I tell you, mothers of America, your sons are not going to fight in that war in Europe." He knows they are. Pearl Harbor got America in the war and him in the clear. Problem, reaction, solution. 6 years before 9/11, Oklahoma, Timothy McVeigh. Unless the laws of physics were suspended that morning, there's no way that Ryder truck fuel fertilizer device could have brought that building down in that way. Not me. This is people like Brigadier General Ben Partin, who spent a lifetime in explosives and weapons development with the US military, who wrote to 500 people, politicians, media people, a long list of reasons why this was impossible and why the explosives had to be inside the building on some of the pillars. He was ignored. They said that McVeigh had gone there and found out all about it and sussed it out, as we would say. Well, why that morning did he come into a gas station in the Ryder truck and ask the way to the Murrah building? I mean, you know, so connecting him and the Ryder truck to the Murrah building when he's about to blow it up. Why that morning was the bomb squad in full reaction gear in the hour and a half before the bomb went off? They denied it, but they had to admit it later through the wealth of witnesses who saw him. Why did McVeigh, when he was supposed to be trying to get the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, which had an office there because of their involvement in Waco 2 years earlier, why, when he could have parked the vehicle right next to their office, did he park it just about as far away as it was possible to do with the Murrah building? Why were all the surveillance cameras around this building confiscated by the FBI that morning, which, according to local television stations who interviewed people, said that it showed someone looking like McVeigh leave the Ryder truck, but there was another guy with him, this so-called John Doe 2, who suddenly disappeared from the story. The questions and the anomalies about what happened to the Murrah building are endless, because it was another inside job. Within 24 hours, Clinton was calling for an easing of restrictions on the American military's involvement in domestic law enforcement. And all that has been added to since 9/11. It's a process of breaking down resistance to the Orwellian state to protect us from the terrorists who are the same people who want to introduce the Orwellian state. Now, the Murrah building questions could have been answered very easily. You get experts to go in among the rubble, and they'll tell you basically where the bombs went off, what the bombs were, and the whole shebang. What the government did is employ this company, Controlled Demolition Group, to go in, pull the building down before it had been analyzed by independent experts, and it was taken and kept in a desert under armed guard by a company called Wackenhut. And Wackenhut is was created and has been peopled ever since by CIA, FBI type people. And the guy who runs it is a very close associate of the Bush family, indeed has funded their political campaigns. Now, what a coincidence that when the Twin Towers fell, and people were saying, hey, that did not look like a controlled demolition to me, that the rubble was taken away, indeed sold on Rudolph Giuliani's say-so and others, without being properly analyzed. The company they employed to do that was called Controlled Demolition, and independent experts were never allowed to investigate the reason that the towers came down. Why? Because it would blown the whole scam. This guy, Father George Bush, as presidents go, is as high up the Illuminati ladder that I've come across. Nowhere near the top, but higher from a president's point of view. And this whole Bush family and around him is weaved a extraordinarily effective web of deception. The guy in the middle there, in the chair in the corner, is Prescott Bush, the father of Father George, grandfather of Boy George. And Prescott Bush was involved with the Harriman Empire, Illuminati Empire in America, and he was involved at a very, almost controlling level of a company called the Union Banking Corporation, the UBC. And as has been exposed, not just by people like me, but by people like John Loftus, the president of the Holocaust Museum down in Florida, the Nazis were funded to a large extent out of America by these very people. The Union Banking Corporation connected into the banking and steel empire in Europe of a man called Fritz Thyssen, who was an acknowledged funder of Hitler. And the money came out of America through to Thyssen and through to Hitler. That's how they turned the Weimar Republic, which was just an economic disaster zone, into a military force that could take on Europe. And he was involved in a number of companies that were actually closed down under the Trading with the Enemies Act during the Second World War because they were Nazi companies. Prescott Bush, Skull and Bones. Well, he spawned the two guys who went on to become President of the United States and continue with his Nazi philosophy, clearly. The Carlyle Group is an organization that operates a lot of fundamental influence on the American government currently, and very much involving the situation around 9/11. And the Carlyle Group has a wonderful thing, a wonderful kind of way of doing things. It buys up companies that are struggling, who depend on government contracts for their profitability. They ain't getting government contracts, so they're bought up quite cheaply, and then, because of these guys, they start getting government contracts and become very, very wealthy and profitable organizations. So it's a nice work if you can get it. One of the major players in the Carlyle Group has been Father George Bush. Its chairman at the time of 9/11 was Frank Carlucci, the neocon who has this problem with leaders of African countries. And another major player in the Carlyle Group, James Baker, who was Secretary of State to Bush when he was president. And they connect into all these other people that have been behind the Bush administration. Colin Powell, they call him Colin because he's full of shit apparently. Colin Powell described Carlucci as my mentor. Do you think Carlucci and the Carlyle Group might have had just a bit of influence at the State Department when Powell was head at the time of 9/11? I think they might. And of course, one of the other things about the Carlyle Group is their major game is weapons sales. When you have a war, that's real good for business. Best of pals, the Secretary of Defense and aspartame man Donald Rumsfeld was a roommate of Carlucci at Yale University, home of the Skull and Bones, and he was a classmate of Baker at Yale. Again, all these people connect and behind the scenes operate the same agenda. Carlyle Group and Father George Bush had a very famous family who were their clients, the Bin Laden family. You may have heard of them, and did a lot of business with them. When Boy George started his first energy company, appropriately called Abusto Energy, because every energy company he was involved in went abusto. It really did. One of the investors in Abusto Energy was a guy called Salem bin Laden, who was the head of the bin Laden construction empire at the time. And then he died in a plane crash in Texas, which is kind of funny. If you get close to the Bush family, I wouldn't travel by air from what I've been seeing over the years. And the Carlyle Group connected into the bin Laden family. This was a lovely one. You remember the Khobar Towers It was in Saudi Arabia as part of the American base, and it was blown up, and it was blamed on Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. And then the Americans employed a company to rebuild it, Bin Laden Construction. It's all in the family, you see. It is. It is. It's like I say, secret agenda, connection. Movie, no connection, we're actually enemies, it says here. And of course it was the Americans that brought about Al-Qaeda, as we'll come to. Now, one of the things that Bush kept saying was, we must get bin Laden after 9/11. Well, he actually did anything but. So I think we need a whiff here on many occasions through the next few minutes. This is Greg Palast, very good journalist, does some stuff for Newsnight, an American. I'm not saying Newsnight is brilliant, but he's very good. He did an investigation into this, old bin Laden Bush connection and Al-Qaeda, and he said this in a report on Newsnight. I received a phone call from a high-placed member of a US intelligence agency. He tells me that while there's always been constraints on investigating Saudis, under George Bush, this is the son, it's gotten much worse. After the elections, the agencies were told to back off investigating the bin Ladens and the Saudi royals, and that angered agents because they didn't want what was coming to be destroyed by legitimate investigations and arrests before then. On the same report by Greg Palast, this is Michael Springman. He was at the US consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia at the time of Father George Bush's presidency. And he said this on camera. In Saudi Arabia, I was repeatedly ordered by high-level State Department officials to issue visas to unqualified applicants. These were essentially people who had no ties to either the Saudi Arabia country or their own country. I complained bitterly at the time there. I returned to the US, I complained to the State Department, to the General Accounting Office, to the Bureau of Diplomatic Security and the Inspector General's office. I was met with silence. What I was protesting was in reality an effort to bring recruits rounded up by Osama bin Laden to the US for terrorist training by the CIA. They would then be returned to Afghanistan to fight against the then Soviets. And another guy who died at a very inappropriate time in terms of getting some truth out about this, Robin Cook, former Foreign Secretary, he said just before he died, throughout the 80s, bin Laden was armed by the CIA and funded by the Saudis to wage jihad against the Russian occupation of Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda, literally the database, was originally the computer file of the thousands of mujahideen who had been recruited and trained with the help of the CIA. So the whole Al-Qaeda is an American creation, an American invention, which is then used as the villain to hide who is really responsible for these terrorist outrages that have led to the changes in society that we've come across. These two people were named by the Clinton State Department as funders of Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, both of them fundamentally connected to the Bush family. Bin Mafous was a funder of Harkin Energy. He was involved in the Carlyle Group. Harkin Energy was another Abusto company of Boy George Bush. And this is why, days after 9/11, when people who with brown faces, never mind what their religion is, we can't be bothered, you've got a brown face over here, were being arrested and kept without charge or trial or even knowledge of their families of where they were after 9/11, members of the bin Laden family, 11 members at least, were allowed to fly out of, appropriately, Boston Logan Airport without any problem whatsoever back to Saudi Arabia to get out of the situation they were potentially in. And that was on the say-so of the Bush administration. Negroponte, he's the UN ambassador at the time of 9/11. He was involved in horrendous stuff. I won't go into it, we've got time, but horrendous stuff in Central America, horrendous treatment of people and mass murder. And he's gone on to be head of all US operations in Iraq and now head of US intelligence. All the same people to create the right outcome. So, 9/11, problem, reaction, solution. Well, this guy summed it up straight away. Straight after 9/11, Mr. Dark Eyes said, "This is a moment to seize. The kaleidoscope has been shaken. The pieces are in flux. Soon they will settle again. Before they do, let us reorder this world around us." Problem, reaction, solution. The problem: 4 aircraft pretty much simultaneously hijacked over American airspace, and at no point in the entire time and period it took place was any action taken that affected the outcome of the events. This is in the most protected airspace in the world, apparently. This guy, Leroy Fletcher Prouty, worked in special operations in America, time of the Kennedy administration. And he was talking about assassinations when he said this, but this sums up perfectly this whole 9/11 thing as well. He said, "No one has to direct an assassination. It happens. The active role is played secretly by permitting it to happen. This is the greatest single clue. Who has the power to call off or reduce the usual security precautions?" And again it works. It happened with the Kennedy assassination. It happened with the assassination of Robert Kennedy. It happened with the killing of Martin Luther King. It happened with the death of Princess Diana. At the key time, the security was withdrawn. Why? Because if it hadn't been, the assassination would not have been possible. Now, the security of American airspace is the job of this organization, NORAD. And it's very clear in the regulations, you can get them on the internet. Whenever a plane is hijacked or loses contact with air traffic control, they have to immediately tell NORAD, the military Air Force organization, which defends the airspace of not only America but Canada, and they send up jets to see what the hell's going on, because you can't have planes flying around not connected to the communicating with the ground, with especially the airspace of the east of the United States. So that's what happens, and it happens like 120, 130 days a year they send jets up in these situations. They say themselves, NORAD, that they are partners in protecting our homelands, deter, detect, and defend against air and space threats to North America. Brackets, except on September the 11th. I think the 4 jumbo jets simultaneously hijacked in American airspace might just constitute an air and space threat to North America. So, why was nothing done that changed the outcome in any way whatsoever? This is Cheyenne Mountain. 2,000 feet deep into this granite mountain is the state of the art of communications technology. These are the people in NORAD and their connected organizations that work on the space shuttle. They tell foreign troops on the other side of the world, or American troops in foreign countries on the other side of the world, where to move and where the enemy is and all that stuff. They're following something like 8,000 bits of debris going around the Earth out in space. All the satellite system locks into Cheyenne Mountain and NORAD. They've got nuclear safe technologies that go through to the Pentagon, which even nuclear weapons would not destroy. And these are the people, when they were asked why they didn't react to these hijackings, said basically, no one told us. No one told us. This is the inside of Cheyenne Mountain, state of the art. They even say on their own website that if a missile is launched anywhere in the world, they know about it. This is the kind of technology they've got. This is from Airman magazine, talking about an unmanned aircraft, surveillance aircraft called the Global Hawk. On an early test, for example, Global Hawk flew at 56,000 feet over the Naval Weapons Center at China Lake, California. The images it gathered were so clear that an electro-optical image stands out next to an FA-18 fighter. An infrared image showed where concrete had cooled down from the shadow of a C-130 that had recently taken off. That from 56,000 feet. And they can't find bin Laden. and they didn't know what was happening on 9/11 because somebody never told them. What actually happened will become clear. So we have these 4 aircraft. They are hijacked. What should have happened, and like I say, what happens every other time, is NORAD send jets up and they find out what's going on, and they have this plane movement sign system that tells the pilot to follow them and land where they show them. When this guy, Payne Stewart, a golfer, he took off, I think it was from Florida. He was in a small plane, one of these Learjet things or something, and it took off, and they had a compression problem, and they all kind of, everyone in the plane, including the pilot, went unconscious. The air traffic control people involved told NORAD. NORAD scrambled jets, and the jets taking over from other jets as it passed across America, escorted the plane across America until it ran out of fuel to make sure it was going to crash in a place where there was no population. It said in all the news coverage at the time that the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Pentagon, in their command center, were watching this happen. That's what they did for a Cessna with a handful of people in it. What did they do for a 767, 757? Nothing that made any difference to the outcome. Why? Because they weren't meant to. The Federal Aviation Administration, they call it, we call it the authority in this country, they have told me that it was their, and NORAD have told me that it was their responsibility to tell NORAD what was going on. And if what NORAD say happened is true, then this organization has a hell of a lot of questions to answer about its lack of reaction. But there were many other reasons why this reaction didn't happen, as we'll come to. One of the interesting things about the Federal Aviation Administration is that in the year of 9/11, its head of security became Michael Canavan, who left immediately after 9/11, and his former job was head of psychological warfare and special operations in the American military. Bit of a career move, I feel, and an appropriate man to have on 9/11. So if we take the Flight 77 as just an example of the chaos and lack of reaction, it kind of tells the story of the other ones too. First of all, according to Robert Mueller, the head of the FBI, this terrorist operation must have been in the planning for months and years. Well, you've only got to go on the internet to find out what NORAD does when it is told a plane has been hijacked or lost communication with the ground. So you are these highly trained terrorists, and your intention is to hit the Pentagon. Your plane is taking off from Washington. The Pentagon is in Washington. So what you do, even though knowing what NORAD's reaction system is, you fly the bloody plane, or allow it to be flown, right out into the Midwest, like 40 minutes an hour out. Then you hijack it, and you fly the sodding thing all the way back. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And even then, even when you've hijacked it that far out and come in, there is no reaction from the military that makes any difference to the outcome at all. Some say a plane didn't hit. I'll come to that in a second, but something bloody went off there, and certainly this Flight 77 went bloody missing. Now, the story became that what happened was that when the planes were heading for the Twin Towers, they scrambled jets from Cape Cod up on the East Coast, not that far from Boston, that kind of area. And by the time they got to the Twin Towers, oh, they just missed. And then, when this plane's coming all the way back from the Midwest, Flight 77, they scrambled jets from 130 miles away, the Langley Air Force Base, and it almost got there, but oh, just missed. I've got a question. 10 miles from the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. is the Andrews Air Force Base. They have no fly zones over Washington. And I rang NORAD, and I said, how do you how do you police the no-fly zones over Washington? And they said, we leave it to the federal civilian administration, the Federal Aviation Administration. So I'll get on to them. How do you police the no-fly zone over Washington? Because, you know, the way I look at it, a plane can be in there pretty damn quickly, you know, if you don't watch them. Oh, we react as appropriate. We react as appropriate. So you're telling me that the no-fly zone over Washington, which you can enter in kind of seconds in a plane, is policed from 130 miles away at Langley Air Force Base? It's policed from here. The Andrews Air Force Base, 10 miles down the road from the Pentagon. By the time they're off the runway, they're looking at the bloody place. No reaction from the Andrews Air Force Base to a plane coming in to hit the Pentagon. And even as the mainstream newspapers reported, immediately after the Pentagon was hit, planes, they said, were scrambled from the Andrews Air Force Base to protect the airspace over Washington. Well, what were they doing before? You know, was it, lunch go on a bit or what? Ridiculous. They were not scrambled because they weren't meant to. DC Air National Guard, the Capitol's Guardians, own website. They say here, the DC Air National Guard talks about all the planes it has, stands ready to respond to the needs of the District of Columbia and the nation should the needs arise, except on September the 11th. Not one plane took off until the Pentagon was hit and it was all over. This is from a news report about the system. It happens all the time. When a small plane recently entered the 23-mile restricted ring around the US Capitol, 2 F-16 interceptors were immediately launched from Andrews Air Force Base, just 10 miles away. In a similar episode, a pair of F-16 Fighting Falcons on a 15-minute strip alert were airborne from Andrews just 11 minutes after being notified by NORAD that a Cessna was straying towards the White House. Jumbo jet? Nah, won't bother, mate. Another cup of tea. Now, the 9/11 Commission, which the Bush administration fought so hard to stop, but eventually they couldn't, so they put a guy in who's going to come up with the right stuff, they said that NORAD mistakenly sent jets assigned to guard the nation's capital to positions over the Atlantic Ocean. Ooh, what are they doing? I thought Washington was the capital of Bermuda, mate. That's why I sent them there. It's all bollocks. An order by Dick Cheney to shoot down hijacked planes did not reach pilots until 30 minutes after Flight 93 crashed. What did they send? Carrier pigeon? It's a nonsense because it's hiding the truth of what happened. It's why they lie to us. People say, why do Bush and Blair lie so much? I said they don't lie so much. They lie all the time. They have to, because they are constructing the movie version of events to hide what's really happening. Therefore, they have to lie all the time. The 9/11 Commission said that FAA controllers lost track of Flight 77 for 36 minutes because of a glitch in the radar system. It was all going wrong that day, wasn't it? They were slow to react and there was confusion about what they do. Well, not on any other day. This is what the hijack regulations say. You can get them off the internet. The NORAD escort service will be requested by the FAA hijack coordinator by direct contact with the Pentagon Command Center. If you are in doubt that a situation constitutes an emergency or potential emergency, handle it as though it was an emergency. No, there's no confusion there. That's what it says. That's not what they did. Now, this whole story about launching jets, that wasn't even said at the time. On the day, or a few days after 9/11, a guy called General Richard Myers, who was the acting head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the top uniformed soldier in the American military, was asked if planes were launched before the Pentagon was hit. And he said, to the best of my knowledge, to the best of your knowledge, days later, have you not asked? To the best of my knowledge, no planes were scrambled until after the Pentagon was hit. Now, that's immediately sounded so stupid that they wouldn't react in any way. But by September the 15th, they were still saying publicly that no planes were scrambled until the Pentagon was hit. It was only on September the 19th, 8 days after 9/11, that they issued a press release from NORAD saying, actually, we did launch jets from Cape Cod and Langley Air Force Base, confirming a CBS Dan Rather report of many days earlier. So it was yes, we did, and no, we didn't. That's what he said. Got me things out of order here. That's what he said, Myers. He then said a few days later, we've learned that they did scramble jets, and then they said they didn't, and then they said they did 8 days later. So the official story was not constructed until 8 days after the event. Now these three guys are the three top people in the American military. The Commander-in-Chief Bush, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, and General Myers. It's very interesting about their stories of what happened that day. First of all, where was Bush? He was down at a school in Florida. And I was in a bar in Bermuda after I'd spoken there, just after 9/11. I was watching CNN live. And I saw Bush stand up and say, at a town meeting, as they call it, a public meeting with obviously selected guests, as usual. And he was asked by a little boy called Jordan what he was doing on that 9/11 day. And he said, well, Jordan, he said, I was at a school. He said, and I was, just before I went to the classroom, he said, I was looking at the television, he said, and I saw this plane hit the World Trade Center. And he said, this is word for word, he said, and I thought, what a terrible pilot. That's what he said. Now, the first plane was not shown on live television, only the second one. And by the time the second one hit, he is in the classroom talking to the children. No way in the world is it possible for him to have seen the first plane hit. Next day, I'm looking through the press, waiting for, my God, what's the president said? Not a sodding word. So he goes into the classroom. I mean, he's just been told, by whatever means, that a plane has hit the World Trade Center. He's the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief. What does he do? He goes into a classroom and reads a story about a pet goat. Interesting use of goat. Andrew Card, his chief of staff, then comes in, and according to him at the town meeting, Bush, he said, Andy Card came in and he said to me, Mr. President, America's under attack. No, the planes hit the World Trade Center. Well, when you see the footage of Card going up to him and coming out, there's no way he said anything like that many words. But anyway, he's now told the president that a second plane is at the World Trade Center. What does the president do? He continues to read a story about a pet goat. And now we know what was really said here. He came in and said, Mr. President, America's under attack. No, the planes hit the World Trade Center. Okay, Andy. As soon as I know what's happened to this goat, I'll be right out. There you go. On he goes. And the 9/11 Commission said response to the hijackings was slowed by difficulty getting secure communications among the president in Florida and officials in Washington. Nonsense! They have perfect communications all the time. Cover story. Bullshit. And then he goes off to his plane, which they said was supposed to be the next target, according to a phone call they later said was not true. And he rings to see how the sport's getting on, and away we go. Then we come to Rumsfeld. I've got this on tape at home. He went on Larry King Live, and he was asked, just after 9/11, what he was doing on that morning. And he says that he was in his office at 8 o'clock at the Pentagon, just down the corridor from the command center that reacts to hijacks. And the plane was just taking off, the first one, Flight 11 from Boston. And he said he was hosting a group of politicians to talk about terrorism. Whoa, synchronicity day that was. He said that after a while, someone walked in, it's all on tape, and gave him a note, and he read it, and it said that a plane had hit the World Trade Center. He said he walked out to get a CIA briefing. He said, and within 15 minutes, he said, of leaving the room, getting the note, he felt a jarring thing, which was the Pentagon being hit on the far, far side of the building. So he's given us a timeline here. Pentagon hit 20 to 10. Go back 15 minutes with 25 past 9. He's saying that the head of the military, the defense secretary, the Pentagon, was handed a note at 25 past 9 to tell him that the World Trade Center had been hit by the first plane at 9:15, and they never mentioned the little detail that another bugger had hit at 3 minutes past 9, and no one had told him that another plane was heading towards the sodding Pentagon. Nonsense. This is the regulations that they have to follow. The command center will, with the exception of immediate responses, forward requests for Department of Defense assistance to the Secretary of State of Defense for approval. It goes on to say the Secretary of Defense has to be told immediately there's a problem. 25 past 9. Well, soon enough. Nonsense. This guy, Richard Myers, he said on American military radio and television that he was on Capitol Hill about to go into a meeting with a politician called Max Cleland when he saw on the television that the World Trade Center had been hit. He's the uniform head of the US military, just down the road in the Pentagon. What does he do? Does he get on the phone? Does he say, what's going on? No. He said he went into the meeting with Max Cleland. He said he came out, no one told him about the second plane. He came out, he said, and immediately he came out of the meeting, someone said, another plane's at the World Trade Center, and he said, just after that, someone said, the Pentagon's been hit, timeline. He went into the meeting, he claims, before 3 minutes past 9, because he didn't know about the second plane, comes out around 20 to 10 when the Pentagon was hit, and he is saying that no one told him the second plane had hit, that another plane was heading towards the Pentagon in all that bloody time. Nonsense. That guy was somewhere else that we'll come to in a second. It's all a frickin' lie, the whole bloody thing. Richard Clarke, who was the White House terrorism advisor, has said in a book that he was part of a teleconference during the 9/11 attacks, and one of the people involved in the teleconference was General Richard Myers, who was not with a meeting with Max bloody Cleland at all, just as Rumsfeld was telling a pack of lies about what happened to him. What was actually going on, has become clear since, is that there were a series of Air Force military exercises in the airspace involving the 9/11 planes that were symbolizing attacks on America. On that morning of all mornings, this was going on under various names. One of them, or a number of them, involved hijacked planes, but one of them involved a plane hitting a building. What a coincidence, stands back in amazement. And who was it that was in charge of this whole shebang that morning? Dick Cheney, Vice President. And what's becoming clear is this: NORAD and the FAA and all these other people had elements involved in all these exercises. And so when it started hearing things about hijacked plane heading for this, hijacked plane heading for there, people were actually saying, is this real or is this the exercise? Complete bloody confusion, which is exactly what those exercises were set up to do on that day, and they had the desired effect. And amid that confusion, nothing was done. This is what another thing that happened. 6 air traffic controllers who dealt with 2 of the hijacked airliners on that day made a tape of their experiences on what happened and what they were dealing with. And the tape was destroyed by a supervisor without anyone making a transcript or even listening to it, the Department of Transport said today. It was destroyed by FAA Quality Assurance Manager, who crushed the cassette in his hand, cut the tape into little pieces, and then drop them into different trash cans around the building. Do you reckon he didn't want us to hear it, or what? And all around the 9/11, you find stuff that was relevant being destroyed. Evidence. Elephant in the living room. My God. Inside job from start to finish. Total freaking lies. I was in Australia, and this guy who is involved in the computer system that defends Australian airspace from air attacks was with me for a day, and he told me that the airspace over the Canberra Parliament building involves a system that if a pilot enters that airspace, he is invited not by a human being but by a computer to punch in a 4-digit code that gives him permission to fly through that airspace. If it's not punched in a very short time, then the plane is taken out by ground-to-air missiles. That's what happens in Australia. What happened when Flight 11 came in, or Flight 77 rather came in, to the Pentagon? Nothing. It means there's no air defense to the Pentagon. They've admitted they've got ground-to-air defense for the White House. I mean, couldn't they just point them a little bit in the other direction? I mean, the Pentagon's not far. Nothing. Because it was being allowed to happen. No one has to direct an assassination. It happens. The active role is played by secretly permitting it to happen. This is the greatest single clue. Who has the power to call off the usual security precautions? Who had that power? The very people who've used 9/11 to take away basic freedoms and launch a war on terrorism. In other words, a war of slaughter. Then we've got this thing. I don't understand this. I think it's really strange. You know where the classic shot of the Pentagon is the big wall had fallen? Well, that happened about 20 minutes to half an hour after impact. Before that, that's basically the area of the hole. Must have been a sodding small plane, that's all I can say. Whatever it was. It's the size of the plane it was supposed to be, and just take into account that wall fell not on impact, but 20 minutes to half an hour afterwards. I think there might have been a bit more wreckage about than we saw, actually, myself, if that had been the case. And there was that hole on the other side. They said the reason there was no wreckage is the plane disintegrated when it hit the building. Well, a bit of it didn't. It came out the other side inside. What was that? Oh, yeah, there was a bit of wreckage. I can see them now. Yeah. Hey, I think we got away with it. God. Now, what the plane was supposed to have done was smack onto the ground just before it hit the building. They got the lawn right quick, didn't they? Alan Titchmarsh must have been flown in. Oh, and this is the other thing. Where the building fell and the plane was supposed to have hit, I mean, here's a thing. This is right on the end here. Here's a book. And here's a computer. Imagine, can't you? Did you just hear something? But yet again, some people say it was actually a cruise missile or something akin to that. Some say it was another kind of plane, but it was very strange. But then again, as with the wreckage of the Twin Towers and the Murrah building, I've been to this gas station, as they call them in America, this petrol station. It's right opposite the Pentagon, where the Pentagon was hit. And I went in there to get some petrol, not realizing it was a military petrol station. He said, "Are you in the military?" I said, "No, thank God, no." He said, "Well, you can't have petrol from here then." So anyway, the point is, though, that was years ago. The point is, this gas station has surveillance cameras pointing out over that area of the Pentagon. Okay, no problem. As with McVeigh and the whole thing in Oklahoma, okay, do you want to see what happened? All this conspiracy theory and all that stuff? Look, okay, just sit down a minute. Let me just put the tape on. There you go, that's what happened. Those were confiscated, those tapes, on the morning of 9/11 and never been seen since. I mean, there's not surveillance cameras. There's surveillance cameras at the local shop. There's not surveillance cameras all the way around the Pentagon and looking in at the Pentagon. Put the tape in, darling. Let's see, and we'll go away. No, we're not allowed to see. And that's one of the great red flags of this whole conspiracy stuff. When we seeing or hearing something would support the official story, we're allowed to see or hear it. When us seeing something would demolish the official story, we are not allowed to see or hear it. And that's why security cameras are working when they want to catch someone, and they miraculously cease to work when the true story of something like this would happen. How did they do it? Well, I tell you how they didn't do it. People who couldn't fly Cessnas did not fly those planes into buildings with such perfection. This is one flight instructor, about two of them. It was Dumb and Dumber. I mean, they were clueless. It was clear to me they weren't going to make it as pilots. One of them was described as, one of them said, I was surprised you could even drive a car. And there we go. They flew these pilots. These two guys were supposed to be involved. They failed to keep up their flight training, and one of them left for the Yemen for a year. Maybe you learn to fly there, who knows. Mazawi, this guy who's kind of obviously mentally imbalanced, who they've used to highlight the whole thing again in this court case, he was described as a poor pilot who failed to obtain a license despite hours of training. So what did they do, this Al-Qaeda network? They found anyone who had any ability to fly a plane and said, get them, we'll have them. I mean, it's a joke. Arab terrorists were not flying the bloody planes, please. Yes, they were. So, what was going on? Well, first of all, we got to understand the technology that's available. This is a thing called the Global Hawk. They fly this all over the world without a pilot. It's a surveillance plane. They've flown it from America to Australia, America to Europe. It's flying over Afghanistan and these places now. No pilot. It's controlled from the ground. And when I was researching Alice in Wonderland, I was watching a program in a series. Who's that guy who fronts the car programs? That's him, Jeremy Clarkson. Yeah, him. Yeah, I like him. He's a bit of a character. I like him. Anyway, he started off this explanation of the technology of modern aircraft. And the plane took off at the start of the show, and he's in the cockpit of this jumbo jet, and it's leaving, I think it was Kennedy Airport. And he was showing what actually flies the plane. And the pilot took the plane off the runway, and then he pointed it at the first, I think they call them way stations or something like that, in the sky. There are points in the sky which the computer picks out, and it goes to that one. When it gets there, the computer readjusts and takes it to the next one, flies it over the Atlantic. Once the thing's off the ground, the computer's flying the plane. It comes into Heathrow, and the plane landed, the front wheel was on the bloody white line in the middle, and it applied the brakes, all done by computer. The next thing the pilot did was turn it and taxi it to the bloody gate. Quite simply, if you can get control of the flight management computer system from the ground, you control the bloody plane. Simple as that. And that's what they do with this. And that's what they did, I would suggest, on 9/11. It's this Global Hawk, big thing, it's got the wingspan of a 737. And in the summer of 2001, a book came out by a former investigative producer of ABC, a guy called Bamford. And he was investigating the National Security Agency in America, which is much, much bigger than the CIA and more important. But what he did in his research, he came over this thing called Operation Northwoods, which was 40 years ago and run by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, in other words, the Pentagon. And this is what he found. This was in official documents he came across. They obviously thought were destroyed. Operation Northwoods, the plan called for innocent people to be shot on American streets. This is the Pentagon. For boats carrying refugees fleeing Cuba to be sunk on the high seas. For a wave of violent terrorism to be launched in Washington, D.C., Miami, and elsewhere. People would be framed for bombings they did not commit. Planes would be hijacked using phony evidence, all of which would be blamed on Castro to justify an invasion of Cuba 40 years ago. And this is another thing that was in this document. They were going to do this 40 years ago. An aircraft at Elgin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft belonging to a CIA proprietary organization in the Miami area. At a designate time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted into a drone, remote-controlled plane, their word for it. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft would be scheduled to allow a rendezvous south of Florida. What it was going on to say was that when the drone aircraft replaced the real aircraft, it would be flown, according to its flight plan, that's why they chose that particular route, over Cuba, and it would be destroyed by radio-controlled explosion, and it would be blamed on a ground-to-air missile from Cuba, therefore justifying the invasion of Cuba. They had the capability of doing that with a remotely controlled aircraft 40 years before 9/11. Imagine the technology they have now. That's what happened, and this, NORAD, is one of the major organizations that's been involved in the development of remotely controlled aircraft. The black boxes. If us seeing or hearing something would destroy the official story, we don't see or hear it. Where's the black boxes? Oh, they're destroyed, mate. Well, that's funny. It doesn't happen in other cases. The hijackers. 19 hijackers. We don't know who they are. Suddenly, here's the list. Size of shoes. Everything. And you know what they've said? They've just come out and said this. The reason they knew this is because it was all in Mohammed Attar's bag that didn't make it onto Flight 11. The coincidences, that's just amazing. Synchronicity, it must be true. These people, 7 of these people at least, have been tracked down by the mainstream press. They're still alive. What do they do, parachute? I mean, what's going on? And then you've got these Qurans everywhere. They left them in bars, in bloody hotel rooms and bloody cars. I mean, what were they? The Islamic equivalent of the Gideons? Who were these people? And then I sat in my front room and I watched a newsreader tell me on the BBC without laughing, just a few days after 9/11, that they found a passport from one of the hijackers. I mean, was it singed? I mean, what you know? I'm not a physics major, but paper passport, I think there's questions to ask here. And I rang the New York police a year later when I was doing the Alice in Wonderland book, and oh no, we can't talk about that, there's an ongoing investigation, oh God. And then there was an ITV television documentary a year after 9/11, and they asked the same question, and the FBI said, the hijacker's passport is a rumor that might be true. This is a year after they've called a press conference to announce it. Why? Because we go back to connecting the dots. They know that vast majority of people do not connect the dots. They don't remember what they were told on this day as opposed to what they were told on this day and this day. And therefore, what they wanted in that period was emphasize, program, yes, it was them Islams, yeah. So we found a passport, proof. Oh, we found a Qurans in this everywhere. Oh, it was them Islams. And then once the programming is done, they can just walk away because they know most people won't say, well, hold on a minute. But some people do, and increasing numbers of people do. And that's how the dots get connected. Now, this is extraordinary. This is the official FBI timeline of Mohammed Attar. They said that him and this guy, Abdulaziz Al-Amouri, who turned out not to be, actually, instead of being in Boston when they were going to hijack Flight 11 in the morning of September the 11th, they drove down to Portland, Maine the night before. I mean, you know, was it a better hotel? I mean, what's going on? So, and he said that they left their hotel on the morning of September the 11th at 5:33 to catch a plane at 6 o'clock, which is the only one that would have got them onto Flight 11. Did the alarm not go off? Did they oversleep? I mean, what are we talking about here? See them dashing around the hotel. Oh, Abdul, get up. See the time. Knickers, pants everywhere. Oh. Then they're supposed to arrive to catch a plane at 6 o'clock. And it was all these great hijackers. And one of the things that people say is, oh, no, I saw Attar. He get on the plane. They've got this surveillance camera. No. Of all the airports in all the world, at this time when there's cameras everywhere, the one international airport with no surveillance cameras in its departure lounge is Boston Logan Airport. There are no pictures of him getting on the plane. This is Portland, Maine, where this comes from. And in the middle, you've got 5:45, 15 minutes to departure, which gives it kind of a reasonable thing, yes, 15 minutes. But actually down here, it's 5:53, in fact 5:54, 6 minutes to departure, which would ask the question, why did they leave it so sodding late? Well, maybe it wasn't too important for them to get on it, because maybe they didn't know they were going to hijack something. And I called the people at head of security at Portland, Maine, and I said, why does it have two timelines? And why does it have one right in the middle of the shot where you at least want numbers if you were trying to identify someone? I don't know, she said. I said, do you think you could ask? Do you think you could look at the tape and call me back? She says, oh no, the FBI took that tape away on the morning of 9/11 and we've not seen it again. Of course, that was put in because in the newspapers that's what the framing was. And it hid the fact that, as one person said, they were so late they were spitting bullets or spitting blood or something. There is no evidence this guy got on the plane. No evidence whatsoever, freaking ever, including the fact that none of them were on the list of passengers. This is Abdulaziz Al-Amouri, who's supposed to have been but wasn't the night before 9/11. He looks like he's going to kill himself the next day, doesn't he? Yeah, but that's not Al-Amouri. That's Al-Amouri. This is a Saudi airline pilot who was sitting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and heard on the news that he just hijacked a bloody plane in America. He went into the American consulate there and said, I think there might be a mistake. I think there might be. But they've never changed the names. They said that this guy, Lotfi Raisi, had helped them to learn how to fly the planes, not very well. They said that he was an Islamic extremist. They put him in Belmarsh prison. They tried to take him to America. They said he was an Islamic extremist when he's married to a French white Roman Catholic. Yeah, it all fits. It's all rubbish. It's all rubbish. And the people here, rubbish. What most of them are claimed to have done. And that's why they're having to let them out now, slowly. These people are completely untrustworthy, wouldn't know the truth if it bit them on the arse. And the same with the Twin Towers, again. Controlled explosion, taken away by controlled demolition appropriately. When you look at the controlled demolition pictures, they're available everywhere, lots of programs about them. At the point where the explosives goes off, there is an outward puff of smoke as the charges go. That is exactly what you see on the Twin Towers before they started to fall. In all these things, it's classically what happened to the Twin Towers. Controlled demolition. Look at that one in the middle on the left there. What you see in that building is what you saw when the Twin Towers started to fall. These are some buildings that fell due to structural failure. They don't go straight down on themselves. They don't turn to dust. And the speed that the towers fell was the speed of free fall, without any resistance. Free fall speed. Why? Because there was nothing to resist. Because they were taken out by explosives. Because that was the classic mind-imposing, mind-programming vision of 9/11 that would be in the public mind to use problem reaction solution to justify the outcome. This guy, William Rodriguez, maintenance man at the World Trade Center, he was a hero after 9/11 because all the people he got out and the heroic things he did, pictured with George Bush. The moment he came out and said, actually, bombs were going off at the bottom of the building before the building fell, and people with him said, yes, they were, then suddenly he becomes persona non grata. They took his job away and tried to destroy the guy. He's actually taken them to court and issued a court lawsuit against them for being involved in 9/11, people like Cheney and Bush and others. This guy, Larry Silverstein, he bought the whole of the World Trade Center just before 9/11, and he put massively increased insurance on it, which is being paid out. And he said he owned this building called Building 7 on the World Trade Center complex. And he said on television in an interview that the authorities came to him on 9/11 and said the building is in such a bad state, we want to pull it. In other words, pull it, we want to controlled demolish it. And he agreed, and they said it was pulled. Here's Building 7, here's all the telltale charges coming out that demolished Building 7. Now there's a question here. If you've ever seen these programs where they pull buildings of that size, they don't go and put the charges in a few hours. Sometimes takes days to put them in the right places so it falls as it did. On 9/11, they pulled this building in next to no time. Why? Because it was charged already. In Building 7 was a state-of-the-art command center, which had been recently built at a cost of $13 million at the instruction of Mayor Giuliani. And a guy I had a long conversation with he's a German, former German defense minister called Andreas von Bülow. And he has come out publicly and said he's certain that 9/11 was orchestrated from the command center in Building 7. And the reason they pulled it was to destroy the evidence of what happened. I think he's not far from the truth. Mayor Giuliani, buy a used car, wouldn't buy a new one, mate. I won't go into that. So the whole kind of story of 9/11 is full of holes because it's not true. And the media, despite these holes, continue to parrot the official version of everything. As a result of it, the secret agenda can impose its Orwellian state while the movie tells us it's to protect us. Sums it up, Anglo-American special relationship. Will you lie first or shall I? And so you keep the old black and white. You're either with us or you're against us. You're with us or you're for the terrorists. You ignore the fact that there was great grief and support from the Islamic world for what happened, because this is what you're after. This is the Nazi technique. Why, of course, the people don't want war. Why should some poor slob on a farm want to risk his life in a war when the best he can get out of it is to come back to his farm in one piece? Naturally, the common people don't want war, neither in Russia nor in England, nor for that matter in Germany. That is understood. But after all, it is the leaders of the country who determine the policy, and it is always a simple matter to drag the people along, whether it is a democracy or a fascist dictatorship. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the peacemakers for their lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country. Hermann Göring. And that's what they're doing now. Abraham Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. He who molds public opinion is greater than he who enacts the laws. He might have said, and he who molds public opinion can enact whatever laws he wants. Problem, reaction, solution. Control of the public mind. All propaganda, said Hitler, must be so popular and on such an intellectual level that even the most stupid of those towards whom it is directed will understand it. People can be made to perceive paradise as hell and the other way round, to consider the most wretched sort of life as paradise. That's the key line. All propaganda must be on such an intellectual level that even the most stupid towards whom it is directed can understand it. Bin Laden did it. It's Al-Qaeda. That's the mantra on the most basic level. Exactly. There you go, Georgie. This is Blair showing the evidence that Bin Laden was orchestrating it. This is the Americans looking at the evidence, you know. Here you go. Lies, lies, lies. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. All my other lies are classified. This is the level we've got to after 9/11. They are harboring a terrorist and they need to hand him over. There's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. That's the new world order that we're coming into. Bin Laden, I can't go into him much because I want to get some other things in before we finish this section. But he said in this so-called video in which he admitted it, we did not reveal the operation to them until just before they boarded the planes. Eh? Now, come on. They're boarding. Over here, over here. Right. You know those big towers? 9/11 Commission, only 2 days before the attacks, they had still not agreed what targets to hit. The 9/11 date was selected 3 weeks before the attacks. You're having a bloody laugh. You ever seen this film, Wag the Dog? Wag the Dog. What they do, if people haven't seen it, the president, a sex scandal's about to break, and there's an election coming up. So they invent a war that's not actually taking place. They get this top Hollywood producer to produce this war footage from the front, and they choose a war with Albania because they reckon no Americans ever heard of Albania. And they have this war, and they get it all on the front pages, and the footage from the front is coming from a Hollywood studio, and they hide the fact that the president's had this sex scandal until after the election. And when you watch the movie, it's so real. This is how we tell if there's a terrorist at the airport now, apparently. Yeah, we've got to keep things real simple here. There you go. God, he's dangerous. But you keep focusing on what you want to focus on until he's past his sell-by date, which is now. You talk about freedom while taking it away, and you can take 3,000 dead people in America and turn them into, well, far more than 5,000 dead civilians now in Afghanistan, and you can call it a glorious victory. That is terrorism. That is fighting for freedom. That is evil. That is the will of God to bring peace to the world. Wanted for terrorism, biggest terrorists in the world, but actually bigger ones behind them. Bigger terrorists than them behind them, but on the public stage there they are. Definition of a terrorist: one who favors or uses terror-inspiring methods of governing or coercing government or community, hence terrorism. I wonder if that definition includes 16-year-old ice cream vendors in Afghanistan having their legs blown off. I wonder if it involves the slaughter of innocent kids in Afghanistan, the invasion of a country that was a Stone Age country in the middle of a famine at the time. This was before the invasion. Yeah, I love that. Created by the CIA, wanted by the FBI. Strange but true. Those Tora Bora tunnels where he's hiding, they were built by Bin Laden Construction with CIA money funneled through ISI, the Pakistan intelligence agency. There you go. You're the head of the snake, you're the head of the snake. You're both right. Then we had the anthrax outbreak, which ended immediately. It was revealed that the strain was only used by the American military. Went straight off the headlines then. I saw this headline: Cheney says anthrax packages are very worrying. I put on the bottom, well, stop sending them then, Dick. And this is how it's done. This structure. You have the terrorism, or the people blamed for terrorism, and the secret societies of the Islamic world, of which there are many, many, just like everywhere else, and you encompass them in the same pyramid in your Russian doll structure as the United States, American governments, FBI, CIA. So at this level of the pyramid, you are dictating to both apparent opposition sides within the public arena. And from this level, you orchestrate it being carried out, you orchestrate the lack of response and the lack of the defense system being activated, and you carry out the whole thing by pulling the strings of all elements of both sides. And that's how it all works. And that, holding the strings, is the level we never see, the spider in the center of the web. Now the solution: more and more changes in society, homeland security, military dictatorship. We're getting the same in this country. Support the glorious war, help us find a terrorist, tell us about your strange behavior of your neighbors, tell on your friends. We want people to be informers because we want to protect everyone. This is an FBI leaflet that says that people to watch for involving terrorists are defenders of the US Constitution against the federal government and the UN. You're a terrorist to do that now. And this is what Adolf Hitler said when announcing the creation of the Gestapo. An evil exists that threatens every man, woman, and child of this great nation. We must take steps to ensure our domestic security and protect our homeland. If George Bush had said that, Tony Blair had said that, well, we wouldn't have been surprised. Straight out of the mouth of Adolf Hitler, because the same mentality is in place. And then we go back to Babylon. Through Bush again, Father Bush involved through his son. And Saddam Hussein, he was a great friend of America. He was one of their blue-eyed boys until it became much better for the agenda for him to be used as the fall guy. And in the run-up to this war, we had history to look at. First of all, the 1991 war with Iraq, which they could have removed Saddam then. They chose not to on the orders of Father George, because his card had to be played later. And in the meantime, while they had the no-fly zone and all that stuff through the 90s of Iraq, there were children being killed on a constant basis by American bombing in Iraq in the no-fly zone. And then you had the horrific, and still have the horrific results of the spent uranium in the weapons that they've used in Iraq, in the first Gulf War and in the second. Horrific things happening to children being born in Iraq now because of the pollution of the uranium in the bombs that have been bombarding that country. Then we had the sanctions on Iraq in the run-up to the second war, which, according to UN figures, cost fantastic numbers of lives of children. 500,000, 1 million are some of the figures that have been talked about. 4,500 children under the age of 5 dying each month in Iraq because of the sanctions in the run-up to the war. And this was an interchange on a 60 Minutes program in America. We've heard that 500,000 children have died as a result of sanctions in Iraq. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And is the price worth it? Secretary of State at the time, Madeleine Albright: I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. And when I talk about America and Britain, I'm talking about their governments being used as vehicles of this hidden force, this Illuminati, to bring about the global change I'm talking about. Not the people. There's vast numbers of people in America that don't want this. And they've taken over Iraq because that was the idea. The idea they're going to come out of it is just ridiculous. They're there because they're meant to stay there. And this is the special relationship. Blair's time is coming to an end now, but same thing will continue. Now, invasion checklist: missiles, tanks, troops, planes, bombs, ships, guns, a reason. Problem, reaction, solution doesn't always need a real problem. It just needs the public perception of a problem. And so they invented the idea of weapons of mass destruction to sell the idea of the invasion. Now, of course, people get, challenged. Oh, where are the weapons of mass destruction? But it doesn't matter, because what they wanted to achieve by the lie has been achieved. They're in Iraq and they ain't coming out. Again, the secret agenda in the movie telling us different things. This is a leaked document from Downing Street that shows that they were certain they were going to invade Iraq long before they actually did. In fact, it was years. There you go, there's the reason. Dead simple. And there he is, he's found in the plane, look, special. So yeah, Iraq was involved in 9/11. Here's the weapons of mass destruction evidence. Here's some more, and along we go. There's the whole dossier on the weapons of mass destruction. Not a problem. There's one of them. There's the mobile weapons laboratories. Look, there you go. They're very, very canny, these people. Made it look like a London bus. And, of course, like I said right at the start, just because you have two sides that appear to be against each other doesn't mean they're not controlled and manipulated by the same force. In 1983, Donald Rumsfeld was sent to Iraq to organize the shipment for Saddam, there's the meeting, of biological and chemical weapons for use against the Iranians in the Iraq-Iranian war. And these were the chemical weapons shipped through the American government from American corporations that were used to kill the Kurds. But because they keep that quiet, it means they can use the chemical attack on the Kurds as a justification to remove Saddam. It's all smoke and mirrors. And this is not me surmising this. This came out in official documents. I think 2002. This is a report in a newspaper. Donald Rumsfeld, the US Defense Secretary and one of the most strident critics of Saddam Hussein, met the Iraqi president in 1983 to ease the way for US companies to sell biological and chemical weapons, including anthrax and bubonic plague cultures, according to newly classified US documents. And before he became Secretary of State, Donald Rumsfeld was on the board of a European engineering giant called ABB. And he was on the board when they sold nuclear technology to North Korea. And then he becomes Secretary of State and says, they're dangerous, North Korea, they've got nuclear technology. Yes, you sold it to them, you silly sod. But it was meant to be sold to them. Problem, reaction, solution. Keep following the white rabbit, keep believing what they tell you, and war is peace and get a brain more hands. And as a result of it, slaughter in Iraq. And somebody told me John Wayne was dead. I don't think he's dead. I see him everywhere. I see him on Fox News. I see him on CNN. I see him in the US military. He's everywhere. Go get him, John. Sitting on tanks, embedded journalists. Oh, I see them all. Yeah, go get them, John. This is the stuff they don't want us to see. The real impact of the war on terrorism by the terrorists. Every single day it's happening. Liberated, liberated, liberated. And this, the thing that they're using also are cluster bombs. There are these people that are protecting us from the terrorist cluster bombs. A spokesman for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Iraq described the scene in Hilla as a horror. Dozens of severed bodies and scattered limbs. Journalists found babies cut in half, amputated limbs, kids with faces, a web of deep cuts caused by American shell fire and cluster bombs. Robert Fisk, a journalist worth the name on The Independent, described the mortuary as a butcher's shop of chopped up corpses. This is what cluster bombs do. And this is what is being done in our name, wrongly, but in our name in Iraq, and they want to do it in other places too. And somebody tells me that people that do this wouldn't kill 3,000 people on 9/11 to give them the justification of doing this. You know, if we think if we judge what this network would do on the basis of what we would do, we lose the plot, because we have empathy with people who suffer the consequences of our actions. If we did that, well, God, how would we live emotionally? To them, no problem. So they don't have this fail-safe mechanism of empathy with the consequences of your actions. And I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this bloody morality. Do you ever see this here? In America, Janet Jackson, is it Justin Timberlake? I don't know, something to do with wood anyway. He was at the Super Bowl, and just by accident, stands back in amazement, her breast came out, right? There was moral outrage in America. It's disgusting, Janet Jackson, immoral. I wonder which of these pictures is more sodding immoral. One of the British soldiers in a BBC documentary, we bomb them. It's cool to me because I like explosions and stuff like that, but I don't get to see the actual explosion, and that's what I want to see, but I guess when we get closer to Baghdad, we'll get to see more of that. Yeah. Ooh, yes. Support our troops. No. Support people who are coming from a point of empathy. Not all of them are. Some of them may be, but misguided in the way they express it, but not all of them. And even the troops. This is a surgeon in Germany talking about the incredible life-changing, life-destroying things that are happening to troops that are never talked about. Our boys, like I said earlier, we will not surrender. No, we don't sodding have to. We send these poor buggers to face it. To fight on our behalf, yeah, no problem. And Henry Kissinger summed the whole thing up when he called the military dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns to foreign policy. And that's all these guys are to these people that run the world. Couldn't care less. And then, there's all the fake stuff goes on, like they pulled this bloody statue down. I was in America. I watched CNN hold a live picture of this statue for 2 hours live before it actually came down. And I love this one. It was in a place called Palestine. I think it was Palestine Square, something like that. There were the people there watching it come down. I don't think too many myself. On the front of the Evening Standard, there they are again. What? Where did they come from? And then what you do is, as someone pointed out, if you go through the crowd, you see the same guy over and over again. What they've done is they've taken a shot off the telly of a few, and they're just going to make them smaller going back. You can trust the media. They wouldn't lie to you. They'd lie to everybody. There you go. Where did it all come from? Then you got Saddam Hussein. Both ITV and BBC, in the run-up to the invasion of Iraq, they had facial experts look at all this footage of Saddam, and they found at least 7 or 8 different Saddams. And have they got the one at the moment? I don't know. Apparently, according to newspaper reports, his wife was taken to see him, this present Saddam, and it said that she arrived from Syria with her official escort and then entered the prison, emerging only moments later, pink with rage and shouting, "This is not my husband, but he's double. Where is my husband? Take me to my husband." American officials rushed forward to shield Mrs. Saddam from perplexed Russian observers, trying to insist that Saddam had changed quite a lot in custody and she probably didn't recognize him. But when you go again through the 9/11 story and old kind of Rumsfeld, no one told him the plane had hit and all that stuff, okay, what else will they try? I mean, crikey, nothing's crazy anymore. The pig trough in Iraq, handing over Babylon, I love it. We're going to hand it back to the people. You're having me on, no way. And all these people like Shalabi, CIA, and British intelligence, the first kind of interim leader, Alawi, MI6, CIA, all the gang are there. There. But no, he's come. He's come to protect us. There you go. War crimes against humanity. That's what they're wanted for, and in the end, history repeating itself. It's just a global version. I love that one. Same shit, different asshole. Isn't that brilliant? Yeah. And that's fantastic. And now we're heading for the next one in the list, Iran. You see, when you follow the kind of background and you follow the project, the New American Century, you know, anyone's followed my website and stuff like that, you're sitting there, okay, they're now well ensconced in Iraq, okay, it's not going well on the surface, but if you want to stay there, you don't want it to go well, because then you've got no justification for staying there, so you don't want it to go too well. And the next on the list, Iran, and then you're just waiting, here we go. I know, there's a problem with Iran now, oh, here we go. And then it will be North Korea, and then they'll want China. I mean, crikey. Stop asking questions. You're either with us or against the terrorists. I promise never to question authority. You're a good citizen. Go get them, John. Isn't it funny that when you protest like these people here against war, they bloody shoot at you with rubber bullets and stuff. This is a protest in Oakland. And they have now free speech zones back from where anyone's meeting, so you can't protest directly. And you know, that previous picture is something to emphasize. There are enormous numbers of people in America who don't get a voice. Enormous numbers who would be sitting here today if this was in America, because they can see through it. It's not the Fox News mentality of America is not the only mentality, far from it. But again, we come back to this again. The lie can be maintained only for such time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, and or military consequences of the lie. That's why they have to suppress dissent. Okay, we'll finish this section here, right, with this. London bombings, July the 7th, 2005, 7/7. One of the things that you find when you start researching this is they use numerology a lot. And one of the key numbers is 11 and derivatives of 11, like 33, like 77. And of course, when you look at the numerological symbolism right through the 9/11 story, the 11 comes up all the time. And here we have 7/7, the London bombings. Woo. This is what I was saying. The World War II, 11th hour, 11th day, 11th month. They changed the sequence for the Apollo moon mission, so the one that landed on the moon was 11. 33, of course, has great significance for Freemasons. You have the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and a derivative 11 is 7/7. And so it was this guy's turn now to go center stage and have a terrorist outrage in his country, so he could further impose control here and around the world. The Neo-Labour Party. Do you know, I remember when I was a kid, there were still some Labour people around, you know. Now it's just become part of the one-party state in which it's just the same group of people. And we must destroy old Labour, because it's neo-Labour now. It's neo-Nazi. There you go. I mean, this guy is in the Labour Party, in the sodding dinner party, more like. God dear. He don't walk, he slithers, that man. He does. Mandelson. And the week started with, and it was a very orchestrated week of the London bombings. Started with Live 8. Yeah. Well, I think we might have a difference of opinion there. Just me. You know, I've got great respect for what Bob Geldof did with Live Aid and all that stuff. But I do have a whiff of joining the club here, because Live 8 provided a cover and provided a almost heroic status for Tony Blair at the G8 summit, that he was pressing to help the people of Africa and the third world, the developing world, when he couldn't give a shit. He'd bomb them more than bloody help them. And I do see these famous people on stages, and good luck to them. But, you know, I do find it rather symbolic when the African bands are sent out to Cornwall and just go over there. You're all right, we've sorted you out, we've had a few complaints, so you better have a place, because we are the center of the show. And it was a way of bringing, almost diluting the protest. And maybe it's me, maybe I'm just a 60s guy who never kind of evolved, but I find it a bit grotesque myself that rock singers are on first name terms and how are you with mass killers like George Bush and Tony Blair. It's just my view. I don't know what the X is, marks the spot. I mean, this is not one of the most effective photographs I've ever seen, I have to say. But the reason I've used it, because that was the feel of it. There was this coming together of those whose policies have destroyed and exploited Africa and other similar parts of the world, with those who are trying, they say, to help things. Well, they ain't going to help things by becoming part of the club. This sums it up. This is Catherine Bertini, Executive Director of the UN World Food Programme. We use food is power, we use it to change behaviour. Some may call that bribery, we do not apologise. Empty bellies are much easier to manipulate. And we are being asked to believe that as a result of what was decided at the G8 summit, as a result of the protest, which was sod all, that this guy, Paul Wolfowitz, head of the World Bank, is going to have a transformation of personality and help people in these countries who have been mercilessly exploited for centuries. This is the man who was involved in a document that talked to developing biological weapons that can target specific genotypes. This may transform biological warfare from the realm of terror to a political useful tool. Come on, Bono, eh? Let's just have a look at this again, eh? And going on during this week, was all going on, you had the G8 summit, you had all the world leaders there, all in place for reaction for what was to come. Then we get the Olympics. We get the Olympics in 2012, the same week. And I'm not being wise after the event here. I said to my friends long before, when it was announced that London was going for the Olympics in 2012, I said, I bet you they get it. Because 2012 London, they had that ring to it, you know what I mean? I felt that, and so I wasn't surprised at all when they got it. And then here's all the joy and everything. It's all kind of doing this to the collective mind, bang. Suddenly we have the London bombings of what was described as our 9/11. And it was, because that was a sodding lie as well. And so we had these bombs. Someone sent me this picture through my website. It's kind of interesting little pyramid joined together there. And we had the bus go off, and in the symbolism-obsessed Illuminati, you had this outright terror, bold and brilliant, on the side of the bus that was actually blown up, that was rerouted, one of only two, according to a London transport man who spoke to me, that was rerouted as a result of the bombings, and one of them had a bomb in it. And of course, there they are, just there to react to it and say, this is more terrorism. We as a world community must react to this by taking away more freedoms and more stuff. And then you had this celebration afterwards of something to do with the military. What was it? The World War II and the veterans and stuff, true Brits and nation defiant, all fitted together perfectly. And all the pictures there, Prince Charles and all that stuff. And it was been blamed on 4 Islamic extremists. It's kind of funny that when you look at the background, so many of these people are Islamic extremists. They don't seem too extreme to me. And the background before they hit the papers, you know, they're described as decent people. And this is another lovely one. And make sure you get your identity cards to be found after the bombs go off. We didn't need to find them because they had all their things on them. Oh yeah, you didn't find that passport in New York, did you? There it is. I mean, it's child's play. This is Frank Gardner, BBC security correspondent. I do think it very strange that they were able to find these documents belonging to these bombers. Maybe they thought they were going to paradise, so it didn't really matter. but it allowed the police to trace where they came from very quickly. It was a strange thing to do. Yes, it was. I agree, Frank. And it's strange how Mohammed Atta did the same. Did you notice that? Left his bag. This is a Times of London report. Police had no need of DNA evidence to identify the suspected bombers, as the men were all carrying personal documents. It's as if they wanted their identities to be known, a police source said. No, they didn't, darling, but your bloody controllers did. One of the guys went for a Big Mac. Big Mac, please make it quick. No, it's not bloody funny. The outcome is very unsodding funny, but the story is so ridiculous, and by showing it's ridiculous, it demolishes the sodding thing. It's taking it seriously that's the bloody problem. We had ridiculously few surveillance pictures in a city surrounded by bloody surveillance cameras of these people. And then there are other things. The bombers brought round-trip train tickets and paid for long-term parking for 7 days. That makes sense. Why would they leave extra bombs, as someone asked, in their hire car for the police to find? Well, same reason they had all their papers on them. The four men looked, the police said, like happy hikers, laughing and joking. Well, maybe that's what they were. Maybe they weren't going to bomb people. Maybe someone else did it. They talked about the times of the trains that in the media that they were probably on. The times of the trains that were quoted were cancelled from Luton into London. And again, this is another common theme. They said one of the masterminds of the London bombings was this guy, Aswat. Well, it turns out that he's connected to British intelligence, as this report in America revealed. And when the picture's changed. That should be the Madrid bombings, the computer going haywire. But the Madrid bombings, the man accused of supplying the dynamite used in the Al-Qaeda train bombings in Madrid was in possession of the private telephone number of the head of Spain's Civil Guard bomb squad. If you look in this book, Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster, there are many connections between people like Attar and the American intelligence network. What if, like Lee Harvey Oswald, who was also connected to the CIA, they were led to be in places with a story that led them to believe that they should be there, and yes, okay, I'll be there, because they were thinking it was something else, and suddenly they find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time so that they can be blamed for something that the authorities actually did. I think there's a strong possibility. Benjamin Netanyahu, massively connected to the neocons in America. He was in London. He got a warning not to go to a hotel where he was going to give a speech near where one of the bombs went off before it went off. And then there's this guy, Halevi, former head of Mossad. He wrote an article for the Jerusalem Post on the day of the London bombings. And he wrote this: the multiple simultaneous explosions that took place today on the London transportation system were the work of perpetrators who had an operational capacity of considerable scope. And then he goes on to talk about it. Now, hold on a second. He wrote this article on the morning of the London bombings. On the day of the London bombings, and for some days afterwards, the London police were not saying the bombings were simultaneous. They were saying they happened over a period of about 50 minutes. How does the former head of Mossad on the day know that they were multiple simultaneous explosions? Because he bloody knew about it. Because these intelligence agencies are connected in the web. Then there's this guy, Bruce Layton, and he's not alone in what he said. He was quoted in the Cambridge Evening News, who used what he said here in the body of the article when it should have been in the first paragraph and the headline. He was in one of these tube trains right next to the bomb when it went off. And he said, the policeman said, after it happened and they were coming round, the policeman said, mind that hole, that's where the bomb was. The metal was pushed upwards as if the bomb was underneath the train. They seemed to think the bomb was left in a bag, but I don't remember anyone being where the bomb was or any bag. And of course, there's those strange things when stations were shut and lines were closed in that area in the hour or so before the bombings happened. 9/11, same thing. No investigation. Oh no, we're not having an investigation because the investigation might find out the truth tone. We don't want that. And so as a result of it, now more and more surveillance, more and more control. This poster, the London Underground, secure beneath the watchful eyes, we're there to protect you with all our cameras and all this other surveillance. You should want it everywhere. Everywhere as a result, everywhere. And then we've got a situation, however, when the cameras would reveal what happened, as in the Pont d'Alma tunnel, 17 traffic cameras, none of them working when Diana was killed. The bus never had a camera working, and according to a London Transport source, someone came round and was working on the cameras that they'd never seen before in the run-up to that. And of course, we had the Stockwell shooting of the Brazilian, 7 shots in the head from close range, and of course, none of the surveillance cameras were working. And we've now reached a point where a group of policemen can hold down a fella and shoot him in the head 7 times, and no one is arrested or charged with it because they got a bloody uniform on. That's why. This guy's lied through his teeth, stays in his job. All over the place now, we're seeing, this is in America, concentration camps being built for where they want to take the world. They want to take it to a fascist state. And incidentally, one other thing I meant to mention about the London bombings, there was a guy called Peter Power who runs a crisis management company which helps people get their security in place for various things. And he went on to Radio 5 Live, BBC, on the morning of the London bombings, and he said that the hairs on his neck were standing up because that morning his company was running a crisis management simulated crisis involving around 1,000 people, and the scenario was that bombs went off in the same places the bombs went off that morning. And he said that the only difference between their simulated scenario that morning and what actually happened was that in their scenario, the bombs went off simultaneously and not, as the police were saying at that time, over a period of 50 minutes. A few days later, the police announced their bombs were simultaneous. So that morning, exactly the same thing happened as that simulated crisis was simulating to happen. On that morning in that place, exactly what happened on 9/11 with those war games over the eastern United States involving hijacked aircraft. Why? Why? Because the simulated scenario is a cover, not necessarily knowingly, but it's a cover to stop the revelation of what really went on. And how about if some of these people thought they were taking part in the simulated crisis management exercise and turned out to be used as patsies, as they call them in America, to be blamed for the real thing. Now, just before we have a decent break, once again, this famous saying by Pastor Niemöller, a anti-Nazi activist in Germany, is so applicable. First they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for me, and by then there was no one left to speak out for me. And what we've got to do, what we have to do, surely, is stop being divided by what we don't agree on and start being united by what we do agree on, which is freedom for all of us. I don't care what someone's religion is. I don't care what their background is. I don't care what their bloody genetics is. Doesn't give a damn. They're just all one consciousness anyway. But if we let that stuff divide us, then they'll pick us off, and they're doing it. Oh yes, let's turn on the Islams. And when we've got them buggers, then we'll turn on them. And then we'll turn on you. Well, who's going to help me? Well, there's not many people about now, mate, to be honest. United now means freedom tomorrow. And one of the things we need to look at surely as young people is saying no to the sodding military. Not being part of it anymore. Join the army, travel to exotic distant lands, meet exciting unusual people and kill them and be killed. They've got these people in America going into all the schools and the malls now, trying to get people to go, young people to go into the military who we'll pay your college bills, at least for a month till we send you off to be killed. Yeah, it's great. Hey, sir, would you like to go and be in the uniform and serve the interests of the people who've made you unemployed and poor? Does that seem like a good idea? That's what's happening in America. That's Nazi Germany, that's America today. At the top. What's the difference? Same thing. Albert Einstein said, the pioneers of a warless world are the youth that refuse military service. And there was that great song in the 60s by Donovan. I stopped evolving musically after Donovan. Mellow Yellow was the peak of me. Where he said this, was so applicable then and always has been, because the few fight their wars because the many choose to fight them. We don't fight them, if Bush and people want to fight wars, I have no problem with that. Shut the freaking door, don't make too much noise, and I'll tiptoe away and leave you to it. But don't use everyone else to do it. And this song said, if I can remember the words, he's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, an atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist and a Baptist and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will. Killing for me, my friend, and me for you. And so it goes on. And the whole point of the song is that the universal soldier is the one that fights the war. And if, as they said in the 60s, what if we had a war and no one turned up? No war. It's because we play a part in the system that is controlling us that the system is allowed to control us. If we will not be part of it, it cannot exist. And people are waking up. People are waking up. They're starting to see in greater and greater numbers what the game is, and they don't want to play, and neither should we. Now that's a great sight. I think that would be very good for the world. That's not such a good sight, though. Someone sent me these pictures, what are we doing? It doesn't get any better, mind, I tell you. We're letting these people run our world, control our lives. Look at that, he even goes there, like, You can tell she's royalty. She keeps the gloves on, So in the last part, when we've had a decent break, because you bloody need it after all this sod. I've had the crystal therapy, I've had the hands-on healing, and I've had the acupuncture, and I've still got verbal sodding diarrhea. I can't shift it. I just keep talking. But if we come back in 1 hour, and then we'll go into the last part, which is the most important, which is how we bring an end to all this shite. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So this is where we get a little bit more bizarre, but not really bizarre, only the area beyond what people normally talk about in terms of this conspiracy. There's people all over the world now who are researching this and communicating it and, great stuff. But if you are limited by a belief system, particularly a religious belief system, and many researchers of this conspiracy come from that background, then you'll go so far, which is about as far as we've come today so far, but you won't go into this next bit. And for me, this next bit is where we need to go to find the way out of this. Because unless we know how we're creating it, then how do we know how to uncreate it? Because the answers are not out there, because there is no out there. So I'm going to now go into the realms of how we create reality, and therefore how it can be manipulated, and understanding that. And that's why I call this now the really important bit, because this is where all the strands from earlier in the day start to come together, and we can start to see a way out of this, and also understand much more profoundly why society is structured as it is. It all starts to make sense once we realize the nature of reality, and the fact that beyond the Bushes and the Blairs and the shadowy core, this knowledge which has been passed on through the thousands of years is the knowledge that they use to manipulate our sense of reality, while we understand very little about what's actually going on. Our thoughts are not necessarily our thoughts, but implanted thoughts. So seeing is believing. But actually the truth is, believing is seeing. And that's a massive truth that moves us forward. What is reality? Reality is an illusion. The only place this world exists is in our heads, and even our head, if you go on to another level, is an illusion. We are consciousness. We are infinite consciousness. This quote from Goebbels about vitally important to repress dissent, because the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie. Now we're entering the area of the biggest lie and the most important lie in terms of the few controlling the many indefinitely. And when we realize the nature of the lie, we can then take control of our lives back, collectively and individually. We are not this body. I'll get more into that as we go along. We are consciousness. We are consciousness that is connected to an ocean of consciousness we call infinity. We can perceive life as a droplet in an ocean. Oh, I'm just little me. Oh, what power have I got? You know, I was born in Leicester. I was, and I went to school, and now I've got a job, and I'm a droplet. But you can perceive that, and you will create a reality that reflects the way you see reality. The perceived reality becomes the experienced reality. But if you perceive yourself not as a droplet, but what happens when you put a droplet in the ocean, there is no point where the droplet ends and the ocean starts. The droplet is the ocean is the droplet. We're all one infinite consciousness. Now, when we perceive life from that point of view, the last thing we think of is we are powerless. Is that we have to look outside of ourselves to be told what to think. And so the whole conspiracy at its really profound foundation level is to hold us in a bubble in which we are operating on a fraction of who we are, and they use the physical body, again I'll come into this in more detail, to be the block on us being multidimensional infinite consciousness that cannot be manipulated. We are energy, awareness. People call it consciousness. My favorite word is awareness. We're awareness. And, you know, these can be photographed. We call them auras, but that's just one level of our infinite energy field. And we are not the body. The consciousness works through the body, which is nothing more than a biological computer, fantastic as it is. And when we leave the physical body, even every form of life, that's a fingertip. This is a plant, energy, life force. Everything has the life force. And when that's withdrawn or withdraws, then the physical side of it, which is a biological computer, disappears. What the Illuminati want to do and have structured society to do is to make us identify who we are with the computer. I'm David Icke, I was born in Leicester in 1952. No, that's the experience I'm having. I am infinite consciousness. There are very different perceptions of reality. This thinks it's small and insignificant. This knows that it's everything, like we all are. But if you can be held in the perception of the physical body, the computer level, then you can be controlled very easily. Now, I had an experience over the last week. My mother died. She was in her 80s, and I went up for the funeral, and I was asked if I wanted to go and see my mother in the coffin. Now, I would have said no. I want to remember her as she is, but something said to me, go, go, go. So I went, and there was my mother in this coffin, and next to her was a massive blown-up picture of her with a big smile on her face, sparkle in the eyes. And I looked at my mother in the coffin, and I looked at the picture. That had no life. That was full of life. That was my mother. That was the computer with my mother gone. And the difference between the two was so profoundly obvious. Because when we take a photograph of someone, the photograph also picks up these unseen levels of consciousness. The sparkle in the eye, the warmth, the vibration coming off you. It picks that up. And that life that was in that picture, what was in my mother for 80 odd years, was that part of her that withdrew. And I'm glad it did, because that computer was causing her endless pain and misery. That withdrew and is now back in the land of forever, the land of consciousness beyond human sight, for reasons I'll come to. And this is how we have been misled on purpose, so that we perceive who we are and who others are with a physical form, when that's not what they are at all. Do we perceive people on the moon in spacesuits as being spacesuits? No, we perceive them as what is in the spacesuit. That is the difference between the two. And my mother is still alive, because she cannot be anything but alive, because she is infinite consciousness that cannot be destroyed. Now, this is a symbolic picture. There are now endless accounts all over the world of people who've had what we call out-of-body experiences, where they leave the body when the body physically dies, and they're looking down on their body, and when they're revived, they can tell the doctors and the nurses what they were doing and saying when they were apparently dead. They also talk about going through a tunnel and seeing people who've gone before. Now, what is another common theme of near-death experiences is people say when they've left the body and they are looking and perceiving this world from another perspective, they have massively expanded consciousness, so much so that they can perceive their entire physical lifetime in almost one thought. We're perceiving it in a series of thoughts going through what we call time. They're just perceiving it all in one thought, something that they couldn't even conceive doing when they were in the physical body. And what this physical body does is it limits the vision and perspective of consciousness. And we start to identify who we are with this physical world and with this physical body. Now, if you control the information that this level of us is implanted with from cradle to grave, then if consciousness starts to identify with the physical body as who it is, and disconnects its perception of being interdimensional and infinite, then it's going to get its information to get a fix on who it is and what's happening in the world through this information. It's not going to get it from out here through intuition, through knowing. It's going to get it from here. So if they can control that, they are literally programming a computer to see the world in the way that they want us to see it. And that's what they've done. The idea is to keep us in the 5-sense reality, because they control that. And that's holding us in the level of the computer. This is a symbol of this tunnel that near-death experiences constantly talk about, where they're moving from this reality into another reality beyond human sight. Because We think, and I say we, I mean most people, we think that when we look through our eyes, we are seeing what exists in the space we are looking at. In fact, we are seeing through physical sight an infinitesimal fraction of what exists in this space. We're seeing a tiny frequency range accessible by five-sense sight. Now, according to mainstream scientific projections of what exists as mass and matter in this one universe, the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005% of what is projected to exist in this universe. 0.005%, the electromagnetic spectrum. Human sight can perceive a fraction of that 0.005%. One of the other fantastically effective ways that we're controlled and manipulated is to get us to perceive that we are seeing what exists when we look through our eyes, when we're seeing an infinitesimal fraction. In the space that I'm occupying now are all the radio and television stations broadcasting to London. I can't see them, they can't see each other, because they're on different frequencies, different wavelengths. And therefore, they don't interfere with us, and they don't interfere with each other unless they're really close on the frequency dial. So in the space that I am occupying now, we all are, is infinity. An infinity of worlds and dimensions of existence and what we call life, all existing here. And when I talk about other dimensional entities, for instance, I can't go into this in detail today because we're running out of time, but because I want to concentrate on this, which is, I think, is the most important. But when I talk about other dimensional entities manipulating this world through these Illuminati bloodlines who have a DNA that resonates, a sympathetic resonance with these entities, therefore they can control these particular bloodlines much more effectively. That's why you put the bloodline into power, you're putting the other dimensional entity into power that is controlling that apparently human person's mental, emotional, and physical traits and stuff. What is happening is that these entities are operating on frequencies beyond human sight, which ain't saying much given the amount we can access. And so when people say, oh, I saw this reptilian entity, and this reptilian man, it just appeared before my eyes and then disappeared. People go, what you on? What you on? What's happened is, it hasn't appeared and disappeared. It's changed its frequency so that it's entered the frequency of five-sense sight. Oh, did you see that? It's changed the frequency. It's gone out of the frequency of five-sense sight. It disappeared, mate. When people say, I saw this UFO, and it disappeared in front of my eyes. Well, no, it hasn't disappeared. It's left the frequency range that your eyes can access. This is why some people will have a psychic ability to go further into the sight frequency range, and they'll see a ghost, or what they call a ghost, and someone else will say, I can't see a thing, mate. It's all about what you're tuning into and what you're not. Radio signals, radio stations symbolically. So, we are living in five-sense reality in a tiny, tiny frequency range. Infinity lies beyond it. What the Illuminati want us to do is keep that as our focus of what is and real and all the rest of it, and forget about all that stuff, because once you go there, this looks very bloody different. And you start to see through the manipulation and the lies and the claptrap. And people say, I saw it with my own eyes. Well, no, you didn't actually. You saw it with your brain. All the five senses do is they pass signals, electrical, electrochemical signals, to the brain, which then interprets them to form a apparently three-dimensional holographic reality in the brain. We don't feel pain where we get the smack. We feel the pain when the brain has interpreted the message from the smack into pain. And it's the same with all the senses. We are constructing our reality in terms of what appears to be out here is actually in here. And as psychological research and other research has shown, we construct that reality from all this information that we receive on the basis of what we believe. On a simple example of that, I've seen television programs where they put two people together who have a really, really preconceived idea about each other. Because this world's controlled by preconceived ideas, beliefs, imposed beliefs, most of them. And what they do is they get them to talk to each other. They film it, and they take the people apart, and they ask them what the other person said and how they said it. And they tell them. They then play the original chat back, and these two people are shocked. Because when they look at it again, what the person said, and especially how they said it, was completely different to how they perceived it. Why? Because research has shown, psychological research and all this stuff that they do in these laboratories with, testing mental and emotional reactions, that we edit up to and sometimes 50% of the information we receive to make it fit our perceived reality. We put things in that aren't there. We take things out that are there to make it fit the reality. So when someone you've got a preconceived idea about, I don't like you, when they say something, you hear it in a way that underpins the belief that you don't like them and they're not very nice. Now this is happening all the time. And so he who can implant preconceived belief in situations and what have you, will then create the editing process within us that leads to us creating or perceiving the reality that the implanted belief is creating. We think we're creating our own reality, and we are through the process, but what we're doing overwhelmingly is accepting externally implanted beliefs which then create our reality. Someone else is creating our reality for us. So we see with our brain even, not our eyes. The eyes are only part of the process. Everything happening in our heads. And if you know that, and the mass of the population don't, then that is how a few can control the many, because by implanting belief, you know that you will create reality, and you implant a belief of powerlessness and all the other stuff, knowing that you will create an experience of the masses of powerlessness. It's a mind game. The whole thing's a mind game. Like I say, tricking the brain is a piece of cake in terms of getting it to see things that aren't real. I mean, this, like I said right at the start, these are actually flat pictures on pavements that appear incredibly three-dimensional, because the brain's being tricked to believe that that's what it is because of the way they're created. This man's a bloody genius at it. Looking at these pictures, all on a flat, bloody surface. It's incredible. Now, some people's brains will perceive this as 7 sections. Some people will perceive it as a box. And again, we'll just interpret reality in relation to how we perceive it. And it won't be the same, even though it's the same thing. These red, purple colors in the two lines are exactly the same color. Exactly the same color. They look different because of the way they're presented in terms of other colors, and so the brain perceives them as different shades, even though they're exactly the same shade. I wonder how many people, I did the first time, read this as a bird in the bush, when it says a bird in the bush. Because the brain says a bird in the bush. Yes, I recognize that. So it cuts out the other the, because it's going with what it knows. And if you can implant a bird in the bush, that's how it is. If you perceive a bird in the bush, no, it's a bird in the bush. That's what I perceive. That bird that's not there, don't see it. And on a major scale, this is how the manipulation is done, as I'll get into. This is the foundation of how it's done. How many people see the top word as optical, and how many people see it as illusion? How many people see the bottom word as good, and how many people see it as evil? Because both words are there in both examples. It's just a case of how you perceive it with your brain, how you interpret reality. These are real simple examples, but it's happening on a mega scale. As Einstein said, reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. And the reason it's a persistent illusion we'll come to as we go along in this last section. As this guy, H.M. Tomlinson, said, we see things not as they are, but as we are. And if we can be manipulated to see things in a certain way, We can be manipulated to see the world as the Illuminati want us to see it. This is the foundation, like I say, of where it all comes from. All the other stuff today, we need to know that. We need to be informed about that. But this is the bottom line where it all comes from. And if we understand this, we become a nightmare to manipulate. I've been kind of thinking about this and researching about this for years. And then in 2003, I'd finished the book Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster. And I said, look, if I'm going to go further into this and see the next levels, I've got to go into other levels of reality, not in some dream, did I dream it, what happened, but I've got to go in conscious awareness and see beyond this realm and into these other dimensions that interpenetrate it like radio stations. And as synchronicity would have it, I got an invite at that time to go down to South America and talk to a group in the Brazilian rainforest and partake of something called ayahuasca. It was very nice. And I took this stuff. I could have taken it 4 times. I took it twice. That was enough for me. And over 2 nights, I went into another state of consciousness. And especially on the second night, for 5 hours, this voice took a female form, but, you know, it's just that form. We are infinite consciousness, male, female, the whole thing. It talked to me as loud as I'm talking now for 5 hours about the nature of reality and the fact that it's all an illusion. And it was so funny. I mean, this level of consciousness, if it was a comedian, it would clean up. It was so funny. It was taking the piss out of this world and how we perceive it in the most brilliant way. Anyway, what it said was when it opened up, it said over and over again, it said, all you need to know is this: infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. And put another way, everything being one infinite awareness is the only truth. Everything else is the imagination of that awareness made manifest. And we can get caught in identifying with our manifest reality and delinking from an identification with that infinite consciousness that is manifesting this reality. We get caught in our creation and forget we are the creator. That's what we've done here. We've got locked and identified with what we are creating and what we're experiencing instead of what we are. So, the illusion and the nature of the illusion is one, if not the most important secret truth that has been passed on the top level of the secret society network, taken from that ancient society, global society that understood the nature of reality, and it has been passed on ever since through that structure, while sucking it out of circulation, by ridiculing it, by condemning it, by saying it's the devil, and using mainstream religion to destroy it in the public domain because the devil is involved in this stuff. And this is how it has worked, and we've lost an identification with who we are. Oneness, infinite consciousness expressing itself through this at this time and through everything else. We are not individuals in that sense. There is not a vacuum between us. There is an energy field. We are all one. The Illuminati want us to identify with division. Because in perceiving division, we perceive this to be who we are. And that's why the whole pressure, you look at society, you look at the whole gamut of it, all the advertising, all the communication, everything, it is making us and it is enticing us with 5 sense reality. It's all about what we can see, entertainment, what you can taste, oh, isn't it lovely, what you can touch, oh, she's nice, and all this stuff. It's all about the five senses and holding us in the five senses. It's not there's anything wrong with that. It's a lovely experience. I've tried it. You know, it's good. But if that is our entire perception, instead of that is me having an experience, but I am infinite consciousness, we start identifying with the five senses as who we are, then we are the fly in the spider's web. And that's why we've got caught. And that's why they've wanted to take out this knowledge in every way possible. But it's coming back, and it's coming back fast. This is how we perceive ourselves, and we're encouraged to. Little me, big universe. I am the universe. Big Ed. You know, you're so conceited, you think you're everything, don't you? Actually, I do. Yes, that's absolutely right. Hey, but so are you, you conceited sod. Yes. Think small, create small. We are oneness. They want to keep us in division. Now, the way they do it is get us to identify with the computer, and that's what it is. This is a biological computer. And after that experience with the ayahuasca and stuff, I came back and I started researching all this stuff from a scientific point of view to see if there was any correlation. When you get away from mainstream science that's taught in the schools and all that stuff, and you get into the cutting edge of science, you find that scientists have already understood that reality is an illusion. And they've already started to understand at the cutting edge that this is a biological computer. Now, when I wrote my last book, Infinite Love is the Only Truth, Everything Else is Illusion, when it was finished, the writing stage, and it went off to be designed as a book, I came across this article by Russian scientists who had got together with geneticists and linguists and many other different disciplines to try to understand, wait for this if you haven't come across it, what the 95% of DNA that scientists call junk DNA, because they don't know what it does. This project was to try to find out what it did. What's it there for? I mean, was God taking the piss or what? I mean, I'll throw 95% of DNA here for no reason. That'll confuse the buggers, yeah. And as science being science, because it doesn't understand it, then it calls it junk DNA, as if it's got no purpose. It's just junk DNA, there's no reason, right? Well, what this scientific project with the Russian scientists discovered and concluded was that the body, in its words, is a biological computer. I nearly fell off my chair. I thought I just wrote that a week ago. Anyway, this is a photograph on the right of an experiment done in a Paris hospital where the acupuncture points were around the body. They were injected with a dye that could be photographed. And this photograph is of where the dye went down the acupuncture meridians lines. Now, when I looked at that, the first thing that came to me was that's a bloody circuit board. And what they found is that when these lines of energy, what they call meridian lines and chi or chi energy, when it's moving through the body slowly or too slow for its natural balance, people get ill. When it is moving around the body at its optimum speed, people are healthy. Why? Because what the energy is information passing around the computer. And this is the first time in known human history when we can really start to perceive the situation, because we have computers, we have television. And years ago, when they thought computers and television, you know, never even thought they were possible or even perceive what they were, try explaining this. But now we have the symbols to understand and to explain it. When the computer is not working very well, in other words, it's unhealthy, what do we say about it? We say, my bloody computer's slow today. Exactly. And that's what happens to us. The information is passing around too slowly, therefore the body is not in its optimum state. So the body's a computer, and we are occupying the computer, but we are not the flipping computer. That's the point. And we use computer language. When you get a when you get a computer virus, I've had one, and it starts off that everything kind of slows down because it starts to imbalance the flow of information. And it gets worse, and it gets worse, and exactly what happened to mine about a year ago. It won't even switch on. And what do we say? Hey, my computer's died. Exactly. And this is what happens when we have what we call death. We don't die, sodding computer does. And then when the computer goes off and switches off so it just operates on tick over mode, we say the computer's in a sleep state. Yes, same with us. When our consciousness goes off to other realms and we have things called dreams and stuff. And we have something called Norton antivirus. And its job is to destroy viruses and isolate them when they enter the computer to keep the computer healthy. We have a Norton antivirus in our computers. We call it the immune system that does pretty much exactly the bloody same. Now, Norton antivirus will keep your computer healthy until a virus comes that it can't cope with, or it's overwhelmed, or it's not working properly. Our immune system will keep us healthy until something comes along it can't cope with, very rare, or more often it has been undermined by all the shit we drink and eat, and all the pressure and electromagnetic pollution, and also because it's overwhelmed by the number of things that are being fired at it. And then we become ill, and eventually the virus gets so bad we die, or the computer does. This is a guy called William Sheridan. He is one of these people who have had organ transplants and mysteriously, though it's not, taken on the personality or some personality traits and some aptitude traits of the donor. He was in a hospital in New York waiting for a heart transplant. And to kill the time while he's waiting to go into the operating theatre in the days before, however long it was, he took an art therapy course in the hospital in his bed. And the top is the kind of pictures he drew in his art therapy course before the operation. Pretty much as bad as I would draw. I'm a terrible drawer. Anyway, when he had the heart transplant, he comes back into bed to recuperate, and the art therapy course continues. And what he found, to his art therapist's amazement, was he was suddenly drawing much better pictures, intricate pictures, something he was absolutely incapable of before. What happens in heart transplants and organ transplants is the donor's family very rarely meet the recipient. But on this occasion, he was doing some promotional work as a result of his operation to encourage more and more people to donate organs. As a result of this work, he met the mother of the donor, young man who died and donated the heart. And he said to her the obvious question, was your son interested in art? Oh, yes, he says. She says, he's crazy. He was crazy about art. He said from the age of 18 months, he wanted art materials more than he wanted toys. He was, really into art in a big way. And what has happened here, and the doctors and stuff are going, yeah, and we know it happens, but how it happens, we can't understand. Well, we are, at the body level, a computer. We are downloading information at a cellular level all the time. We are inheriting that, just as if we inherit a computer, we are inheriting the stuff on the hard drive, but we're also adding it with every experience that we have. And within the cellular level of hard drive, if you like, it carries our personality, it carries our character traits, it carries our aptitudes, what we're good at and stuff like that. And so when you have a heart transplant or a lung transplant, what you're actually doing is putting software into another computer. And that information contained in that software is then released into the computer as a whole, and you can take on the traits that it includes, which is an aptitude for art in this man's case. He also says that he took on different character traits, which also related, he found out later, to the kind of personality that the donor was. And there are so many stories like this. There was the woman who was frightened of heights, had a lung transplant that turned out to be a mountain climber, and she starts climbing mountains. This is a woman that was frightened of heights before. And the reason I'm going on about this is this. If our personality can be changed by downloading software information from another computer, who the hell are we really? What is this thing we call personality? Is it infinite consciousness, all possibility, or is it a computer program that we react in certain ways to certain things? Prepare to download if you see it at that level. And did you come across this story recently where there's this hen, right? And it's been laying bloody eggs, this hen. And then it turns into a cockerel. It starts getting that thing on the head that cockerels have, and it starts crowing in the morning. And what they found was that for some reason, the hen started producing vast amounts of testosterone, and as a result, it started to take on a male personality. So, if the difference between being female and being male is an particularly chemical makeup, then how can we say, I'm a woman? No, you're not. This is a woman. This is a man. We are infinite consciousness. And we identify with this when we are this. We are identifying with an electrochemical computer process and thinking that's who we are. René Descartes came out with this French philosopher and thinker and all this other stuff, and he came out with this famous line, I think, therefore I am. Well, I would take it one stage further. I'd say, I compute, therefore I am, on this level, not on that level, on this level. Because electrochemical changes, even externally implanted, can change our personality dramatically. So, what is our personality? There was that lady, you come across the story, a couple of years ago. She had been in clinical depression for 40 years. After 40 years, she'd been institutionalized and all this stuff. And then someone said to her, can you remember if anything happened around the time you went into this deep depression? The only thing she could come up with was she had something like 19 mercury fillings. So she went and had the mercury fillings out, went on a mercury detox program, and after 40 years, her clinical, untreatable depression disappeared. Now, her personality for 40 years has been a manic depressive, but that wasn't her, it was a chemical process. So how can we identify with this as being us when it can be so changed by a simple chemical process? People like Paul McKenna, when he takes people, for people watching this DVD in other parts of the world, Paul McKenna is a guy who, at the start of a TV show, will have people who are frightened of spiders or frightened of heights or something, and at the end of the show, he'll bring them back, and they'll either not be frightened anymore or be a lot less frightened. What is he doing? He's going into the computer program that says, I am frightened of spiders, I am frightened of heights. He is wiping the computer program through various means which take out that character trait, which is nothing more than a piece of software, and suddenly the personality has changed. So if we identify with this as us, we're identifying with a programmed computer. And what the Illuminati want to do, and why they've structured society as they have, is to program the computer so A, we identify with it, and B, its program makes us react in the desired fashion. This is why the way out of here is going beyond the program. We see things not as they are, but as we are. It becomes more and more obvious. We are oneness, infinite consciousness, infinite awareness, but we are encouraged constantly to see ourselves in terms of division, and our reality is in our head when we think it's out here. Out here is just a mass of frequency fields and vibrational fields which we are interpreting and decoding as the reality that fits our belief, our program belief. What the human race is suffering from is mass hypnosis. That's where the real level of this conspiracy comes. Mass hypnosis. When I was researching my last book, I went to a few hypnotist stage shows to watch how they worked and stuff. And what they do, the hypnotist, he is implanting a belief in the stooge on the stage in a certain reality, like the person next to them on the stage is naked. There's an elephant in the audience. He's eating an apple when it's actually a potato. And what happens, because of that implanted belief, the program interprets reality to fit it. So the guy's eating a potato, but because of the program, it's an apple. His brain interprets the message not as a potato, but as an apple. Therefore, the guy thinks he's tasting an apple. And we are being subjected to that hypnosis all the time to tell us what to believe is real. And I've seen people on stages, they smell things that aren't there. They see things that aren't there because the only place they exist is in their head, and if their head believes it, they will manifest that reality within it. And we talk about people waking up. Humanity's starting to wake up. Exactly what they're doing. They're waking up from the trance. We don't have to learn anything new. We are infinite. We have to remember what we have been manipulated to forget through the hypnotic trance that we're subjected to. And this is the wake up that's happening. We're waking up from the trance. The elephant in the living room. The reason people don't see the obvious, that is obvious to people who've started to wake up, hey, I can see it now, is because the program is telling them something different. The reason they can't see the obvious is the same reason that a computer will not do something you want it to do if it doesn't have the software downloaded to do it. And when we start to wake up, we start to see the obvious. My God, why couldn't I see it before? Because you were asleep. This is humanity. It's in an hypnotic trance, but it's waking up. And what the Illuminati are desperate to do in this Orwellian state they're trying to impose is to keep us, A, asleep, and if they can't keep us asleep, then keep us controlled when we're awake. Now, this is a wonderful book called The Holographic Universe by a guy called Michael Talbot. And I'll get into the holographic stuff in a minute because that's important. Why do we see things in 3D? Because that's what we create in our heads, but I'll get into it. But he tells a wonderful story in this book which really sums up where I'm going here. He says that his father had a party at home and he got a stage hypnotist along to do party tricks. He got people to do all the usual stuff, and eventually he's got this guy called Tom, and he's got him to do various things by implanting belief, which he then takes to be reality. And towards the end, he said to Tom, when I bring you out from to a waking state, you're not going to be able to see your daughter in the room. At the same time, the hypnotist leads the daughter to stand in front of the guy, so he's looking in her belly. He then brings him out, and he says, can you see your daughter in the room? And he looks around, he says, no, she's not here. He's looking at her belly. The hypnotist went behind the daughter and he put his hand in the small of her back and said to Tom, who's there on the other side, I'm holding something, Tom. What am I holding? Well, he was bemused because it was so obvious. He's holding a watch. He says, there's an inscription on it. Can you read it? He leans forward. He reads the inscription. His bleeding daughter's here. And people would say, that's impossible. That's ridiculous. That David Icke would say that. It's so stupid. But it's not. Because the only place that scene existed in its three-dimensional, this is a physical word form, was in his head. Therefore, implanted belief, no daughter in the room. that implanted belief will not read the energy field of his daughter. It just won't read her because it perceives that she's not there. There's nothing to read. Because in this holographic movie that we create in our heads, the daughter is not there in belief. She's removed from the scene, and you can see what's behind her because it's all an illusory holographic scene in our heads where we interpret reality to suit our belief. It's got so silly that we look around, and I understand it, but because of the way we interpret reality and we take fields of energy and frequency fields and decode them into a apparently physical reality, we look at the world that we live in, and my goodness me, does it look solid? Does it feel solid if you smack it? Yeah, but it can't be, because it's made of atoms. That's what scientists say, it's made of atoms, yeah. Well, an atom is as least solid as you could come across. It's just what, from this reality's perception, although nothing is, it's just empty space. As one scientist said, if you take the atom to be the size of a cathedral, then the nucleus in the center of it is about the size of a 10-cent piece. On all these different electrons going around the nucleus and all that stuff, they're infinitesimally small compared with the space that they're occupying. The atom is empty. It's as least solid as you can get. And if you go deeper and deeper into the nucleus and deeper into the electron, you find that they're bloody empty as well. They're illusions. So how can empty atoms create a solid world? Only when we decode reality in that way. And in identifying who we are, not experiencing, it's good. You know, Leicester City nearly went down. We've had a good season at the end. It's great. I enjoy the things that go on in this world to an extent. But if we identify with who we are with them and this world, that's when we get caught in the prison and get caught in the web. What they do with when they're making holograms is you have a laser beam, and part of it will get diverted to go across the object you want to photograph, these holographic pictures that are apparently three-dimensional. Another part of the laser beam will go pretty much direct onto the film. The other part of the laser beam will come in, having passed across the subject that you're photographing, and then the two parts of the beam will collide on the photographic film. And what they do, it's basically like dropping two pebbles in a pond, and then the waves go out, and as they pass over each other, they create what they call an interference pattern, which is a wave representation of where the two pebbles fell, how far they fell, how fast they hit the water. It's a wave representation of that. And what they have when they're creating holographic pictures, which are apparently 3D but aren't, is they create interference patterns on the photographic film where the two parts of the laser beam come in and collide. One carrying the vibrational image of the subject that's being photographed, the other one coming virtually direct. And so that's what you see on a holographic film. It's apparently a meaningless wave of lines that mean nothing. But you fire a laser beam at it in the right direction, and suddenly that meaningless, what the hell is it, becomes a three-dimensional vision to you. And that's what comes out of the wave pattern. And in the same way, we are decoding vibrational fields like the interference pattern into holographic reality in our heads. Holograms can look incredibly solid, and we can feel them and experience them as solid when we look at them. That's a hologram too. These are all holograms. That's the moon. But one of the things that happened when I was lying on this mattress in this darkened room in an ayahuasca state is the moon came up, and this voice starts going, the moon. Poets wax lyrical to the moon, illusion. And then it said at one point, do you think that's the earth you're lying on now? Illusion. all happening in our heads through our perception of reality and other things which I'll come to. All the things that we look at are holographic representations which we're decoding from energy fields into holographic illusory reality. These are holograms, the Earth and Saturn and stuff. And the brain is incredibly more sophisticated than the process of creating these holograms that you're seeing here. This is a computer image of a city, a generated image of a city. Again, looks three-dimensional, even though it's not. And that's what we're doing all the time, creating or interpreting, decoding energy fields in the brain into a holographic reality. We see them as buildings and street scenes and people, but outside of us they are energy fields, because that's what we are, that's what everything is, energy, consciousness, awareness. What we're actually doing in this world, in effect, is experiencing a virtual reality game, where we're looking into a world and thinking it's real, when it's just an illusory reality that we're creating in our heads. Now, one of the amazing characteristics of holograms is that every part of the hologram contains a smaller version of the whole. If you get a holographic print and you cut it into 4, then you put the laser beam on each of the 4 quarters, you don't get a quarter part of the picture, you get a quarter-size picture of the whole picture. It's an amazing characteristic that no matter how much you play around with it, it will always give you the whole picture, no matter what part you choose to use. Now, because the body is a hologram, and every part of the body hologram is a smaller version of the whole, that's where alternative healing methods come from, like reflexology, acupuncture, and these other healing methods. The reason they can find points in the feet that represent the whole body in different parts of the body, the reason they can find points in the ear that represent all parts of the body, and indeed everywhere else, is because the body is a hologram, and therefore every part of the hologram is a smaller version of the whole, and that's how this is possible. We're using the holographic reality to heal the whole body by using a part of the body. Because of the connection, one affects the whole. Because although it's a smaller part of the hologram, it is in effect the whole hologram. The DNA is a crystalline receiver-transmitter of information. We are receiving information and we are transmitting information and we are holding information. And it's done through the DNA and other related parts of the computer. This is what an article in the San Francisco Chronicle said. DNA is a universal software code. From bacteria to humans, the basic instructions for life are written with the same language. Every form of life, what we call physical life, is made up of DNA that has 4 codes, A, C, G, and T, and the difference between a mouse and me is the way that these codes are put together and relate to each other. It's a universal software code. This article said it, even though it wasn't talking about what I'm talking about. That's exactly what it is. And interestingly, when you see the 4 codes put together in their various sequences, which manifest as different physical forms, it always reminds me of the Matrix and the numbers and figures in the Matrix movie on their computer screens. Because if you look at it in the Matrix movie, when they looked at computer screens, they were looking at street scenes and situations in what we call this reality, because they were decoding the mathematical codes of what they call the Matrix, the illusory reality, to see, like we do, to see a reality that we think is a world. We are a computer at the body level decoding these things and creating this reality in our heads. Interestingly, television is based on the same thing. This guy, Jean Fourier, he developed something that became known as Fourier transforms, which was basically a mathematical understanding which allows pictures to be taken, turned into a frequency form, broadcast from the transmitter, and then decoded by the television into pictures. You know, in this room now where I'm standing are all those radio and television stations broadcasting to this area. Maybe Friends is on now, or maybe it's the news. But I can't see the bloody news. I can't see Friends. But if I get something that can decode those frequencies that exist here, I can suddenly watch Friends or the news, or I can listen to the radio. It's decoding those things into something that is tangible to us. That's what we're doing through the brain. The same thing, decoding frequencies into a reality that we think is around us, but is actually only in here. The matrix. This matrix is this illusory world that we get caught in. And what is the matrix? I've done a lot of thinking about this. The matrix, this reality that we're experiencing, is a holographic version of the internet. There's a very interesting and very pertinent question which people ask. I asked it myself many times. All right, mate, we're creating our own reality, all right? Okay, yeah. Then why can I see the same light that you can see? Why can I see the same theater that you can see? Why can everyone who walks in here see basically the same backdrop? Why can we both see the same car going past? We might not agree whether we like it or not, but we can see the same car. Because through the DNA, the computer, we are locked into a holographic internet, which has come under the name of the Matrix. When you log onto the internet in China or South Africa or America or Britain or anywhere else, you might have a very different computer, i.e. race, whatever you want to call it, but you are logging in to the same collective reality. You can go to the same websites. You might differ again on what you think of them, but you can experience that. You can go to sports websites. In terms of our reality, you can enjoy sport and play sport. You can go to news websites. You can be interested in the news in our reality of daily experience. And as in the China example, what they do is they cut off connection to the Chinese people of what they can access on the internet. So they can only access what the government wants them to access, because they don't want them seeing things that would make them see the world differently to the way the government wants. Symbolically, that is what is happening in our experience of this matrix in this world. We are being manipulated to shut out areas of knowledge and understanding which would get us to see the world in a different way to what the governments and the Illuminati through the governments want us to perceive and understand. It's the same thing. We're being shut off from access. So we're receiving through being logged in through the DNA, etc., the computer, into this collective reality, this holographic internet. We are being locked into a collective reality in which we see the same scenes, and while we interpret them may be different, but we see the same scenes. We're experiencing the same reality, the same internet. The only difference is it's far more sophisticated, and we perceive it as three-dimensional through holographics. This is an article about DNA I came across. From the characteristic form of this giant molecule, a wound double helix, the DNA represents an ideal electromagnetic antenna. On one hand, it is elongated and thus a blade which can take up very well electrical pulses. On the other hand, seen from above, it has the form of a ring and thus is a very magnetical antenna. The DNA is a receiver transmitter of information, and we lock into the internet, the holographic internet, the matrix, through this DNA connection. And one of the key reasons that the Illuminati are obsessed with bloodline is what is bloodline? It is a DNA code. What is a DNA code? It is a computer code. It carries information It carries knowledge, and it carries other stuff that they want to pass on through the generations to these Illuminati bloodlines, because it gives them a greater fix on the nature of things, a greater fix than the general population get. It's a software program. It is a hard drive, if you like, of information which they want to pass on to their bloodlines and stop the people getting. And they therefore have understandings, natural understandings and natural connections that we don't have. And it's through this software program, which is in itself, it is a frequency, a particular frequency, that they connect to these interdimensional beings, entities, that through them manipulate this world. They're operating on different frequencies, but they're manipulating this one through these Illuminati bloodlines, because it's all about tuning in to frequencies, etc. In the same way, we are transmitting information. There's the matrix holographic internet, and then there's also the other internet, the alternative internet, which is us transmitting from the DNA to each other. This is one way that we come up with this thing about telepathy, where someone thinks something and someone next to them says, I was just thinking that. There has been a connection, a broadcast and a receiving, and therefore the same thought appears to both people. The 100th monkey syndrome, where they found that once a certain number of a species has learned something new, suddenly many all or a vast number of that species can suddenly do whatever the few have been taught or learned spontaneously without being taught. They just know how to do it. How do they do that? Because those that have understood or learned something new, they transmit that knowledge. They don't know they're doing it, but they're transmitting it all the time, because we're transmitter receivers. Other members of that species pick it up. If it's a monkey, the elephant doesn't pick it up. Other monkeys in the same species pick it up. Why? Because they're operating on the same wavelength of that species, the same DNA code transmitter receiver frequency. Therefore, that species picks up the new knowledge, and not another species that is operating on a slightly different frequency. And that is why, when people start to change their frequency by beginning to wake up, they start to lock into the frequency on which this knowledge is being transmitted by people who are already aware of it and learning about it and waking up to understand it. And suddenly they start to get the knowledge of what's going on spontaneously. They don't have to, read a book or anything. They just know it, because they're now starting to pick it up. And this is why we are in a wonderful time at this point that we're experiencing, because the 100th monkey syndrome within the human species is beginning to kick in. And people are starting to spontaneously pick it up and tune into it. And that's what the microchip is really about, to suppress this process that I'm talking about, to shut us down from waking up and to shut others down from waking up as a result of this alternative internet and collective reality that we're talking about. Now, the 95% of DNA, they call junk DNA, kind of funnily enough relates to about the 90-odd% of reality that people, scientists say exists that we cannot perceive. And the real meaning of this other junk DNA is that connects us to other levels of reality, connects us out into these other realms, these multidimensional realms. We're supposed to be multidimensional beings. We're supposed to be able to connect and perceive multidimensional reality. Just as when the consciousness leaves the body in a near-death experience, they say, I just had this unbelievably massive expansion of consciousness. I just could see and perceive everything. Yes, this is here to shut that down. It doesn't have to be, but that's the way what it's manipulated to do. And it's cutting us off from this 95% of DNA or in awareness that holds us in the fractional part of DNA that relates to this perception. This is why people say, you know, we only use a tiny fraction of our brains. Well, we only use them in relation to this reality. The brain is a multidimensional computer that is possible to perceive infinite kind of realities, but that we shut off from that by the manipulation of many other things, and therefore we say we only use part of our brains. No, we only perceive that part of the brain and perceive that we use that part of the brain that relates to this reality, because that's where we're seeing it from. We are incredible. This is incredible. It's a fraction of, we use it as a fraction of what's possible. What is reality? Whatever we believe it is. I saw this once. Where there is love, there is pain. Balls. No, no, no. Where there is love, there is pain. If you believe where there is love, there is pain. That's all it is. What we believe is what we experience. They want you to believe that where there is love, there is pain, because if you believe that, where you find love, you will have pain. And you'll relate love, oh, it's so painful, love. Oh, I don't like that very much. There is no spoon. What was that line by that child in the Matrix? It's not the spoon that bends, it is only yourself. Yes, because it's only his here. The spoon's in your bloody head. Therefore, we perceive it bends. The spoon don't actually bend, because there is no frickin' spoon except as a decoded energy field in our head that takes a holographic form. All these things. It's a miracle. No, it's not a miracle. It is the natural process of infinite possibility. You perceive it is a miracle because you are perceiving from the point of sense of constant total limitation. Therefore, anything that happens beyond your sense of limitation becomes a miracle. Not a miracle. How can you run through fire and not get burned just because you've programmed your mind not to perceive that you're going to get burned? Because an illusion can only burn an illusion if you believe it can. Otherwise it can't. Believe something else on a deep level and it will not unfold, because we are consciousness. It's a vibrating field that we've decoded in our heads to be a holographic, apparently physical body. How can it be harmed or be burned except if we believe that is the way it works? It's all belief, all perception. William Blake said, if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. Exactly. And if we reach that point where we cleanse the doors of perception and we remove the implanted limitation and sense of who we are, then we are not, I think, therefore I am. We are not even, I compute, therefore I am. I am, therefore I am. We just are. Everything just is. This is the freedom of limitless perception that this whole global conspiracy is designed to shut us out from, to deny the perception of, so that we operate within the frequency and belief system that allows the few to control the many. When we realize there are no many, but just one infinite I, controlling that becomes a nightmare. And this thing of the body and this reality can be broken down to pure mathematics, because it is a mathematical construct on one level. It can be broken down to numbers. This is why we get kind of numerology and how these sequences of numbers, and this is why the Illuminati play with numbers, like I've mentioned briefly, but there's enormous detail to go with that on another occasion. The DNA, it all breaks down, everything breaks down into numbers on one level, and the codes and the frequency fields that it works with. Again, the DNA can be broken down in numbers, H, C, G, and T as they call them. They're the matrix numbers. And in these ancient constructions, where they're so fantastic in their mathematical construction, where the same patterns, the same lengths, the same mathematical blueprints appear all over the world in these incredible ancient structures going back thousands of years, and the archaeologists go, oh, well, they're all the same. I wonder why. They knew about this pi and this golden mean and all this other stuff, and these over here also knew about it. Why did they do that? Because did they go traveling? No. It was the ancient knowledge when we had a global advanced society that filtered down through this now disunited global society. But it was the same knowledge, and they built in the same way because they had the same mathematical knowledge, and they understood the nature of architecture and how you can manipulate energy fields, and how you can create different realities by using numbers and all this stuff. And this is why the Illuminati to this day construct their major cities and focal points with these street plans that I was talking about earlier, because they've retained through the secret society network at the highest level this knowledge, this understanding of how you can use numbers and mathematical patterns to manipulate energy fields and therefore manipulate people who live in those energy fields. Going back to the ancient structures like Stonehenge, they weren't put in that place in that way by accident, but because they had this ancient knowledge passed down. This guy, Leonardo Pisano Fibonacci, he was Italian. He came centuries ago. He came up with what's become known as the Fibonacci sequence, which basically is, well, it's more than basically, it is. You add the two previous numbers to get the next one. So it's 0 and 1. 1 and 1 equals 2. 2 and 3 equals 5. And this Fibonacci sequence is found all over nature, in the way that plants grow, in the way that shells form, in the features and distances between them in the human face. Because everything in the end can be broken down to mathematics, because it is a mathematical construct, this matrix that we are perceiving as reality. This guy, Stephen Marquardt, an American doctor who really went into the Fibonacci stuff in relation to the human body, he said all life is biology, all biology is physiology, all physiology is chemistry, all chemistry is physics, all physics is math, or maths as we call it in Britain. And he might have added, and all maths is energy. So if you understand, because you've had the knowledge passed through and you've added to it, the mathematical nature, then this is why the Illuminati are obsessed, as so many researchers have established, with number sequences, with doing something on certain days, in certain months, at certain times, which have certain number sequences. They're manipulating the matrix to suit their ends. The other thing is that a biological computer, and they're developing these around the world. I know there's a project in Florida, at the University of Florida, developing biological computers which can think to a certain level themselves. And this body can think. It does have the ability to think because it's a computer, it can react. Many of our reactions, our emotional reactions, are not infinite consciousness reacting, they are the computer program reacting. And therefore, I've concluded myself that there are a very large number of people in this world who are not being they're not being motivated or inspired by consciousness. They are basically biological computers just going through the program. I mean, I've met a few, I have to say. And so in the Matrix movie, you had the woman in the red dress, whereby they created a computer program, for those who have not seen the movie, and these two guys are in the computer program, which looks extremely real, and this woman in the red dress walks past, which takes the guy's fancy, and he later realizes that what had passed him as a beautiful woman was actually just a computer program. But he perceived her as human, and like everyone else. And I think there's a lot of people in the world who are so detached from their consciousness that basically they are biological computers passing through what is called life, and the computer is doing the thinking, it's doing the reacting. And they, of course, hold up banners saying peace is war and get a brain, morons. You know what I mean? They're the kind of people, because consciousness would intervene there and say, don't talk such nonsense. And so for me, there are kind of three basic types of people in the world. There are people who are basically the biological computer operating the reaction process. There are people who are connected to consciousness, but they are so identified with the human body that the computer basically drives the bus, although consciousness can intervene. And then there are the people who are now waking up, and they're becoming multidimensional people, connecting again to the infinite consciousness that they are. And they are perceiving this world from here, while those caught in the illusion are perceiving this world from here. In short, these people are in this world, but not of it. These people are in this world and of it, because that is their level of perception. So, this is why people who are in the mode on the right-hand side are looked upon as crazy and mad and strange by those who are on the middle and on the left, because, not so much on the middle, but definitely on the left, it's because they are perceiving reality from such a different point of perspective that to them that is crazy, because that's what they are programmed to believe and the way they see the world. And so the reaction to me when I started talking about this stuff was mass ridicule. But because of the wake-up, it's changing, because we don't have to stay controlled by the computer. We can make a decision for consciousness to do that. And, and for me, I call them the red dress programs. For me, a lot of these Illuminati bloodlines, if not all of them, are biological computers following a program. And the program's in the DNA. And they're not really in charge of events. The program is in charge of events. And that voice, the female voice in the ayahuasca state, was talking to me about all this and talking about the nature of reality. And it said to me this, because it did most of it by asking rhetorical questions. And it said, if you programmed a computer to abuse a child or kill someone, would it have an emotional reaction or an empathetic connection to the victim of its behavior? No. It's following a computer program. And in so many symbolic ways, these people are so computer-based rather than consciousness-based that they have lost the ability to empathize with the victims of their behavior. Therefore, what would limit our behavior does not limit theirs. So mass slaughter, they do not have a problem with when it would cause us mayhem. So all over the world, in different races, not a racial thing at all, there are these people following the computer program, and they're being manipulated to do so and encouraged to do so by the Illuminati hierarchy who understand how all this works. So what is reality? What we're told to believe it is. Through religions. In the end, they may have different philosophies, but only slightly, if that sometimes, but they are selling a belief system, overwhelmingly, the vast majority of them at least, which is saying, this is the prison you need to live in. That if you step out of it, then you are no longer one of us. If you step out of it, then, oh, the devil's coming. And the religions have been used magnificently to keep people in this tiny prison box of perception that stops us getting out there and becoming infinite beings that we are. Simple philosophy, I think, is just my view. If we can give a name to what we believe, we're in a prison. Because infinity has no name. It's the force with no name. It just is. We just are. Once you start saying, I am a this, I am a that, you're already saying, I am a this, I am a that. I am a everything. And Somebody said to me the other day, well, you've got to believe in something. Yeah, and you know why you've got to believe in something? Because you can't bring yourself to believe in everything. So you have to substitute that by believing in something. Now, let's bring this back to this whole thing we've been talking about today. What's happening is we are being hypnotized from cradle to grave in the same way that that guy does it by people like this. Newsreaders, politicians, teachers, lecturers, parents who've taken on the program and want to pass it on to the next generation, not out of malevolence, out of thinking they're doing the right thing by their children. We're being programmed to see the world in a certain way. And when we take on the belief that is being constantly implanted, we will have the experienced reality to fit the belief. We're being hypnotized. The greatest hypnotist on planet Earth is an oblong box in the corner of the room. It is constantly telling us what to believe is real. And you know, when you're watching television, you go into a brainwave state that is akin to being in a hypnotic trance. And so much is fed through that system subliminally as well as actually to get us to see the world in a certain way. They want to manipulate what is in our heads so that we see the world they want us to perceive. Anyone who's read the book Tales from the Time Loop will know this already, and indeed the last book too. But for people who haven't read the book, that is a picture of 4 plants. Except that in the middle of it is a massive, and when you realize it's there, clear subliminal. And for those who haven't seen it yet, and 95% of people don't, look between the plants and you'll see the word S-E-X, sex. Now, when I show you that picture, for those that didn't see it, when I show you that picture again in a few minutes, not only will you be able to see the subliminal word sex, it will be the only thing you can see. Why? Because that which has been subliminal comes to the conscious mind, where the conscious mind can see it and perceive it. This is why this information we've been talking about today is so important, because it takes the subliminal manipulation and it brings it to the conscious level, and now people who are aware of it, they read the world like a book compared with what they did before. I can see where they're going with this. I can see what you're doing there. You want that outcome. You start to get control of your reality back. But they're trying to program us subliminally all the time. There's a subliminal in this. This is advertising does it all the time. Because the subconscious sees something, is attracted to it, whereas the conscious level doesn't do it, but he's still attracted to look at the picture because it's not aware that the subconscious is the one that's actually having the attraction, because the subconscious is like a sponge. It can see it all. The conscious level is just a fractional little frequency range, can only see a tiny, tiny bit of reality. Now, the subliminal here is a dick here in this picture. And what it's designed to do is to attract you subliminally, not for that, because you don't realize that what you're looking at, but it is to make you look at the picture. It's doing it all the time. This is an advert for McDonald's Chicken McNuggets. Now, I've seen a lot of chickens, but and when because this was so obvious, when it was pointed out, they said, oh, no, it's not. We're a family company. Listen, mate, if you believed in the family, you wouldn't be feeding them that crap, all right? This actually happened in the Gore-Bush election, the first time Bush was not elected. In an anti-Gore advertisement, political advertisement, they left the subliminal in too long. You couldn't see it when it passed through normal speed, but you only had to play it back slowly, slightly, for it to come up. And just as they were saying an anti-Gore statement in the political commercial, rats came up, which the subconscious would have picked up, and it associates Gore, rat, negative association. This is happening all the time to us as they try to manipulate our reality. Time magazine, when they were they were really anti-Gaddafi, when they were trying to demonize him. Whatever happened to him? I thought he was a danger to the world. Is he gone? Was he gone? Is he still alive? I don't know. What's happening? We've got new monsters now. You have to keep up with it. Anyway, on his face, subliminally, which has been pointed out in this book where this picture comes from, on his face, subliminally, obviously not like this, you see the word, when you look at it real closely and blown up, the word kill and the word sex. Sex is used a lot to attract consciousness subliminally to look at a picture that they will then absorb, and then kill there. Oh yes, kill Gaddafi, or must get him. It's all subliminal. Interestingly, when we had these embedded reporters, embedded with the people that they were reporting about, therefore very, very easy to suppress what they were reporting in terms of the bigger picture of what people needed to know, they became known in the Iraqi invasion as embeds, embedded reporters, embeds. What do advertisers and others call subliminally implanted messages? They call them embeds. And that's what these reporters were, subliminally apparently reporting the news of the war while actually reporting a version that suited the authorities. They'll put people, you know when you're talking to someone, I mean imagine if I spent the day like this, and then this happened, and then that happened. Well, what they've started doing now is they've started putting soldiers and others behind these guys like Bush and Blair, because of the subliminal message. Literally on one level, dead simple, the troops are behind the Prime Minister. And all these kind of subliminals are put in. A simple one, like they arranged for this child to be picked up by Tony Blair when he first went to Iraq, to give the subliminal and literal message of, hey, look, great for children, when they've slaughtered tens of thousands of them, but we won't mention that. Well, with Mr. Blair. He kind of took it too far, as he normally does. But this is the principle of it. It's all subliminal, kind of manipulating our reality with stuff like that. And they want to control what's in our heads and control our virtual reality. They want to turn us into robots. They want to turn us into computers so that we come from this level of being instead of that level of being. And now we come to something we talked about earlier. Why do they want genetically modified foods? Because they want to manipulate the computer to become even more difficult for consciousness to manifest its true magnitude through. When people suffer brain damage and they are incredibly limited in what they can perceive, and they're called vegetables and all this stuff, they're still infinite consciousness. And when they leave the body, they are infinite consciousness. The problem they have is the computer is knackered. And so consciousness cannot manifest itself through the computer, just as when you're trying to, do something on the computer. It doesn't matter how computer literate and brilliant the guy on the keyboard is, if the computer knackered, it's knackered. There's nothing you can do. Same principle, same symbolism. And what they're trying to do now, with all this stuff I'm going to talk about in the next little sequence, is to suppress and imbalance and destabilize the computer to an even greater extent, so that the waking up process that we're now in cannot manifest itself through the computer into this level that they are manipulating and seeking to control. That's what genetically modified food is about. Fluoride. Now, all these things that I'm going to go through have one thing in common. They are what scientists call excitotoxins. In other words, they excite brain cells to the point where they cease to function. The electrochemical process of the brain and the body which manifests as our emotions, as with the example of the mercury in the case of the lady that transformed her personality. They are trying to destabilize that electrochemical balance so that this computer will not allow consciousness to manifest its true genius into the world that we are experiencing. Fluoride is an excitotoxin. Vaccines are having the same effect, and of course they affect the brain through the mercury and other ingredients, which is why certain vaccines and combinations of vaccines have been associated with things like autism. It imbalances the electrochemical balance of the body-brain. That's the idea. Aspartame is an excitotoxin. Exactly the same repeating theme. It affects the way we think. That's why he was involved. He's obviously had a lot. Then you come to the electromagnetic pollution that we're being subjected to. That is also not by accident. It is because of the effect it has on the electrochemical balance of the body and our ability to manifest consciousness into this matrix reality in its full magnitude. Chemtrails and all this stuff. I go into this in my newsletters and stuff. The HAARP program with these radio signals being bounced off the ionosphere and filling this reality with a radio frequency electromagnetic soup. That's all to do with suppressing our ability to function, as is the tetramass system and all these others. And this is why, as I said earlier, we have to start realizing that while there are pressure groups for all these different things, all roads lead to the same force, because they're all different strands in the same agenda of suppression. The microchip is the piece de resistance. See, I can speak Italian. See, that is why they want the microchip inside us. The brain is the central processing unit of the body computer. It filters and processes all the information traffic. In a computer, the central processing unit is a microchip. What they want to do with the microchip, the real reason, is they want to hijack the electrochemical processes of the body so that they can intervene in the way that information traffic is communicated through the body, therefore affecting the way that consciousness can manifest itself through thought, etc., out into this reality as behavior, understanding, and wisdom. They want to shut us down. That's what the microchip's about. That's why that guy with the patch on his chest said, if people say no to one thing, say no to the microchip, because that is the robotic agenda, turning us into robots on a real literal scale. What they want to do is hold us where we've always been in recent times, in the eggshell. Hold us in this computer level sense of reality we call the five senses, and disconnected from the infinite consciousness that we are. And we are caught in this matrix because we operate on that level and we perceive division instead of infinite oneness. And so what we do is, it's a thing I've termed over the years, combing the mirror. We are trying to change out there, which is nothing more than a mirror in here of our sense of reality. We're out there, we're doing this, we're doing that, trying to change this reality out there. We're never going to do it because it doesn't exist out there. It exists in here and it exists in here if we come from consciousness. What the Illuminati want us to do through all those institutions is to perceive change happens out here. Because they know out here comes from in here, if we perceive change happens out there, change is never going to happen. And they know that because we're combing the mirror. You know, if we want to comb our hair, we don't comb the mirror, we comb our hair, and the mirror then reflects that. When we change this, the mirror out there reflects this, and the world changes. It's just a mirror reality. Combing the mirror. We'll do it forever and nothing will change. We stop doing it, everything will change. It's another thing that they've tried to keep from us, but they've held at the upper levels of the secret society network. And that is the key law of attraction. What you put out is what you get back. What you focus on is what you manifest. They know how this works, and they've used this process in a way that's attracted all the wealth of the world, basically, and all the real power in this reality, they're not power in infinite reality, into their hands, because they understand the law of attraction. And they understand that what they get the people to focus on then becomes their experienced reality. So they get the people to focus on survival. That's the key thing. Keep them in a mode of survival, and then they will always experience a life of surviving. Have I got enough? Will I get to the end of the month? It's not that there's not enough wealth in the world. The world is infinite possibility. Money's a freaking energy field. That's all it is. It's not enough. We've got infinite energy. What they've done is made sure that the energy we call money comes into their control, because they understand the way, the process of getting energy flows of certain kinds going in their direction. Then they manipulate us to go like that, push them away. All the time we're pushing away what we want because we don't think it can happen. Nothing ever happens to me any good. You know, everything goes wrong. You know, I'm having quite a good day today, but you watch it, it'll change. What happens? See, I told you, it's bloody changed. No, you have created that. Your reality is it's going to be shit this afternoon because it's been great this morning. Hey, it's shit this afternoon. See, I told you, you were right. There's nothing to do with you. It's just you're so unlucky. I had this guy wrote to me years ago. He said for 16 years he kept facing the same situation, and every time he made the same, it was in different forms, but the same basic choice, and he kept making this choice. And it kept repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating, because he was creating it. It was his reality. And one day, after all this time, he was safe with basically the same choice, and he made a different choice. That situation never arose again, because he had changed his reality. There's a great line: if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got, because of the law of attraction. We are in control. We attract to us what we most fear because of the law of attraction. What we focus on, oh my God, I hope it doesn't happen, oh, it's going to be terrible. Whoa, that way it comes. When I was a footballer, when I was not in a confident mood, or I was in a kind of down mood, and I said, oh God, I hope I don't let people down today. I hope I don't make a mistake. It's a big game. I would make a mistake, because I was creating my reality. I can see it now. So obviously that's what I was doing. When I was in a different mode, I didn't make mistakes, because I was in a different mental state. I was attracting a different reality. It's all us that is creating this. The difference is understanding this and saying, okay, I now am going to create my reality from my perception and what I want, instead of I'm going to accept unknowingly, because I don't know how it all works, an implanted version of reality, which I will then create an experienced reality that suits the people who've implanted the reality. Get rid of that. It's still the same process of creating your own reality. It's just that we are creating our wanted reality now, instead of taking on someone else's without realizing how the system works. Talk about fear. So Gandhi said, today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Was it worth it? But they want us in a place of worry, sense of survival. Oh my God, what's going to happen next? Oh, have you seen the news? Bird flu. Oh my God. They want that, because then we will create a reality that suits them. Divide and rule, fear. Save us, do something. Give me that Tamiflu. Give me that Tamiflu for the bird flu that Rumsfeld's got massive shares in. Go on, please. On the other way, if we put out love, we'll get love back. And not love, I love you darling, toy down the disco, but love that says, I love you whatever. Why? Because I am you, you are me. We are one consciousness. It's only our perceptions that divide us, not our conscious awareness, infinite reality. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. And we can... We can create an illusion that is a nightmare. We can create an illusion that is everything we've ever dreamed of. We can create an illusion in which we are imprisoned by the few, or we can create an illusion in which we are infinitely free. It is our choice, and it is just a perception. It will still be an illusion, but it will be a nice illusion or an unpleasant illusion, because the only truth is we are infinite consciousness. We are all that ever has been, is, and ever will be. That's not bad news on a Saturday evening, really. I go into this stuff in my last 2 books, but I can tell you, through my years of research, there's always been some force that said, look at this, look at this, look at this. And right through the 90s, it was, look at this, 5 cents, look at this manipulation, look at these connections, look at the way they manipulate, look at this. Then it was, hey, look, other dimensional entities, look at this other dimensional level of this. And now it's saying, this through synchronicity of my life, it's saying, this is what you need to look at. Go for this, look at this, understand this, because this is the answer to that. And it's all this stuff about the nature of reality, because this is where the answers lie, and this is where most researchers will not go because they're stuck in religion. We have created this matrix. We have created this false reality by going from infinite consciousness, taking on fear, more and more fear. These are pictures, by the way, by a brilliant artist called Neil Haig, a friend of mine, who has done the art in many of my books, including the last one. He's an absolutely brilliant artist. And he's got a website you can go to and see great pictures. And this is the way we have allowed fear to create this prison based on fear, based on losing contact with who we are, based on being divided and perceiving division instead of perceiving infinite consciousness. And just as we finish, one of the things that happens, this is how the matrix works. We come into this reality, and in a world where this knowledge was universal and known and encouraged, then that situation on the left is what we would be. We would be experiencing this reality and its challenges and its great things too. And we would be connected at the same time to infinite consciousness. We would be in the world and experiencing it, but we'd know we weren't of it. We would be perceiving it from another level. What actually happens is we come into this reality for whatever reason. It could again be the law of attraction. And we suddenly get caught in this eggshell of fear. We come out of the womb and we pick it up. We start to see that, if you step out of the box, or you say things outside the norm, there's kind of consequences for that. People laugh at you, and kids at school and that stuff. And you start to withdraw, and you start to get more and more programmed. And so you end up being infinite consciousness, trapped in an illusory prison of our own creation, made up of a 4-letter word called fear, and another one called lack of understanding of the nature of the world we live in, or another sentence, whatever you want to call it. And that's what it's been a long day. That's what we get caught in. But what people are beginning to do now is break the eggshell, break out of domination by the computer level of perception, and start to be in this world again, but not of it. And that's what the wake up is, and it is happening on a vast scale. I've traveled to more than 40 countries. I used to talk to next to nobody, absolutely next to nobody. I got very lonely some nights speaking about this stuff in the early 90s. But all over the world, this wake up is happening. It won't get in the mainstream media. I mean, they won't understand it. What's happening? I've never heard of it. No one talks about it at the parties I go to, and all that stuff. But it's happening, and by the time it breaks through into the mainstream, it will be a tidal wave, and they'll wonder where it's bloody come from. Usual thing. Hey, where's this come from? Hey, where's that come from? I don't know. Am I finished? There you go. It's a new computer. It don't bloody work. It's just like this one, Anyway, this is breaking the eggshells. This is what we're doing now. We're starting to break out of this false reality and start to see beyond it. And that's the worst nightmare of the Illuminati. And that's one of the key reasons they're desperately, panic-strickenly pressing on with this Orwellian state. Because once you break through this level of perception into the infinite level and bring that down into this reality, you start broadcasting that around on the alternative internet between DNA on the same wavelength. You start to wake other people up. People say, what can I do? When you wake up, you cannot walk down a supermarket aisle past people without affecting them on some level. You cannot do it because your wavelength starts getting picked up. We are like broadcasting a new drumbeat. And when we start to get to that level, you start seeing beyond the illusion. The Neo figure in The Matrix, once he started to break through at the end of that first movie and got through the illusion of death and realizing it's an illusion and it's not real, he stopped seeing those agents as they are on the left, and he started seeing them as they are on the right. Computer electronic energy fields. See that? Anyone that didn't see it before? Anyone that didn't see that before? The only thing you can see now is sex. Same with me sometimes. Because that which was subliminal has come into the conscious mind, no longer manipulating, clear as bloody day. And that's what this information is doing to people in changing their reality from division to oneness. Free your mind. First thing, realizing you are a slave, Neo. Realizing what the situation is, which was the first part of this talk. This is the game that's being played around us and we are pawns in. Then saying, I choose freedom. I don't want that. I am me, I am free. And then you go through this process, which most people have been through, of transformation. Hey, what happens when the transformation happens? You go down little country lanes, and there are birds twittering, and there are little nymphs and butterflies, and there's sweet music playing because I have broken through. I'm spiritual now. And I have transformed so that I walk like this. What happens in the transformation? All sod in hell breaks loose in your life. That's what happened to me. A couple of years into this transformation of mine, I thought, if this is spirituality, you can stick it, mate. This is no fun. But if you keep going and you keep doing what you believe to be right, and you keep doing what your intuition, your knowing tells you, then you come through it and you break through it and you transform your life. Yes, I've been there, mate. Morpheus, I have been there. About 3 times yesterday and once this morning. Know thyself. This is the key for me. It's the kind of thing, know thyself. It sounds kind of trite, but there's a difference between thinking and knowing. The computer thinks. The computer has emotions. They're electrochemical processes. That's why chemicals can affect emotions, and emotions produce chemicals in the body. There is another level, consciousness, beyond the program, which does not think and does not, what some American New Age people call, emote. It just knows. It knows, it intuitively knows. You see, when you access that level of infinite consciousness, infinite possibility, you access that level of infinite knowing. Infinite consciousness doesn't sit down and work things out. No, what do you think? It knows. It is all-knowing. We are all-knowing. Once we start to think and try to work things out, we are accepting that we are not all-knowing. When we stop thinking, the first stage is think for yourself. Yes, that gets the old process moving, but it's only stage 1. The next stage is know thyself. Know anything you want to know without thinking. You just know it. We call it intuitive knowing. I just kind of knew that. Why didn't I go with my knowing? Because thought was saying, can't be that easy. You've got a mortgage, you've got a cat, you can't follow your knowing and go here. No, mate, you've got to stick in the box. And knowing is the level where we're accessing that level of us that is all-knowing, all-aware consciousness. And if we think that's not possible, that's just an expression of the fact we're still, to an extent, stuck in the box. Don't think you are, know you are. No, don't think. Don't stop trying to hit me and just hit me. We are in the process of trying to do something. What does that mean? We're always trying to do it. Don't try to do it, just do it. Don't think that it's as hard, and I'm talking to myself here. Don't think I'm cross-legged on a mountain here. I'm talking to my bloody self. I give myself a lecture sometimes, myself, stop trying to make it happen, just do it. Because when we're trying to make it happen, we're in the process of trying, it's not actually happening. Don't ask the question, know the answer. That was one of the great lines that was given to me in the ayahuasca experience. It's from the Matrix movie. There's a line in it where I think it was the Trinity character said, "It's the question that drives you mad." And this voice in the ayahuasca state said to me, "It's not the question that drives you mad. It is asking it. Know it. There are no questions to ask. We already know." And when we think we have to ask, we are all still perceiving division and limitation, when knowing knows all, and we know all, and we become the one, the oneness in awareness. Because we're all oneness, whether we perceive it or not. Whether we think we're not, we're still oneness. It's not whether we're oneness or whether we're not. It's our perception of whether we're oneness or whether we are division. And we're at a point, a fork in the road, where we can waken and start living this world from that point of infinite consciousness and transform it, because we are the world and the world is us. They're just mirrors of each other. Or we can go on the way we're going, close down computer-based reality, in which case we'll live in a global fascist state within not many years from now. My feeling is that transformation is the immovable or the irresistible force, and the Illuminati Orwellian state is not the immovable object. Because it's there, because we're holding it there. When we choose not to, it'll crash and it'll all be over. And we're starting to see this. There have been times on this journey when all this stuff has been going on that my optimism has waned sometimes, and I've thought, I've never been more optimistic in this whole period that this is coming down. It's coming down because we're waking up. The 100th monkey syndrome. The 100th monkey syndrome is kicking in. People are spontaneously seeing it. Hey, I love Daffy Duck. I love Daffy Duck. Yeah. Big Brother. Yeah. Big Brother is only Big Brother because we perceive him as a point of power. He is not. It's an illusion, an illusory power they're trying to sell to us. Martin Luther King said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that." This is not a case of transformation of the world through stockpiling weapons and division and conflict and let's meet violence with violence, because we'll just be caught in the same illusion. He said also, cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Expediency asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But conscience asked the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because it is right. And you know, for me, one thing would change this world in a flash. If we, as a people, as a consciousness, started to do and make decisions based on what we believe to be right, not believe that is right for us in the moment, in this superficial, is it right for me? Oh, what about that job I might get if I speak out? And oh, what will they think of me? If we just do what we believe to be right on the basis of it is right, we'll transform the bloody world, because most people are making decisions out of fear or desire for ambition that is on the basis of, how do I do this that most suits me in the moment? When we go from it, what is right? Never mind what suits me, what is right? That would transform everything. As Gandhi said, you must be the change you want to see in the world because we are the world. It is a mirror of us. We change, it changes. And somebody knocked this up for me. There was some kind of artwork and for a t-shirt or something. It was just in the kind of design stage. But I put it up here for what it says. If you are fighting the system, then you are still caught in it. This is not about fighting the system. It's about ceasing to hold it together. Non-cooperation. We cannot be imprisoned without our cooperation. If we withdraw that cooperation on an increasingly mass scale, all right, is Mr. Blair is just about to make a statement outside of Downing Street. Okay, cameras, okay, cue. We've just had a discussion. I know we didn't talk like that, but I don't care. We've just had a discussion, and we've decided that this is what's going to happen. Now, that only happens if the people say, well, he said it, it's the law, then it must be allowed to happen. If we say, no, mate, it ain't friggin' happening, all right? Where's his power? He's got none. His power is in our acquiescence. Crack the eggshell, open the heart, cosmic love, connection, know who we are, outside of the matrix, in the world but not of it, and the cards, the house of cards will crumble because that which is holding them together will have been removed. And the Illuminati and all its imbalanced, sick, disturbed world that it wants to create will simply be dissolved because we will perceive it out of existence. Jimi Hendrix said, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. And I would add this, only when we know who we are can we know freedom. Because how can we know freedom if we do not have the coordinates to understand how free we really can be? Not free of the next tax demand, not free of the next Blair Bush introduced law, not free of, but free in infinite reality, infinite awareness forever, because that's all that exists, now and forever, everything. That's the freedom that we can be and we are outside of this illusion, and that's the freedom we can only know by understanding that's who we are. And infinite love is the only truth, everything else is illusion. And we are at a wonderful time. Years and years ago, I came across this wonderful piece of music by a lady. She came from Germany and then came to live on the Isle of Wight. And she wrote great music, sang great music about all the stuff we're talking about. And one part of one song said this: we are the power in everyone. We are the dance of the moon and the sun. We are the hope that will never hide. We are the turning of the tide. And we are. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.